You're good, and we are live. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and we are here for another chapter in our 2022 Evolution Debate Series. And tonight I have Ken Rock, who is the evolutionist interlocutor for tonight. Ken is taking the challenge. Ken, I appreciate that. And of course, we have Dr. Ken Hovind himself as well. And the title of the debate for tonight is there scientific evidence for evolution? Gentlemen, Ken and Kent, thank you both for being here for tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Hello.
Awesome. Looking forward to this one. And for the audience sake, I want to just briefly go over the format. We are, as always, going to keep this professional and formal. Ken Rock being in the affirmative, he is going to be kicking us off with his opening statement. Whatever time he takes, we'll allow Dr. Dino to take equal time. Then we'll have a roughly 6-minute rebuttal and then an open discussion where we will focus on one topic at a time. And then this is where we get you guys in the audience involved. We're going to have an audience Q&A, so make sure you're tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth, and that way I won't miss them. Okay, like we typically do, let's kind of break the ice, get to know the debaters a little bit before the fun begins. Ken Rock, this is your first time here on the platform, so why don't we start with you? How you doing? A little bit about yourself and a little bit about your channel.
So I'm doing fine. I generally do more power scaling debates versus story analysis and stuff like that. So this is going to be a different type of topic for me, obviously. Break out a little bit more. That's my channel, basically. So I don't just say about myself.
No worries. It looked like you had a little bit of static coming in there on your end on the audio. Let me see if I'm going to adjust your mic a bit, and hopefully that deals with it. So over to Dr. Dino. Kent, how you been? What's going on? And a little bit about yourself.
Well, thank you. It's good to be back with you. My name's Ken Hovind. I was raised in Illinois, right where Ken is from. Well, not right where, but now in Lenox, Alabama. I've been a Baptist preacher 48 years. I taught high school science and math for 15 years. And 7 years ago, somebody gave us this property here in Lenox to build Dinosaur Adventureland. 140 acres with 16 lakes and ponds and boats and fishing and all kinds of fun stuff. We have a science center, 12,000 square feet. That is really amazing, on all kinds of cool stuff about science in the Bible. I defend the position that the Bible is true. God made everything in 6 days, just like he said in the 10 Commandments. And dinosaurs lived with man, and evolution's the dumbest and most dangerous religion in the history of the world. Dumb. Those are the nice things we say about it.
I don't want to hear the mean things you got to say about it then,
okay.
Ken, if those are the nice things. I appreciate the introduction from you, Dr. Hovind and Ken Rock. Ken, I did adjust your mic, so why don't you give us another audio test there real quick before we get into your opening statement.
Do I sound better?
You do. Yeah, currently you do. So
okay.
We'll keep it like that. And why don't we get right into it then? We've got opening statements here. Ken, we'll give you the floor. And whatever time you take, we'll give Dr. Dino equal time. So whenever you're ready, Ken, the floor is yours.
Okay. So my position is obviously, I believe evolution to be true. If we look at most definitions of evolution, we generally get stuff that say that evolution is a change within living organisms, such as a change of color would count, a change of height would count, shortening of something like antlers, growing of antlers, and all that as well. So realistically, it's really hard to argue that evolution wouldn't be true within that criteria. It's something that we can see as far as just animals needing to survive. There are frogs that have adapted and even grew the poison that they've been eating on in order to better survive within the wild areas. This is also something we just demonstrate within plants as well. So generally, when you think of a plant, you would think something that gets its energy via photosynthesis, and most plants generally do. However, there are select breed of types of plants that have decided that they can't get enough energy that way. So instead, they've adapted qualities which allow them to trap and eat meat, anything from insects to even like medium-sized birds. And it's done in multiple different ways as well, like from the phoenix fly trap, which just clamps down and digests stuff like that, and it tricks its prey via its nectar, I guess you would call it, to, I can't remember the name of the plant, but there's one that specifically just sits and it holds its liquids in it, and any animal that falls in digests like that. Another way you could also prove evolution, and I know Kent doesn't necessarily agree with it, is the fossil record itself. So when you look at it, you see stuff like whales slowly sorry, 1 second. The skeleton of the whale's ancestors slowly becoming more whale-like. It can be proven with some of the bones that aren't necessarily needed. One being one that Kent's very familiar with, being the one that's been claimed to be its hind legs, which used to control its reproductive system. Well, it can do that now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's only what it's done. Even on humans, if you look at them where we are now, where our hips are, they would necessarily be able to control that function as well. Not necessarily as well, but you could use it to wiffle that around if you really wanted. But it's also used to connect and move the muscles of the legs. We can also see that necessarily would be what it is via within relatives that would be closer to whales. Dolphins are known to every once in a while grow hind flippers as well, which dolphins don't necessarily do, which is evidence that they might have had legs in past ancestries. That's about all I can go into now. I'd like to pass it to Kent.
Okay, short and sweet there, Ken. Let me just see how much time you took. So 3 minutes for an opening statement, and typically we go a little longer than that. So of course, if Dr. Hovind wants to take, a couple more minutes or whatever he feels comfortable taking, he can do so. And Kent, we'll hand it over to you, brother, an opening statement.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and thank you, Ken, for doing this. You said you believe evolution is true. I think we need to first, I guess, get to the right slides here. What do you mean by that word evolution? Because I cover this. I think this is critical for the debate. What do we mean by this word? Let me get up there. There. Textbooks teach that man evolved from a single-celled creature like a bacteria. And I think that is purely a religious belief. Nobody's ever seen a bacteria produce a non-bacteria. But they put these charts in the textbook and say, oh yeah, a bacteria or some single-celled creature evolved into the sharks and the whales and everything else. Evolution is a gradual process that takes over many generations. No, it doesn't take place at all. They imagine this. It's SpongeBob imagination from the beginning. Evolution is defined as a net directional change or any cumulative change in the characteristics of organism. This is what Ken implied tonight when he said change within living organisms. Well, certainly there are changes. I think every farmer in the world will tell you there are varieties of anything can be produced. Varieties of pigs or cows or sheep or ducks or anything, but they're still the same kind. God said they would bring forth after their kind, and that's all we've ever seen. Now, if somebody wishes to believe or imagine other than that, that's now a religion. That's all I've been saying. Variant forms of a gene. Certainly, the genes are incredibly complex and they can produce varieties. New alleles can be formed as a result of mutations, okay? A mutation, all mutations observed have been neutral, fatal, or harmful. Nobody's ever seen a good one. They imagine them. It would take trillions and trillions and quadrillions of mutations to change a bacteria to a human being. This is pure imagination, okay? Genetic drift and the founder effect they talk about. Let's see. Founders carry some, but not all, of the alleles of the gene pool to the new place. Here's a red ladybug got blown off the land and landed up on an island, and now we got a whole island full of red ladybugs. Okay, that probably could happen, but they're still a ladybug, and they're still red. It didn't create a new color that didn't exist before. It didn't turn it into a whale or an elephant. It's a ladybug. So my objection is the textbooks, and I collect them, the textbooks teach the kids this evolution theory, and it's purely religion. They say life has evolved on Earth. Well, what do you mean by that? That word evolved is too slippery. So for the sake of this debate tonight, there's what's called chemical or cosmic evolution. They have to have the origin of time, space, matter. You can Google it, cosmic evolution. Where did the planets, where did time, space, and matter come from? There is no scientific evidence that time, space, or matter can create themselves out of nothing. This is a religion. You have to believe in it. And some people do. Great. I admire their faith. I don't admire their science, but I admire their faith. Then you'd have to have chemical evolution. If there was a big bang that magically produced time, space, and matter, it would only produce hydrogen and maybe a little bit of helium or lithium. Well, then how do you get all the elements? Origin of the elements. Hydrogen and helium and lithium produced in the hot, extremely hot, dense region of the Big Bang. Okay, you can believe that if you want, and let's say it's true. But 73% of the universe is in the form of hydrogen. How do you get all these other elements? I cover this in my video series, but he didn't take long, so I won't take long. You cannot fuse past iron. Nobody's figured out a way to do that. So how do you get gold, silver, and platinum out of hydrogen gas? I'd like to learn how to do that. Make some money. Man, we got plenty of hydrogen gas around here. We'd turn it into gold. That'd be great, okay? Iron cannot be fused into anything heavier because of the insane amounts of energy and force required to fuse iron atoms. I agree. So it's a religion to believe that. The whole idea of chemicals evolving from hydrogen is a religion. There's no scientific evidence that the 92 elements can create themselves out of nothing, or that they can create themselves into higher elements. It just is not science. It's a religious belief. Then you have to have the stars evolving. You have to get all these elements to make all the stars. Nobody's ever seen a star form. Stellar evolution, a process by which a star changes over time. Well, certainly, the stars are burning out. That's not forming. That's the opposite. Stars are blowing up, nova, supernova. That's the opposite of evolution. We've never seen a star form. Never. The silent embarrassment of astrophysics, we don't know how a single one of these stars managed to form. And this was 35 years ago, and they still don't know how a star could form. Why do stars evolve from Western Michigan? They don't. All evolution in the stars is negative, down. They're burning up, they're burning out. They imagine that they can start over again, but that's a dream. That's imagination. Origin of stars is the most fundamental unsolved problem of astrophysics. I agree. So we can check it out. Nobody's seen a star form. No one really understands how star formation proceeds. Everything Ken described tonight was variations within something that's already alive. You have to have, let me get over to the next one here. You have to have, there we go. He mentioned about the whales, evidence for evolution. Ken, the whales have bones near their, what we would call there's no pelvis on a whale, but they have bones back there. This textbook says the whale retains pelvic and leg bones as useless vestiges. Jeannie Scott in Berkeley, California, at the National Center for Science Indoctrination, said they have pictures of the whale up there, and this is their evidence for evolution. No, it's not. Those bones back there are part of the whale's reproductive system. But the textbooks tell the kids the whale hind limb bones have no function. Tell that to the whale. They got to have those to make baby whales. Just imagine whales walking around. It's true. These are the bones they're talking about right here, Los Angeles Museum. The whale's pelvis? No. Those bones are anchor points for special muscles. You have a bone in your throat called the hyoid that's not connected to any other bones, but it anchors muscles that allow you to talk and swallow and stuff like that. It's essential. These bones are special bones that allow the whale to make babies. The whales have to mate in the dark, underwater, and they can't talk and say, screw it over, honey. This is an essential part of the whale's reproductive system. Google it. National Pornographic for Kids said millions of years ago, dolphins had legs. This is pure baloney. This is propaganda. And apparently Ken swallowed it in his education. We're here to help you, Ken. We'll get you straightened out. We've got some of the bones here in our museum. By the way, if you work in Alaska and killing whales or something for butchering, we'd like to get some more. Whale pelvic bone. That's not a pelvic bone. It's a bone that's got blood supply, nerve supply. It anchors the whale's penis, which can be 15 feet long, and allows them to mate in the dark underwater with no arms and can't talk. So don't quit calling it a pelvic bone. It's not a hip bone at all. It's part of their whale's reproductive system. You got a kneecap not connected to other bones. It serves a vital function. It connects muscles and ligaments and tendons. So we could talk all day about that, but I've taken more time than I should. But I'm sorry, Ken, the whale is not any evidence for evolution. There is no evidence of any animal ever producing a different kind of offspring. None. I rest my case. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate that opening statement there, Dr. Hovind, and also to the audience, thank you so much. We have a ton of fantastic questions flying in, so we are going to have an awesome audience Q&A for tonight's debate. Okay, Ken Rock, we are going to hand it over to you now, and take whatever time you need for a rebuttal. Let's say up to 6 minutes, as in 6 minutes being the max, and then we'll go from there. So, Ken, the floor is yours.
So the definition that you gave for evolution doesn't necessarily go against what I've given for evolution. That's my big problem here. So even if we say animals can't necessarily become other types of animals, you would still necessarily be agreeing that animals do change, which would still be a form of evolution. So even if you get that out of the way. So even if you disagree in microevolution, it's still a form of evolution. Therefore, you still kind of agree with it. It's a nitpick and all that, but it's still something to point out. But another question with that one would be sorry, I got distracted. If little changes in an animal can happen, why couldn't those little changes add up to bigger changes? Like, let's take, and I've used this example all the time, let's take a goat. Let's say its horns shorten slowly and it grows more fur. It could slowly become more sheep-like, and maybe even become what we would classify as a sheep. Or we could go the other direction and make it bigger, and we could slowly get something that's more cowish or become more of a cow. Another thing that I'm having problems with is you said that all animals produce after their kind. Well, I got to know what a kind is as well. Like, technically, if you want, we could say there are different kinds of people. There's different kinds of hair, or we can all lump those two categories into one thing. Like, hair in general is just hair, or people in general are just people. You said there's, say, fish or their own kind, but there's also different types of fish. So, like, is a pufferfish a different kind of fish than a starfish? Is a starfish a different kind of a fish than a shark? I know sharks aren't necessarily fish, but you get the point. At what point do you draw, like, what the kind is? Like, you'll never have a shark that produces a goldfish. So, as far as that's concerned, that's what I have to say on that. With the whale, I acknowledge that it now uses that bone to control its penis. That's as it is. I've never denied that, but I don't see you really finding any way to prove that it couldn't necessarily have been a leg in past century as well. Especially when we look back at the fossil record, it is something that we see within what would be its ancestors, is that they were smaller and able to walk around. It was only once they were able to get into water that they were able to grow bigger and all of that. So take that as you will. 6 minutes. And I also would like to point out again that the plant itself, once again, kind of help prove my point a little bit as well. There's no way that a plant would just randomly grow teeth, digestive acid, and all of that. That it has to be something that's added on. Like, unless you can demonstrate that plants would have had that post flood, I guess would be the best way of putting that. If they did, I would like to see some evidence of prehistoric carnivorous plants. I'm sorry, Donnie, I can't think of too much to go on from that point on. I'd like to pass on.
Yeah, no worries. It's up to 6 minutes, so you don't have to take the full 6 minutes. No worries. Anything we don't take, we just throw into the audience Q&A. So, Ken Rock, I appreciate your rebuttal. We're going to hand it over to Dr. Ken Hovind now, who has up to 6 minutes for a response. Ken, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming on here, Ken. I know it's tough. Try to defend the idea we came from a rock. That's a tough call you made there. Okay, you want to define the word kind, okay? They always tell the people that everybody accepts evolution. No, they don't accept evolution. I accept the fact that cows can jump. They probably don't like it, but they can. They can actually be trained to jump. And you could work them out in the gym and make them jump higher. So I accept the fact that cows can jump. The evidence for this fact is overwhelming. Experiments can be performed to prove the fact cows can jump. Therefore, since I accept the fact that cows can jump, this proves beyond reasonable doubt that given enough time, a cow could jump over the moon. This is the logic of the evolutionist. We see variations within apples, therefore, everything came from a bacteria. This is dumb, okay? Cows cannot jump over the moon, all right? This is fairy tale stuff. What are the 4 processes of evolution? Things, natural selection. Well, sure, natural selection works. It selects. It doesn't create anything. Genetic drift works, but it drifts within the same kind. There's hundreds of varieties of chickens, and they probably had a common ancestor called a chicken. Mutations happen. All mutations are harmful, fatal, or neutral, but even then, it's the same kind of animal. A 4-year-old will tell you it's the same kind of animal. And you want to define the word kind? Well, nobody's ever defined the word species. There's 27 different definitions of species, I believe. We covered that in one of the debates before. So there are 250 recognized breeds of cattle. I accept the fact. And I believe they all had a common ancestor called a cow. There are 6 types of corn kernels. Wow, they might have had a common ancestor called corn, right? Now, most of those were developed by man for a particular purpose. They selected a slice of the already existing gene code. They didn't turn the corn into a whale. It's still corn. 200 varieties of wheat, most of them developed by man to grow in his particular soil or his particular climate or whatever. But they're still wheat. 200 varieties of wheat had a common ancestor called wheat. 4,000 varieties of potatoes might have had a common ancestor called a potato. 335, I think now, or 39 recognized breeds of dogs. Might have had a common ancestor called a dog. It could be the dog, the wolf, and the coyote had a common ancestor. I wouldn't argue about that. But that doesn't mean the dog and the potato have a common ancestor. There are 339 breeds of dogs, probably had a common ancestor, and a 4-year-old can tell you, if you put these 4, say, hey kid, which one is not like the others? Dog, wolf, coyote, banana. I only had one kid ever get it wrong, and all the times I use this, one kid said, the boy. Well, that's true. Good point, kid. Okay. The Bible says 10 different times in the first chapter they're going to bring forth after their kind. Can you give me an example of anybody who's ever observed a plant or animal that did not bring forth what any 4-year-old would tell you is the same kind? What is the best example you know of somebody observing, not dreaming, not imagining, observing any offspring coming from a parent or parents that the offspring would be considered a different kind? Can anybody ever see an example of that? Darwin wrote a book and called it Origin of Species. Well, as I mentioned, there's over 20 definitions of the word species. What do you mean by that? Rather than argue the semantics, I think a 4-year-old can tell you that's the same kind. Microevolution is variations within those kinds. Now, that one happens. Microevolution, changes within a species or group of animals or organisms, especially over a short period of time. I don't think we should call it microevolution because it confuses the issue. It's just a variation, but that's the word they use. But I will object, Your Honor, right up at the beginning. I don't think that's a wise word to use. It's a variation. Pesticide resistance, herbicide resistance, antibiotic resistance, examples of microevolution. Sure, it's still a bacteria. It's still the same kind of creature, life form. Mosquitoes, let's see. So our sparrow populations in the north have larger bodies than those in the south. This divergence in populations is probably at least partly a result of natural selection. I would agree. You know, up in Minnesota, it gets cold in the wintertime. The sparrows need a bigger body to have their body heat trapped because there's a surface area to volume ratio you can work out with. As an animal gets larger, it has more surface area compared to the volume. Well, sure, skinny little bitty sparrows aren't going to survive up there. No problem. Nature selected, didn't create the sparrow. It selected the bigger ones to survive. That's all that happens. Mosquito population. Let's see, from 1880 to 2000, mosquito populations at 50 degrees north of the equator evolved to wait 9 days later to go dormant. It's still a mosquito. It has to do with the weather. This is so dumb. So science deals with things we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. All of observable history of science tells us Cows produce cows. Dogs produce dogs. Sparrows produce sparrows. No exceptions. Now, if Ken or anybody else wants to imagine that sparrows are related to a mosquito, you can imagine all you want, but that's not science. It's a religion. I wish you guys would quit forcing everybody to pay for that to be taught. Go start a private school. Label it the Evolution School of Illinois, and you got to pay tuition to go there. That's fine. You can teach whatever you want. You can start a Muslim school, a Mormon school, a Catholic school. That's fine. But no, you want to put it in the public school where everybody's got to pay for it. I object to that, Your Honor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hovind. Perfect timing on the rebuttal. That concludes the rebuttals and the opening statements. And also to any critics in the chat, we've got a lively chat tonight. We have an outstanding evolution debate challenge. So if you believe you're related to a banana plant, send me an email and let's set you up for a debate. So that being said, break time's over. Ken and Dr. Hovind, we are now moving into the open discussion. And as always, we are going to stick to one topic at a time. We're going to keep it professional and sophisticated. So Ken Rock, let's hand it over to you for the first point or first question that you want to start off with. Go ahead.
So I'm going to say this in the way that seems the least rude here, but I never brought up the word species. So I find it weird that you would tell me that that word is fuzzy when all I'm asking for is a basic definition of kind. That way I can work with that. If you want a definition of species, just ask for it. But I asked for kind.
Okay, fair enough. The Bible says 20 times in the first 7 chapters, they will bring forth, i.e. make babies, after their kind. So if 2 animals are able to mate and bring forth a baby, they are certainly the same kind. I'd be willing to bet you $500 you cannot get a cat and a banana to produce a baby. Those are different kinds. I'd bet you $1,000 you couldn't get a cat and a mosquito to produce a baby. Now, could you get a cat and a mountain lion? I don't know. Could you get a lion and a tiger? Yeah, makes it ligon or a tigon or liger, depending who's the male. So there are some gray areas where nobody's got a real solid line, but generally, cats produce cats, cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs. So if they can produce offspring, they are certainly the same kind. Now, are there a few where eventually you get to the point where Great Danes and Chihuahuas might have a hard time? Technically, they could produce a baby, but they're getting variety. They're getting to the extreme of that kind, but they're never going to cross over to something non-dog. So I hope that answers your question.
Kind of more explained how you would figure out what a kind is. So would you say a dog, a wolf, and a fox are the same kind?
I think yes. I'm not sure about a fox. I think a fox can interbreed with a wolf and a coyote and a dog. I don't know. I didn't look up fox on that one. Somebody Google that real quick. Can a fox breed with a dog? But I think it's obvious. The fox and the corn plant are not the same. Now, that's pretty obvious.
But yeah, no, foxes cannot breed with dogs. But if I remember correctly, dogs can breed with wolves.
Oh, it could be. Now, but see, the textbook show, like a picture I've got up here, they show the dogs at the top are related to worms. They drew a line between them on the paper. Look at this. They drew a line between a pine tree and a dog. Do you believe, Ken, that if you go back billions of years, the pine tree and the dog had a common ancestor? Do you believe that?
I believe if you looked, yeah, you could probably find one. There's definitely reason to believe so.
So the dogs are peeing on their great-great-great-great-grandpa.
It's a tough world. What do you want me to say? Have you seen what cats do to animals? It's terrifying.
Have I seen what now?
Have you seen what cats will do to other animals? It is terrifying.
What cats can do? Oh, yeah. I think the whole creation we're living in is fallen in a fallen state, and it's evil. This is not the way God made it. God made a perfect world. Man wrecked it. But he's going to fix it back one day. I'd like you to be there with me, Ken. You got to accept the Lord as your Savior, though. But my objection is they connect these animals. Here's a human. Do you believe a human and a snail have a common ancestor?
I think we both know how I'm going to answer that one. Yeah, I believe if you look back hard enough, you could probably find one. My big problem with the graph that you're showing is there's simplified versions of it. So obviously we got humans right there, but obviously it didn't go from human all the way down to, is that a sea sponge?
Protozoa. Yeah, sponge.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, it's hard to see from my end. It's really tiny.
Here's a human and a chicken and a frog have a common ancestor. These drawing lines on paper, these family trees, is my objection. This isn't science. This is something somebody chooses to believe in. Nobody ever sees any of these creatures. Nobody's ever seen a chicken produce a non-chicken. There are 300 varieties of chickens in the world today. We have 35 of them in our science center here in our farm. They might have had a common ancestor called a chicken. No farmer in the history of the planet has ever seen a chicken come from a non-chicken or produce a non-chicken. But you have to imagine that it happened long ago and far away. They show the chicken and the lizard and the frog and the fish having a common ancestor. I object. That isn't science. That's a stupid religion. You're welcome to believe it, but keep it out of the schools. That's my objection. I think most other intelligent people feel the same way. Go teach that to somebody who wants to pay and come learn it. I don't want to pay for it.
I'm sorry, is it back to me?
Go ahead. Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I didn't want to step on your toes by interrupting you.
Oh, thank you.
So, if somebody were able to demonstrate something like a cat growing wings, would that bring you the other way around?
If a cat grew wings, that of course is hypothetical. It's never been seen or happened. That would be new. Yeah, that would be new information. That's never been seen. So again, you'd have to imagine that, just like a person growing wings or flying with his underwear on the outside of his pants, like Batman. That would be imagination. It's not observed. All we observe is they bring forth after their kind. Humans make baby humans every time. Some are dark-skinned, some are light-skinned, some are tall, some are short, some are smart, some are stupid, but they're still human. So this belief system, this religion, that dogs and snails and starfish and let's see, slime molds in there. Well, the slime mold, this is not science. The purpose of this debate is for you to present evidence that stuff like this that is taught, evolution, is scientific. It isn't. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. We can observe dogs produce dogs. That we can observe. We can observe some wild varieties of dogs. We've never observed a non-dog. And we certainly don't know that a dog and a sponge have a common ancestor and a pine tree. You guys, you don't understand how it's not science. I think it's dumb, but you can believe it. Fine with me. Go ahead.
Well, again, if I could figure out how to screen share on here. I don't know where the button for that is.
Bottom of the screen, screen share.
Nope, I see it.
Are you looking to screen share, Ken?
Yeah.
So the bottom of the screen, it should be the fourth button, says share. When you click it, another box will pop up and it'll say entire screen. Make sure you click the box. It'll be like a mini version of your screen in the middle, and then the share button at the bottom right hand corner. You should be able to click it.
Sorry, give me 1 second for me to pull up the correct image.
And as you're doing that, I'll let everybody know in the chat. You're doing a fantastic job tagging me with your questions. We are going to have a solid audience Q&A. We got some great questions flying in. So just make sure you are tagging me at Standing for Truth. That way I don't miss it, because we do have a pretty lively chat right now. Ken, it might be best to not share your screen just because of your Chromebook currently. It might That's just fair. Take too much bandwidth at that point. There might be issues. But if you wanted to verbally make your point to Kent, and then we'll allow Kent to respond.
Well, I don't know. That's fair. No, I was basically going to say I have that picture of the cat with wings. I've seen it. I've also seen snakes growing legs.
You said you've seen a cat grow wings?
A picture of a cat with wings, Ken?
Yeah. Could try this one more time. Maybe. No, too bright. Oh, too bright.
You got the picture on your screen?
Oh, whatever.
Hold it there. I'll put it. I'll put it. Is that So that's a cat with wings, Ken?
Yeah. Also have my snake with legs.
You want me to
Sorry,
put
Johnny.
some- real quick, Matt?
Yeah, so
No.
So a snake with legs and a cat with wings, Ken.
Okay. Can I
there
ask
are
him a question?
examples of animals growing weird mutations.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, Ken, is this actual wings or is it 6 legs? Cats can produce extra legs. That's happened, documented thousands of times, of animals with extra fingers, extra legs, extra arms. Certainly that can happen. But the gene code of the cat does not contain anything to make a real wing. It might have made a leg that you're holding out to make it look like a wing. It could be the case where you got a 6-legged cat. I think you'll find, somebody Google that. How many 6-legged cats have been born? So I don't think it's a wing. Secondly, I'd ask, can it fly? What's the purpose of it? And thirdly, who's this going to marry? Who is this cat going to marry? And so same with the snake with legs. It might be a legless lizard. Certainly, the snake used to have legs according to the Bible. It lost them. So you may have something in the gene code of a snake that is still capable of making a leg. I wouldn't argue about that. I don't know. But if it is, it's not, who's it going to marry? You're going to get 2 of these at the same place. How many toes does a cat with extra toes have? Well, 18 toes on one cat. Man. 8. Kitten born with 9 lives, 6 legs. Okay, New York Post, 2018. Cat born with 6 legs. Okay. It's a condition. A 6-legged cat called polymelia.
Well, that's
Okay. So if your cat, I'll tell you what, Ken, if your cat really has wings, I'll pay you $1,000 for it when it dies. I want the skeleton in my museum down here. Okay? I think it has 6 legs maybe, but not in the wings.
No, it has actual wing bones.
Well, wings have bones and legs have bones.
Yeah, but leg bones generally have toes.
Well, the front legs of the cat have 2 bones in the lower part, the radius and the ulna. It has a single bone here, and then 2 bones. So I think probably that has the same thing. Yes, sir.
I was doing some research on the type of cat that does actually grow quote-unquote wings. They are not registered limbs. They are extra flabs of skin that grow 1 year in as a...
Get up here where they can hear that better. You Google cat with wings. There's no bones in them?
There's no bones. It's a flab of skin that grows 1 year after birth.
It's a flab of skin that grows a year after birth. You probably can't hear him talking here, but
No, I can hear him.
Ken, I'll tell you what, I'll do some research on that. We'll make some slides of that. Send that to me, and we'll produce that. But my question would be, is that evidence enough for you to make you believe that all life forms came from a bacteria?
Well, necessarily, the wings don't necessarily, like, even let's say they don't have wings and they're just flaps. Wings don't necessarily have to be used to fly right off the bat. Wings can be used to also generate extra heat to keep themselves warm and all that. If that just happens to end up like, if the animal ends up getting lighter or with stronger wings and all that, that could allow flight in the future. Also, you brought up, and sorry, I don't mean to shotgun here, but you also brought up the question of who would it marry, like who would it breed with, correct?
I'm not understanding what you're saying. Can you say that slower and more clearly?
Yeah. So
I think he's asking you.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm trying to think of a way to say it more clearly.
Are you asking Kent what the cat would breed with? Is that what you're saying, Ken Rock?
I'm asking if that's what he asked.
No, I'm completely lost.
During your part where you're asking 3 questions, you had asked, who would this cat marry? I'm assuming that
who would the cat marry?
With?
Yeah. Would you not have to get 2 of male and female in the same place at the same time in history for this?
No, not necessarily.
So the cat with wings is going to hang around for millions of years and finding. Is there going to be a whole population of cat with wings someday?
Maybe. Okay. No, but so necessarily the cat could breed with another cat, and just pass on that genes down to that cat. So you get 1 that ends up becoming 2, that ends up becoming 4. Please don't insult me, Kent.
Oh, SpongeBob. Yeah, it's imagination. So I'll do some Ken, this is a brand new one to me. I've never heard about somebody claiming that cats have wings. I'd go along with a fold of skin, a flap of skin. I'd go along with extra legs, but I'm going to have to be convinced that a cat with wings.
Well, I mean, what is a wing if not an extra flap of skin?
Well, I'm getting a few extra flaps of skin myself. I'll be 70 here this January, and but I sure can't fly with them. Okay.
I mean, wait for them to get big enough, go outside, right, open your eyes, and glide.
But this is enough evidence to convince you that all life forms are related. I'm baffled. They put these charts in the books like it's some kind of science, and claim that a snail and a human have a common ancestor. And a cat with flaps of skin on the side is enough to convince you that it can happen. I'm baffled.
Okay, why don't we do this now, Ken? Because what we are trying to do now for these debates is spend no more than 10 minutes per line of evidence. So we discussed that specific example, the cat with wings for a little while there. Ken, what would be another line of evidence that you would point to in terms of, evidence for evolution? And that type of evolution that would say, all life, plants and animals are related. And then we'll engage that a little bit. Ken, go ahead.
Okay, well, one of the things I had also brought up earlier, actually I did it twice, was the fact that there are plants now that are carnivorous. I don't necessarily believe that at any point in the Bible that it even says that plants necessarily eat meat, but we have them. So that would mean that they didn't have that genetic makeup beforehand. So where would that have come from, if not evolution?
Okay, so you're asking how we got carnivorous plants? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
Excellent question. There are a few carnivorous plants. The Venus flytrap, I used to know the names of all of them, but I don't. Anyway, you're right. There are some plants that live off of, that are carnivorous. They eat meat. Most of the time, you'll find they grow in nitrogen-poor soil, and that's why they have to have this to supplement. They may be a degeneration of the original plant, but even then, you'd have to say, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, these plants are eating like mosquitoes or flies or something. In the Bible, I don't think you could prove that mosquitoes or insects in general are considered alive. I think we could prove that animals certainly are living, but it has to. Bible says God told Noah to bring onto the ark all those in whose nostrils was the breath of life. Insects don't have nostrils; they breathe through their skin. So is a plant considered alive in the biblical sense? Is an insect considered alive? That's another argument, another debate. I think somebody could make the case that in the biblical sense, they're not considered alive. They're a complex, self-replicating food source. Is a computer alive because it can do all kinds of things? No, it's not alive. So I'll do some research on that one also. That's a good one. Plants carnivorous. If a plant has degenerated to the point where it requires meat to get nitrogen, is in nitrogen-poor soil, is that evidence enough that humans and chickens have a common ancestor? I think all the evidence, Ken, if you look at it, the little bits of fragments of what you consider evidence are so minor in the big picture of things. It's like the cow jumping over the moon. Look, we trained that cow to jump 3 feet high. Whoa, okay. And you might work that cow out and put him in the gym and all that kind of stuff and feed him vitamins and get him to jump 4 feet high. Okay. You're not going to get him to jump over the moon. And you guys are imagining that these little changes that we see are evidence to make these charts. I mean, the textbooks are full of this stuff. It is imagination. It is lines drawn on paper. I could draw lines on paper connecting anything I want. It's not science. There is no scientific evidence of a chicken ever producing a non-chicken. There's no scientific evidence going backwards, which the only thing we can do is imagine, go back to human history. Chickens make chickens every time. If you were to imagine that a chicken and a frog have a line between them, well, that's okay. It's not science, that's all. The purpose of the debate is where's the real scientific evidence for evolution? I will investigate your Venus flytrap and pitcher plant, and there's one more, insect eating, maybe more than one more, but sure. There are plants that eat insects. They need them for the nitrogen, mostly nitrogen-poor soil. Go ahead.
They also eat birds.
They what now?
They also eat birds.
They also fern. What?
Are you saying they eat birds?
Eat birds. Okay, sure. Yeah. Well, I think the Venus flytrap, for instance, has little triggers, little hairs on there. Anything can touch it and make it snap shut. I mean, you can touch it with a pencil. We did that in my science class. We grew some Venus flytrap. You can touch it with your finger and it'll snap shut. You have to trigger it twice or 3 times. I forget. So there's different varieties of Venus flytrap. So you could trigger it with an acorn. So it's not looking for a bird. It could digest one if the flytrap is big enough and the bird is small enough. Certainly, it probably could. The acids in there could probably digest your finger, but it doesn't mean that's what normal diet. It doesn't mean that's what's required. So yeah, you're probably right. But they could eat a bird.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the Venus flytrap. The pitcher plant eats birds.
Pitcher plant. If a bird fell in, yeah, the acid would dissolve it. Right.
Ken, did you want to present another one of your lines of evidence as we kind of wind down the clock here?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just a little bit cold. Another it kind of follows the same idea as the plants and all that, as well as, and I brought this up to you before, the mud skipper as well. It's an animal that could very well go either way as far as being more of a fish or more of a reptile, depending on how that evolutionary line works. And I mean, obviously, we can't tell the future. I could imagine you would agree with that, correct?
Well, I have a book that tells the future that I happen to believe in, but yes, okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, outside of what that book predicts.
Right.
So,
I'll make a prediction. If you crossbreed dogs for 500 generations, which you're not going to live long enough to do, you're going to get a dog. But you could get bacteria to make babies and grow up, get married, and have babies in 20 minutes. I bet you could watch 1,000 generations of bacteria, and at the end of the experiment, it's going to be a bacteria. That I can predict.
Well, to be fair, as far as evolution is concerned, it doesn't really say that anything really leaves its category, but that's fair enough. But back to the point that I was making with the mud skipper. What would stop, like, again, you can't see the future, I can't see the future. So what would stop it from some of them going out, becoming more land-like, and others going out and becoming more fish-like?
Well, I think they've raised mud skippers. Can somebody Google what's the generation time for a mud skipper? Do they grow up, get married, and have babies in less than a year? Are mud skippers sexually mature at 1 year?
Oh, Kent, it looked like your audio has gone out suddenly. Oh, it looks like it's still out here. Just a second. Let me see if you're muted. You're not muted, Dr. Hovind. And Ken, are you able to hear Dr. Hovind?
No.
Okay, so it's not just me. Let me see.
Come on, one of you's got to make the evolution joke.
Who wants to make it? I guess as Team Hovind's figuring that out, I want to thank everybody in the chat for their super stickers, super chats, and solid questions that are flying in. So we'll probably start kind of winding things down in terms of the discussion. Steve, if you can hear me, brother, maybe if you guys dropped out and came back in the studio, maybe that would reset the audio or the mic. Okay. So he'll do that. And as we wait for Kent, any last minute questions, feel free to tag me. But what I'll do is remind everybody that we have some upcoming shows. The Evolution Debate Challenge does continue next week on the 31st. So we actually have 2 main events back to back. So we have this one on the 31st. Is evolution a reasonable scientific theory? D. Brian Emery and Dr. Dino. And on the 30th, we've got the much anticipated debate on the nature of God. Or actually, more specifically, does the New Testament teach that Jesus is God? So we've had this scheduled for a few months, and I promise ya, it is going to be worth the wait. Chris Date versus Dr. Shabir Ali. So that is on the 30th. And again, on the 31st, we've got D. Brian Emery and Dr. Dino. They are going to be duking it out. And then the fun continues first week of April. So first week of April, we have the Genesis flood debate. Professor David McQueen and Jason Torn. I'm looking forward to this one. This one should be a sophisticated debate. Two scientists here discussing the science of the flood. Then also that same week, the evolution debate challenge continues. We've had a ton of fun with this. This time, though, it's going to be Snake was right. So they're going to be debating, is there reasonable scientific evidence for evolution? Dr. Dino and Taylor, they have debated this topic before, but I think it's going on about 3 years now. So this will be the epic rematch, at least in terms of that specific topic. And I think that's pretty well it. We do have, this is not the updated thumbnail, but we do have the round 2 between Wade the Wizard and Dr. Dino. Is evolution a reasonable scientific theory? The title is actually going to be Evolution on Trial, but that is going to be next month. That is going to be, I believe it's on the 22nd. So just make sure you are checking out the events section and keeping yourselves up to date on all the shows that we have for you. We also just booked for the 2nd. I should have it posted in the next couple days. We're going to have Dr. Jerry Bergman here. That is going to be on, again, April 2nd. He's going to be giving a presentation on human evolution. So I'm excited for that. Dr. Jerry Bergman has done a ton of work in the in terms of young Earth creation. He's published a ton, and I believe he's got like 9 degrees. So that is going to be a ton of fun as well. So that being said, though, that's pretty much it for announcements. Jeremy Wong says lots of debates coming on. Yes, I am in the midst of confirming a big debate on soteriology, because we just had this one last week with Dr. Robertson, Jenness, and Kelly Powers. We're going to be debating the same topic in a couple months, and I'm just in the last stages of confirming some details in terms of Robertson, Jenness's next opponent. And it's going to be a big debate. So once I have the details kind of nailed down for that one, then I'll announce the exact topic and who the debaters are. But until then, actually, here we go. We've got Dr. Ken Hovind. Good to have you back, brother. Let's see, test your audio.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I got green light here. Are you okay over there?
We're good. We're good to
All
go.
right.
Good to have you back.
But I'm confused now. I'm in the other corner. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It was an evolutionary adaptation. So
there. Okay.
No, switch it back. He defends evolution. I defend the Bible.
Okay, why don't we do this, because we got a ton of audience questions. Ken, why don't you finish your last point? We'll allow Ken to address it, of course. Then we'll go into some closing statements, and then we'll get in some of these questions. I think we're going to have a lot of fun with them. So go ahead, Ken Rock.
Okay, I'm going to make it nice and sweet, just so we can get that through then. So my basic question is, what's stopping a mud skipper from becoming more land-based or fish-based, or even both, depending on what they do?
Okay, my answer would be it would appear that genetics would stop that. What stops an elephant from learning to fly? Well, there's nothing in the gene code to make wings, and certainly they're too heavy to fly. Mud skippers are designed to be mud skippers. I think generation time, they live to be about 5 to 8 years old. Is that right? Did you find out when can they reproduce? Well, they grow to be 30 centimeters long. It's about a foot. And at 10 centimeters, they can reproduce. So how long does it take them to get to 10 centimeters? I don't know.
I want to say a year.
About a year? Okay. So let's suppose you get a new generation of mud skippers every year. One human being living 60 or 70 years could observe 70 generations of these things. And if he could talk to dad and grandpa and great-grandpa, you probably could observe hundreds of generations of mud skippers. I'd be willing to bet you won't find anybody that's ever seen a mud skipper produce a non-mud skipper. They're an unusual fish designed to live in the mud, to breathe air or breathe underwater. They're interesting fish, but they're still a fish. If you wish to imagine it, something, halfway between, a mud skipper might be on here. Let's see. No. So it's imagination. We never see a mud skipper produce a non-mud skipper. You have to imagine it.
I guess that's it then.
Yeah. What we can do here, unless Ken, you wanted to, well, you know what we'll do, Ken, because you started us off, you're in the affirmative tonight. Let's give you up to 5 minutes for a concluding statement. So if there's something you want to respond to there, do it in your concluding statement. Then we're going to give Kent a 5-minute concluding statement. Then we're going to do some audience questions and shut it down right around the 1.5-hour mark. So Ken, go ahead, take up to 5 minutes. You don't have to take it all, but up to, and go ahead. Floor is yours.
So realistically, all I can say from this point is, even if we say that species don't evolve from other species, like a cow can't become a whale, or a dog can't become a cat, or a snake can't become a dragon, even within the definitions and what Kent has said here, he still says that he still believes microevolution. So still, even if we were to go off the technicalities, that's still a form of evolution, which would still prove that evolution is a real thing, even if it doesn't explain the origin of species. So everything we know about it can be completely wrong, and it would still be a valid thing. I don't have much to say outside of that, unfortunately, for now. So.
Okay, Ken Rock, thank you for your concluding words there. Over to Dr. Dino. You have up to 5 minutes for your concluding words.
Okay, I don't think the word microevolution is a good one to use. As I mentioned earlier, I think we're stuck with it. They use it, but it's really just a variation within the same kind. Dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows. There are no exceptions, none. If you wish to believe otherwise, that becomes imagination, not science. So I'll stick by my guns that I believe the Bible says they always bring forth after their kind. The origin of life is a serious problem for evolutionists. And it's never been demonstrated that life can make itself. Intelligent people can take clay out of the ground. We have a lot of clay in our clay gravel pit here in Lenox, Alabama, 140 acres of it. They can shape it into millions of things like pottery. Intelligent people can take clay and make cool things. My coffee cup made out of clay. Okay? It was shaped by an intelligent mind. That does not prove the coffee cup can shape itself. This is the difference, okay? Intelligent people can take iron ore out of the earth and mine it and make a lot of stuff. We have iron ore all over our property. Ken, come on down, visit Dinosaur Adventureland. We'll show you around, give you the tour here. It's all free. I think intelligent people can melt down the rocks that contain iron and separate it and smelt it and make steel. I think intelligent people can take the steel and roll it into sheets or beat it into different shapes. They can stamp it into all kinds of things. Intelligent people can take this steel and shape it and make a car. I agree. That does not mean the iron ore can make the car by itself. You guys want to say the humans and all the animals are made of different elements. That's correct. But that doesn't mean they made themselves. The Bible says very clearly, the Lord God formed man of the dust of the earth and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. There's more to humans than just a body. Animals or plants have a body, and they are alive in what we call alive, but they just have a body. Animals have a body and a consciousness of life. There's something different between animals and plants. I think most folks agree with that. And then man has a body, soul, and spirit. Man is not only alive, he's aware that he's alive, and he's aware that there's a higher power. No animals appear to be aware that there's a creator. None of the pigs pray before they eat. So I think God can take the dust from the ground and fashion a man. That does not mean the dust can make itself into a man. Evolution wants to eliminate God altogether. Good luck with that one. And I don't mind if they want to believe that, but it isn't science, and it shouldn't be forced down all the kids' throats in the school system. Textbooks teach that man came from an amoeba. I resent that. I think that is ridiculous. You choose to believe that, great. Keep that at home. Don't teach that in public schools or at taxpayer expense. Okay, so I believe the Bible said they'll bring forth after their kind 20 times in the first 7 chapters. That's all we've ever observed. And I've chosen to believe that on faith. I'm not asking everybody to pay for that to be taught in schools, but I think the scientific evidence would say, dogs always produce dogs. That's all we've ever seen in human history. So maybe that we can go back to might have started from an original dog. That would be a logical conclusion, that somebody created the first 2 dogs and they've been making dogs ever since. No exceptions to that. So I just resent people claiming or thinking that evolution is scientific. It's not scientific. It's dumb. It's a religious belief. So, okay, I'm anxious to see audience questions here, but I stand my ground. I think there has been tonight 0 evidence presented for the evolution theory, anything above microevolution, which is just really a variety of the same kind. Mud skippers make baby mud skippers every time. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dino, there for your concluding words. Great back and forth, Ken and Kent. Very enjoyable, and we've had a lively chat as well. They have thoroughly enjoyed this exchange, and we've got a ton of questions from the chat as well. So what we'll do is just go all the way right back to the beginning and start with the first questions that have come in. So let's start off here with Chris Peacock. I'll put them up on screen so we can read them together. Whoever the question is for, though, gentlemen, what we usually do is make sure that they get the last word. So if the question is for Kent, we'll make sure he gets the last word. So here's the first question that comes in, and it is for you, Dr. Dino. So this one comes in from Chris Peacock. His question is, standing for truth, how did we go from a few thousand kinds of animals on the ark to over 8 million species now without macroevolution?
A great question and a fair question. Keep in mind, the evolution says all these 8 million animals came from a rock. That's a problem. Okay, to go from, let's pick a number. I think there's a website based on the Hebrew word kind, Baraman. It's called baraminology.com. They claim that there are probably about 8,000 kinds of animals that had to be on the ark. Now, no, we didn't have to take fish on the ark. There's plenty of fish outside, okay? And is this number 8 million, does that include fish? Because they would not have to be on the ark. Does that include insects? Insects can survive on floating log mats, and in disastrous floods, there's always floating log mats and floating debris. But Noah was told to take onto the ark all those in whose nostrils was the breath of life on land, on dry land. So that would limit it to about, let's say the number 8,000 is reasonable. To go from 8,000 animals to 8 million animals, I don't know that that number is correct. If you exclude fish and insects, maybe the 8,000 animals went to 1 million different varieties today. There are 339 varieties of dogs, most of them produced by man, because some lady wants to have a little lap dog to hold in her lap, so they keep crossbreeding for small. Some want a big one, they keep crossbreeding for bigger. Some want a fast one, they keep crossbreeding for greyhound or something, but they're still dog. So, and most of the varieties man has produced would not survive in nature. Turn the chihuahuas loose out there in the woods. The squirrels would kill them, okay? They wouldn't survive. So I think to go from 8,000 to, say, 1 million in 4,500 years, which is what the Bible teaches, is reasonable, much more reasonable than to believe 8 million kinds came from a rock or came from a bacteria, which is what the books teach. So we'll have to wait and see on that, but I think any farmer can tell you, you can through artificial selection, create a bunch of varieties. There's 1,100 varieties of apples. Most of them developed by farmers for a particular purpose, sandy soil, dry soil, hot climate, cold climate, sweet apple, sour apple, I don't know. But they're apples. You can't get out of apple. That's the point I would make. They're still the same kind, like the Bible said would happen. Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Thank you for that response there, Kent. And Ken, over to you if you had a response as well. Floor is yours.
I can't think of anything that I could add on to that. It's a fair statement. It's something that I necessarily wouldn't agree with, even if we take into account what Kent had said a minute ago. Like, you have to be careful with fish because they need a very specific type of water that they can live in. I've had fish, I've seen them, they die really fast if something just like pH bounces off. So you mix salt water and non-salt water, pHs, and all that, you're just going to end up with a lot of dead fish. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ken. And Dr. Hovind, you get the final word.
Yeah, all we've ever observed is animals stay what any reasonable person would consider the same kind. And that's so to go from 8,000 to 8, even if it was 8 million. When you think about that, compared to going from a rock to any kind of animal, that is so bizarre. If somebody chooses to reject the biblical account because they don't believe you could get 8,000 animals to produce all these varieties, but then they choose to instead believe they came from a rock, I just can't comprehend the stupidity of the person who would believe such a thing. But I'll help him. Tell him call.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your responses on that one. So this one is a super chat that comes in from Alec Cox, and this one is for you. This one's for you, Ken Rock. So Alec asks, what kind of species is a platypus, and how does it square up with evolution, but isn't a transitional form?
So a platypus would go into the mammalian species, but it clearly has features that you would see in reptilians and aquatics, such as the ability to lay eggs and stuff like that. So it's clearly it would be a transitional between our fish-like ancestors and mammalians, if that answers his question.
Sure. Yeah. Over to you, Ken, if you had anything you want to respond to.
I think the platypus probably doesn't care where we classify it. I don't think any animals care what we think about them, okay? They don't care if we put them in the bird category or the fish category. A platypus is quite obviously produces baby platypus. Platypuses are only attracted to other platypuses. There just are no exceptions. So they are unusual. There's some unusual cars man has designed, 3-wheel cars, 6-wheel cars, okay? So they're still designed. I think the platypus was designed to do what it does, and it always makes baby platypus. So it's not a transitional form. The fact that somebody decided it's transitional between A and B doesn't mean it is. So far, the platypus only produced platypus. There are 2-wheeled motorcycles and 4-wheeled cars. There's also 3-wheeled motorcycles. But it's not transitional between the two. It's created to be a 3-wheel motorcycle. And the platypus is created to be a platypus. It's not transitional between anything.
Thank you, Kent, for your response. Ken Rock, to be fair, the super chat question was originally for you. You can have the last word.
I don't know if there's much I can add to that.
No worries. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So this is a super chat that comes in from, let me see here. I missed the name. Okay, that's fine. So this one is for you, though, Dr. Hovind. So this one says, considering how often you mention them, how would you reclassify autotrophic versus heterotrophic protists under a kind model? Would you consider the, well, he's getting pretty specific here, G127 polymorphism that, let me see here, that cured Kuru a beneficial one? Not everyone's going to know what these terms are, so I'm going to put them up on screen for the audience sake. Right here, a heterotroph is an organism that eats other plants or animals for energy and nutrients. Autotrophs are known as producers because they are able to make their own food from raw materials and energy. Ken, any thoughts on that?
Well, can you put the question back up? That was kind of complex.
Yeah. Let me find it here. There we go.
How would you reclassify?
How would you classify autotrophic versus heterotrophic? Again,
I don't think any plant or animal or insect or fish cares how we classify them. They don't care. They know to look for their same kind when it goes to find a mate. My dogs show no interest whatsoever in the cats or the chickens. They're looking for another dog. Okay, they know what the same kind is. Our cows show no interest in the pine trees, none. So I think that they know. Most animals know. So the fact that somebody decided to call it a new kind is that you can call it whatever you want. But I don't think there's any evidence for evolution. So I'd have to do some more study on that specific question. What exactly does he want? Does he think that is evidence that we all came from a rock, or that animals can somehow produce wildly different kinds over billions of years? It's imagination. I disagree. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hovind. Anything you wanted to add before we get to your question, Ken?
Yeah, real fast. You can't hear that, can you?
What's that?
The storm in the background. You don't hear that.
No, I can't hear anything.
Okay, I just had to make sure. So can I see the question one more time?
Sure. Yeah. It just had to do with a classification of heterotrophic and autotrophic protists.
So if I remember the definition you gave up, because this is one of those things I didn't study in too much because I only had so much time, but it seems like if I were to put them in kinds, you would put one under the kind and a self sufficient kind. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word. The type kind that provides for itself, is able to take care of itself and provide its own. Well, pro don't necessarily do that, do they? Anyway, so one provides for itself, the other doesn't. If I had to put them into kinds.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. And Dr. Hovind, did you want a final word on that one?
No, nothing to add to that. Go ahead.
Okay. So this next question comes in from Rutilo Calabero. So this one is for you there, Ken Rock. Given the rate the sun is burning up fuel, how can we have a Goldilocks zone billions of years ago?
Well, there's two different ways that we could explain that. One would be you can't necessarily prove that the rate at which the sun itself is burning up fuel, that it's constantly burning up fuel at that rate. That's at some point it didn't gain a little bit of its own mass as well. You'd also say, if you wanted and you truly didn't want to believe that, you could say God himself kept it good because he doesn't want humans to obviously burn up.
Okay. Thank you for that response there, Ken. And over to you, Dr. Dino, if there's anything you wanted to add.
Yeah, I'm looking for, I cover that on my video number 1 of my creation seminar series called The Age of the Earth. I don't think anybody argues the sun is burning. And it's burning about 5 million tons of fuel every second. I don't think anybody argues about that. Now, the rate of consumption of fuel on the sun would change as the sun's mass changes because the surface area is changing. But I think everybody agrees the sun is burning up fuel and it is shrinking. It's been observed to shrink about 5 feet per hour since they've been able to measure it. Okay, so cover that. Okay, here's coming up in a second. So I think that the obvious assumption would be the sun is burning, it's losing mass, and it's losing diameter. Now it oscillates like a ball of gas, I understand, but obviously it's burning, it's going to lose fuel and diameter. So to say it's billions of years old is not logical. It's a religious belief. It can't possibly have been doing that for billions of years. You can go back in time, if you can imagine going back in time, the sun would be bigger and heavier. This is going to create problems. The bigger is going to create problems, but the heavier is going to really create a problem because now it changes sun's gravitational pull and it's going to suck the planets in. And the Goldilocks zone it means that the Earth is just the right distance from the sun, not too hot, not too cold, Goldilocks. If the Earth were closer, like Venus, we would burn up. If the Earth were farther away, like Mars, we would freeze. We're in what's called a Goldilocks zone. I think it was designed. I think it's just common sense to say, wow, maybe this thing was designed by an all-wise creator for life to exist here. So I've chosen to believe that. I'm not making everybody pay for that to be taught, but I think that's a logical conclusion to come to. Go ahead.
Thank you for the response, Dr. Dino. Ken Rock, a final word before we move on?
Nothing to add. Let's go to the next.
All right. Next question here comes in from Gate Watchers, and this one is for you, Ken Rock. So let's see here. Question for Ken. What size was the Earth when it was formed? Were your geological layers formed in millions of years apart? Maybe the Earth squashed the animals. What are your thoughts on that?
Don't know why the Earth is squashing animals. Realistically, I don't know how old the Earth is. I've never looked into that. I've seen millions and billions of years old. I have no reason to not believe that. So the geologic. Sorry, got tongue twist. The geological layers being formed over millions of years. It's not as ridiculous as it seems. If you have a bookcase behind you, both of you. So if you don't touch anything on there, what happens? It forms a layer of dust on top of it. Well, that dust had to come from somewhere. So clearly, stuff can still form on top of stuff. That was the weirdest way of saying that ever. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ken Rock. Dr. Dino, anything you'd like to add for your response?
Logic column
Can't hear you.
is.
Oh.
Am I muted? Am I
No,
muted?
you're good now. You're
Okay.
good,
All right.
Kent. We can hear you.
Just the very concept that the layers of the earth are different ages is stupid. Stop and think about it. They're telling the kids the top layer is younger than the one below it. Where's this layer coming from? Outer space? All the layers of the earth, all of them are the same age. There's no such thing as a geologic column. In order for layers to be different ages, they'd have to be coming from someplace else, off the planet. If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? No. If you shake up a jar of mud till it separates into gravel, sand, clay, which it'll do for you quickly, is the top layer younger? No. The whole evolution religion is built on that stupid idea that the layers are different ages. All the layers are the same age. Moving it from here to here doesn't make it a different age. So there is no such thing as a geologic column. Does it exist? No. So what size was the Earth? I think the Earth was about the same size, 8,000 miles, 7926 or whatever it is, depending where you're standing, in diameter. Of course, you Canadians use metric. That's why you lost the war. But I think the Earth was created about this size. It's got just the right gravity for people to live on and function. If the Earth had more gravity or less gravity, that would create problems. I think it's really, you'd almost think it was designed if you didn't know better. I think it was designed. Okay?
Thank you for that response, Kent. And since the question was for you, Ken Rock, you can have the final word.
I don't necessarily know why the material would have to come from somewhere else. So one of the things that we know about the Earth is dust, dirt, and all that does get picked up all the time with wind and all that. There are phenomenons where you can see even the wind itself picks up enough water that fish and all that will fall out of the sky in certain locations. So the layers themselves could just be that. Areas from one location being moved throughout the planet, which would definitely be explained if a flood would happen as well. And also, when they're talking about how old the layers are, they're not talking about how old the material are. It's more when the layer was formed. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ken Rock. And let me see the next question here. We have a lot of them, so I'm just going to pick one at random. And this one is from Landon Freeman. So this one, again, is for you, Ken. Landon Freeman asks, there are many examples of convergent evolution. How can a random, goalless, naturalistic process reintroduce the same designs / features with such astounding consistency?
I'm going to have to take a page out of Ken's book and just point out that if it works, it generally is going to work. So if, let's say, you get an insect to protect you and all you have to do is give up some of your nutrition, produce a special sap for it. There are trees. I was looking into this the other day. There's a tree in Africa, I think it was Africa. Anyway, to keep itself safe from elephants, it produces a sap and produces holes in its fruit, which ants can hide in. These allows the ants free food and shelter, and they protect the tree from the elephants. This happens multiple times. Ants alone do this with multiple different species of plants. There's also the fact that I do believe that there is a God, so I do believe that he would guide this a little bit more as well. So I don't think it's necessarily guideless. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ken, and over to you, Kent, for your response.
I think a good question. The idea that convergent evolution, the plants evolve to produce fruit that the animals evolve to need for their diet. That's ridiculous. They were designed. This ink pen has a little cap on it here that has threads inside, female side. The pen itself has the male thread. It's designed to screw together like that. There are examples of design, different plants that require certain animals to pollinate them. They can't be pollinated without that animal or that insect. There are certain plants that a certain kind of butterfly has to land on it, has a certain length of his nose to stick down there to get the juice to change to pollinate the plant. Billions of examples can be found of symbiotic relationships that I think absolutely defy an evolutionary explanation. You can imagine it all you want. Join SpongeBob here, just imagine, but it's not science. My point has always been there is no scientific evidence of any animal or plant ever producing offspring other than what any 4-year-old would tell you is the same kind. There's just no evidence for it. It ought to be taught in private schools or in religion classes, but not in science class. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Dino. And a quick final word there, Ken Rock.
An interesting thing with the fruits I would brought up. So the animals don't just get food out of that. So one of the things that fruit provides, we all know fruits have seeds in them. So when an animal eats a fruit, it generally carries that seed with it, or within its digestion, or when it goes and discards the fruit. So in some way, the seed gets to be replanted and grow more trees. So the plant gets a lot more out of it as well. That's it.
Okay, next question comes in from Org343. Org, thanks for the question. This one is for you, Kent. So short and sweet, he asks, how is an insect not alive? Question for Kent.
Well, I just pointed out that God told Noah to bring onto the ark all those in whose nostrils is the breath of life. Of course, our modern science, we consider insects alive, I understand. Does that mean that's the way God classifies them? Is a plant alive, okay? Is a stalactite alive? It grows. We have decided to make a list of qualifications to be considered alive. It has to do, A, B, C, D, E. Is that God's same list? I don't know. But Noah was told to bring onto the ark all those in whose nostrils was the breath of life. Insects breathe through their skin, through spiracles. They don't breathe through nostrils. There might have been insects on the ark. There probably were. But they weren't required to be brought onto the ark. They can survive on floating log mats and go to any place where there's been a flood. When the water goes down, walk out in the mud, there's a bazillion insects within a few hours. They survive floating log mats and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm just pointing out the biblical classification of life might not include insects. That's all.
Thank you for the response, Kent. Ken Rock, anything you wanted to add to that?
The only thing I could really think to add to that is there's no way to really argue that insects aren't really alive. They meet all the criteria. They grow, they adapt, they feed, they breed, they do all the stuff that living things are expected to do. So, next.
Thank you. A final word from you, Dr. Hovind?
Well, yeah, he said they meet all the criteria. Whose criteria? Modern man has decided to make a list of things. If it does A, B, C, D, E, we call it alive. Is my computer alive? No. Can it do some amazing things? Can it make a copy of a program? Yeah, it can reproduce. Whoa. Well, it's not alive. So it's a semantic thing, okay? Doesn't matter to me. Insects were not taken onto the ark is the point I made.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Gentlemen, as we start winding down here, let me get this question in. And this one comes in from Jacob. Jacob, thanks for the question. This one's for you, Ken. So question is, do you realize that adaptation points animals towards better versions of themselves, while evolution leads species away from themselves?
Okay, there's a few things that are being assumed here. One, better itself. What do you mean by better? You can, let's say you get really strong legs. Like, you'll be a better runner, not necessarily going to be better at climbing. So what is better? And you said evolution leads species away from themselves. No. You're still that type of animal. You're just a more adapt version of that animal. Like Kent says, I don't think the animals care what we call them. I don't think they care how we categorize them. So realistically, that's all just up to human error. So that's technically, if you really want, you could say they're still the same kind of animal, just a better version of that animal. Again, by whatever you mean by better. So next.
Okay, thank you, Ken. And over to you, Kent, for your response.
Yeah, no, I have nothing to add to that. I think all we've ever seen is variations of the same kind.
Okay, gentlemen, well, let's do this as I want to try and end this around the 90-minute mark in order to respect the time of the debaters. There's also an after show that is going to take place on Logical Plausible Probables channel. It is going to kick off right after this debate. Again, Kent and Ken, thank you for making this an easy debate to moderate. Let's have some final words, final thoughts before we shut it down for tonight. Let's start with you, Ken Rock. Some final thoughts, final words, and thanks for doing this.
I don't really have a whole lot of final thoughts that I can put here. I am curious, and I know this isn't generally how it's done, but I'm going to ask out of the blue anyway if Kent would be willing to go for a part 2 at some point in the near future.
Oh, anytime. I'll debate anybody anytime.
Sweet. We can get that set up then, and that's all I have. I don't really have any final words then if we can go for a part 2 then.
Sounds good. Ken Rock, I appreciate that. Thanks for doing this debate. And one day I'm sure we will get the big rematch between Ken and Kent. So over to you, Dr. Dino. Final words, final thoughts, and thank you for doing this.
Well, I would ask Ken about Pascal's wager. If you are right and there is no God, there's no creator, and we got everybody blind chance, I haven't lost a thing. I've lived a wonderful life. I enjoy life. If I'm right and you're wrong, you're in trouble. So Pascal's wager is a very legitimate wager. I can't lose. You can lose. If there's a God and he created the world, would it be logical that he would write a book and tell us how he did it and why he did it? I think God spoke through 40 different men, told them things to write down, made sure that book was preserved. I think I've got a copy of it right here on my desk. I think the Bible has been preserved through the centuries. This is God's word to his creatures, to his creation. He tells how he did it. I think it's not possible for all the plants and animals to evolve separately. They all depend upon each other. A lug nut is no good without a lug to screw it on. And a tire is no good without a rim. There are trillions of symbiotic relationships that just require a designer. So, Ken, I'd like you to really stop and examine, why on earth do you believe what you've been taught about evolution? Have you stopped? Are you allowed to reconsider that? I'd like you to come down, visit Dinosaur Adventureland, and come. I'll give you the tour. You can call me 855-BIG-DINO extension 3, and say, Brother Hovind or Mr. Hovind or Dr. Hovind, whatever you want to call me. Say, could you tell me about how to become a Christian? I'll explain it to you. You don't have to do it, but I'll explain what God wants. God created the world. He owns it. He makes the rules. And not even knowing you can, I'd be willing to bet you have broken some of God's rules in his book. Just read the 10 Commandments. I'd be willing to bet you broke some of those. So have I, by the way. But see, I'm forgiven. I gave my heart to the Lord. I'm forgiven. I'd like you to have the same thing. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Kent, for those final words. Again, fantastic debate. I appreciate you gentlemen doing it. The 2022 Evolution Debate Challenge continues. Dr. Hovind, you are a busy man. I don't know what the secret is. Maybe lots of ice cream and coffee, but you're going to be back here next week. The series continues. I'm trying to find the graphic here. You and here we go. D. Brian Emery and Dr. Ken Hovind. So that'll be on the 31st. The Evolution Debate Challenge continues. Looks like we got SpongeBob and SpongeBob's best buddy, Patrick, there. So should be a fun one. Again, Kent and Ken Rock, thank you so much for doing this debate. All right, looks like we are live. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. I want to thank you all for being here for tonight's important debate. The Evolution Debate Challenge series continues. We at Standing for Truth are dedicated to defending the truth of biblical creation. We also host debates, interviews, lectures, and more. And so if you enjoy this content, please make sure to hit that subscribe button and share around this content, as the truth is so incredibly important. We also strongly believe in critical thinking. And one of the many ways we promote critical thinking is hosting these really awesome and important debates. That's why we've got Dr. Ken Hovind and Ken Rock here tonight for the sequel, Evolution is on Trial. Gentlemen, I think Ken just got raptured, so it might be me and Kent debating tonight. So I guess the pre-tribulation rapture was right all along. No, Ken will be back in 10 seconds. So before Ken gets back, Dr. Dino, let's start with you, brother. Good to have you back. How you been? A little bit about yourself, a little bit about Dal.
Well, thank you. It's good to be back again. My name's Kent Hovind. I've been a Baptist preacher 48 years, been a Christian a long time, 1969, 53 years, and taught high school science and math 15 years. Love science. I'm frustrated by the pollution in our science textbooks called evolution. It's got nothing to do with science. It's a religion intermingled with science. And so I've been traveling the world for speaking on the topic of creation versus evolution. We have a science center, Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. Come on down, pay us a visit. You folks here today, how'd you like it? It's an amazing place, isn't it? We love it around here. Anyway, come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. It's free. I just drove to Miami and back in the last 2.5 days. So I'm a little bit jet lagged, but go ahead. Ken, start it off.
Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate you being here even after driving to Miami and back over the last 2 or 3 days. So Ken Rock, good to have you back as well. What's going on? A little bit about yourself. I understand that you got a YouTube channel as well. So for the audience sake, a little bit about that. Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen the last 2 times I've been on here, yes, I run a YouTube channel. It's the Ken Rock channel. I usually go over versus debates and story analytics. I'm currently getting into looking at tier lists and all that on who is the most powerful and least powerful of characters, who are my favorites and all that. So, yeah, it's pretty simple.
Okay, Ken, appreciate it. For that last 5 seconds, your mic might have been too close to your mouth just because there's slight static. But other than that, everything's good. Okay, so for the audience sake, tonight we've got a slightly different format. It's just going to kind of be more free-flowing and organic. Ken Rock is in the affirmative. Evolution is on trial. So what we're going to do is kind of start it off this way to get the show going. Ken, what I'm going to do is hand it over to you, and I want you to start us off by telling us why you believe in evolution. But also, Ken, what exactly do you mean by evolution? As I think it's important to define terms before we really get into the meat of this debate. Ken, over to you.
Yeah, so when it comes to the topic of why I believe evolution and all that, the easy way to put it is I've seen a lot more evidence built up for it within my life. Obviously, with the way everything's set and a lot, you don't usually see a bunch of counterpoints, but a lot of the counterpoints I usually do see have very good counterpoints to them as well, the fewer ones that I do see. So I believe with that, with the fact that it's been under scrutiny for a very long time and has a lot of pushback against it, I think it's more fair to say that it's believable. And when I talk about evolution, obviously in this case I'm talking biological. Biological evolution, which is basically the idea that life itself changes over time. So you can take, say if you took like a duck and it were to grow harder feathers and stronger claws to make it so that it's better at being on ground. So instead of flying, it's running around hunting like that. That would be a form of evolution. Or you could even take away certain things as well. So basically anything that allows an animal to change in some way or form would technically count under the biological evolutionary model. So that's what I mean by evolution.
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, evolution to you means that life changes over time. You use the example of a duck, right? Stronger claws, feathers, better at being on the ground rather than flying in the air. A pressure that allows an animal to change to you is evolution, part of evolution, Ken?
Yeah.
Okay, let's hand it over to Kent and kind of have you engage that a little bit, Dr. Dino, in terms of evolution and what it even means, the word evolution.
Well, yes, in my seminar, I frequently go through the 6 different meanings of evolution. I agree that things change. There are now 339 recognized breeds of dogs. They might have had a common ancestor called a dog. but that's all we see. We do see changes, Ken's right, but the changes are limited. This is where the evolutionist will never admit this. The changes are limited. You reach a limit. They might have reached the limit on the high jump, for instance, okay? How high can a man jump? Once in a great while, somebody will break the world's record, but generally, most of them have been pretty well established. There's probably a limit. I don't think anybody's going to high jump 50 feet tall, 50 feet in the air. I don't know what the record is now, but I don't think they're going to get 50 feet. So sure, there are limits. There are limits to the dogs. You can get dogs that are bigger, like a Great Dane or a Chihuahua, that are smaller, but there are limits, and they probably have reached the limit or come close to it. But that's not evolution. That's a variation of the same kind. This is where the definition of the word is so important. I often show kids this picture. Here we have a dog, a wolf, a coyote, and a banana. Which one's not like the others? Almost always they get it right. The banana. So the Bible says very clearly they will bring forth after their kind. So I think it's important. Let me get to slide number 347 here. 374, I'm sorry. 374, dyslexic atheist. There's a dyslexic atheist didn't believe in dogs. Okay, there are 6 different meanings that I use to the word evolution. Cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter. Where did time come from? Where did matter come from? Where did space come from? Okay, cosmic evolution, we talk about that in my seminar. Secondly, we have chemical evolution. Because if the Big Bang Theory is true, it's not, by the way, it's dumb, it would only produce hydrogen and maybe some helium or lithium. Well, how do you get 92 naturally occurring elements plus synthetic ones? Theory of life's origin is chemical evolution. This is taught in the textbooks. Chemical evolution, chemical evolution, chemical evolution. So they have to answer, how do we get all these elements? You can't fuse past iron. So how do we get uranium, platinum, lead, and gold, and silver? They don't talk about it, but it is an essential step in evolution. Because going from your Big Bang of nothing exploding, which is dumb, to producing all the chemicals, which is dumb and doesn't happen, that's not science. But these are essential steps for the evolution theory. They got to have them. Then we'd have to have the stars and planets form. Nobody's ever seen that. It's called planetary evolution or stellar evolution. Nobody sees that. You can Google it. What is stellar evolution? We don't know how a single star managed to form. Why do stars evolve? They don't. We see them burn up is all we see. Stars are burning out. So planetary or stellar evolution is never been observed, but it's an essential part of their story because we're standing on one of the planets called Earth. But they don't have a way to explain stellar evolution. Do stars evolve? No one understands. They try to skip over it because there's no answer. Well, then you don't have a coherent theory. Get a new theory. Or quit making it be taught to the kids in school, that's for sure. Stars, we can go all day about stars. Fourthly, we have to have organic evolution. How did life get started? Life has to start somewhere. And the evolutionist thinks it started from the dust of the universe, which gradually cooled into an earth. And then it was a hot ball of rock. And it got rained on for millions of years and turned them into soup, and the soup came alive. Organic evolution is an essential part of their theory. Organic evolution. You can Google it. It's all over the internet. Organic evolution. Yes. It's not science. None of the first 4 are science. Nobody knows how lifeless chemicals evolve to a living cell. From the primordial soup. This is what they teach the kids. I got a whole rack full of textbooks right here. I taught science 15 years. I'm sick of it. There's no such thing as primordial soup coming alive. It's imagination. They should keep their religion at home and not put it in the public schools. Then there's macroevolution. That's where an animal changes to another kind of animal. Nobody's ever seen that one. Nobody's ever seen a dog produce a non-dog or a cow produce a non-cow. Never. So it's imagination. Macroevolution. So all we've ever seen is variations within the same kind. That's all. Now that sometimes called microevolution. That one, I believe that happens. But I think it's limited. It's going to be the same kind. And you're not going to get anything other than a dog out of the dogs. Okay? I'm sorry, I took too long. Go ahead.
No, that's fine, Dr. Dino. I appreciate that response. Ken, let's hand it over to you in case there was anything there that you would like to respond to. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, there was at least 3 things that I would like to respond to real fast. One of the biggest things is you said that microevolution is limited. Why is it limited? What is it limited to? At what point do you define kind? What is a kind? Are all fish the same kind? Is a starfish the same as a goldfish? They're both fish. So I think that's something that needs to be dealt with.
you also started talking about the other forms of evolution. Star evolution, cosmologic evolution. And that's all interesting, but again, I'm here to talk about biological and argue.
Ken, let me just stop you right there, just because I want to make sure that your points are being heard loud and clear. Your audio was good earlier, but I'm not sure what you did. It might be because you're holding it too close to your mouth now. It's just coming
I was actually throwing it further away. Can you hear me better?
We could definitely hear you, but there's just a bit of staticky coming in as you were talking.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's not a case of hearing you better. It's just getting rid of that static. Because if you speak too close to the mic, you might get that.
Hold on, if I go to... Okay, I see the problem. Okay, does that help with the static?
It looks like now you're using your your laptop mic. So I think you just turned off your external mic.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to fix.
Yeah, maybe put it back to your other mic. And it was sounding like it improved, Ken, as you moved closer to the computer. So maybe put it back to the way it was, because now you're just hearing a little bit of
mic.
Maybe give us a sound.
How's that? Sorry, I don't know why. It worked the other day when we did this just perfectly.
Okay, that sounds good, Ken. That sounds good. Okay, continue. No worries. Go ahead.
Yeah. So did you get everything that I said beforehand, or should I restart?
No, you can. We got that static back, but we'll deal with it. According to evolution, as Kent likes to point out, things get better on their own. So maybe it'll improve over time.
Well, so to be fair, if we were to go through that, my computer would have to have a baby, and I'd be terrified of that. I'd have to find somebody to pay for child support, but
it's sounding good now. It's sounding good now. So there must be something you do that brings on the static. But we're good. We're good. We can hear you. So Ken, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Another point you brought up. There was stellar, starlar, cosmic, and all other forms of evolution. I'm here to talk about biological evolutions. Now, if you want to get into the origin of how the universe and all that came into place, we can get into that. But that's not really the topic here. Not to be mean to you. You also talked about science, and I know you're a big believer in sciences and stuff that we assert. However, that's only one of the sciences, and it was something I was thinking about the other day. There's actually multiple forms of scientists. Some of them not even stuff that you can actually see, some that you can't even really test. That's what theoretical science is. That's what quantum physics is and stuff like that. They're all different forms of science. So I think those are three things that should really be tackled here. Why couldn't some, even if it's not physically able to be seen, why wouldn't it count as science? What are we defining as kind? So I said just something that it looks similar, can give birth to others. How do we define that? And just stick to the evolution topic as far as biological, not cosmological.
Okay. Ken, appreciate it. I know earlier you talked a little bit about fish, whether fish were all the same kind. Is a starfish the same kind as other fish, for example? Let's hand it over to Kent. If there's anything you'd like to respond to there, brother, go ahead.
Okay, yes, he asked what are the limits to these changes. First of all, I would say observation. All of human history, we've observed dogs produce dogs, and you might get a big one or a little one, but there seems to be a limit. So observation tells us they're always dogs, and they seem to be within a certain range of, Chihuahua to Great Dane, let's say. Even most of those we've created in the, selective breeding, they wouldn't survive in nature. I mean, Chihuahuas, turn them loose in the woods. Watch how long they last. The squirrels will eat them, okay? They won't make it. So they're limited, all of observation. There are genetic limits. But see, science is what we can observe and study and test. It comes from the Latin word "seer," knowledge. What do we know? We know dogs produce dogs. We know that. We can see it. We do not know that dogs and pine trees are related. We don't know that. And he mentioned about sticking with biological evolution. I understand and I agree and I will. However, keep in mind, you have to have the first 5 to have a coherent theory. Where did matter come from? Where did life get started? We see changes within each life form. We'll call it a kind, like the Bible says. And as far as exactly what is a kind, you wanted to know about that, the males will tell you. Our male donkeys show no interest in the pine trees, none. They want to find a female donkey, okay? So they know what the same kind is. All animals do. Our chickens up here in the barn show no interest in the pigs, none whatsoever. They're a different kind. So I think any farmer with, above second grade level can probably tell you, that's the same kind, that's not the same kind. But see, it's not my duty to prove creation. The Bible says they'll bring forth after their kind. Nobody's seen an example of that not happening. But the burden of proof is on the evolutionist, and I thank you, Donnie, for doing this series, because they want everybody to be forced to pay for their religion to be taught as if it's part of science. Teach science in science class and keep evolution in a religion class if kids want to come learn it. But it's not part of science. Microevolution, variation within the same group of organisms, that happens. What's an example of microevolution? Well, they did one on the size of the sparrow. In the dark blue area, they said the sparrows are bigger. Well, duh, because it's colder up there. The skinny ones will freeze in the wintertime. So, of course, the sparrow population has varied based upon temperature. I can agree with that. The divergence of population is probably at least partly a result of natural selection. I agree. Nature would select the skinny birds to freeze up there and the fat birds to live. Natural selection works just fine, but it selects. It doesn't create anything. These evolutionists want to give a selection process creative ability. If I said I want you to go through a bunch of coins and select out all the pennies, okay, how long would it take that process of selecting pennies to turn those coins into a pig? They don't get it. They think natural selection can create something new, and it doesn't. Global warming. Mosquitoes are bigger, by the way, up in the south, and they wait 9 days longer to go dormant. Wow, mosquito populations. It's still a mosquito. All we've ever seen is cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs, and they want to have me pay, and all of us pay, to teach the kids that an amoeba turned to a biology teacher. That's not science. That's my whole point. I rest my case. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate that response there, Kent. Ken, I want to hand it over to you now. Evolution is on trial tonight. Okay, so now that we got definitions out of the way, and we understand each other's positions a little better now, take as much time as you need to provide, let's say, one line of evidence for us to engage. We'll take this one topic at a time. It sounds like you and Kent would both agree that microevolutionary changes occur. Yes. You'd both agree that dogs and wolves are related through common ancestry. But the question is, are dogs, wolves, and banana plants related through common ancestry? So, Ken, I want us to engage that specific topic. And again, take as much time as you need to present a line of evidence that we can now engage. Ken, over to you. Take your time.
Yeah, do me a favor. I am going to have to ask Kent a question directly, if you don't mind. Oh, there we go.
Sure, sure.
So you say that the male is what would determine what a kind is, correct?
I think that the males of every species, or even plants, they seem to know what the other kind is. The pine tree.
So do humans just not know what another human is? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, by the way.
I know what other humans are. What's the question?
Do you know what a furry is?
A what?
A furry?
Spell that. I'm not understanding you.
Furry. E-U-I-R-R. I spelled that wrong.
I still don't understand what you're asking me. B-U.
Bless your heart. Bless your heart.
Are you asking what a furry is? Like F-U-R-R-Y?
Furry, like covered with fur?
No.
A furry?
That's why I said bless your heart.
I don't know what a furry is. Sorry, tell me what a furry is.
It's a person who is really into animals.
A person who's really into agriculture?
Animals.
Oh, animals. Okay. I like animals, but not for a mate. Like them for a pet.
Yeah, the furries kind of go that far, though.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term or what that means, but I don't think you'll find any human in the history of humanity who's ever been able to successfully produce offspring with anything other than a human.
Oh no, you're right, but that's not the definition you had given. You said an animal, you can tell a kind by if an animal wants to mate with another, not if it was successful. We can add that on to the definition if you want, but I think that's something that you should keep in mind for the future.
I'm still a little lost on that. I'll re-listen to it, but do you know of an example where anything produced other than its kind?
Can you repeat the question?
Can you give an example where you've seen evidence of any two what anybody would consider different kinds, a squirrel and a possum, a squirrel and a rose bush? Can you think of any two different kinds that have produced successfully offspring?
Well, I mean, if we're going in with the definitions, then a dog kind would theoretically be different than a wolf kind, which would theoretically be different than a coyote kind, which is different than a fox kind, but they all go into the same family. Maybe not the fox. The fox might be more cat, but...
Yeah, man has decided to put them in different families. I don't think the animals care at all where we put them or how we classify them. They don't care one bit.
Was that not man's job?
Would it not be what?
Was that not man's job to do that?
Well, God gave man the job of naming the animals, and Adam named them. There are probably about 8,000 basic kinds of animals in the world. In addition to that, there's lots of fish and lots of plants, but probably about 8,000 basic kinds of animals. There's a website called baraminology.com based on the Hebrew word baramin, where they get the word kind. So you can type it B-A-R-I-M, M-U-N, baramin, baraminology.com, I think. Anyway, so yeah, I think that a third grader, a first grader, can usually tell you if it's the same kind. That's why I use the illustration of the dog, the wolf, the coyote, and the banana. A dog, wolf, and a coyote are very similar, and maybe you can even interbreed, but not with the banana.
Actually, if I remember correctly, because I think I remember studying this at one point, the coyote actually cannot breed with the dog.
Okay, well, maybe the coyote is a different kind. I don't know. That's a whole field of science to try to determine where to classify things.
I'll wait for you, sorry.
They're still having trouble. Many times animals will put them in a new classification or new species or rename it. It happens all the time. Scientists get famous if they can figure out an animal to change the name and give it a new Latin designation. So, but the animal doesn't care at all how we classify it. And if we decide to put rose bushes in the same classification as chihuahuas, the rose bush don't care, neither does the chihuahua. So this man-made games they're playing. If they can bring forth, they're the same kind. Chihuahua and wolf. Go ahead.
Well, you see, that's my problem with this, is because there's no way to actively look at what a kind is. I mean, I have a definition of a kind, but it's the different definition what you are using, and all the ways that you're giving to me, which you would use to define a kind, they seem to be able to change. And like earlier, you said coyotes, dogs, and wolves are all part of the same kind. But if coyotes and dogs can't breed, they're suddenly no longer a part of the same kind, and that just flipped on a whim, and it's just not stable.
True, but I'm not asking mine to be taught at taxpayer expense. But I think it's common. They're demanding that evolution be taught at taxpayer expense.
Honestly, I'm not a big fan of taxes, if I have to be honest.
Well, I
understand why they're there, but
would you be okay with taking all the evolution out of the textbooks and just teach science? Kids could learn the names of, let's say, anatomy, for instance. Okay, kid, here's your deltoid. It attaches to the humerus, attaches to the scapula and to the clavicle, and it raises your arm this way. But how do we get it, teacher? We're not allowed to talk about that, but just name it. Deltoid, humerus, rectus, femoris, rectus abdominis. Learn the muscles, learn the bones, and the organs and the functions. It's got nothing to do with evolution. The kids could learn a huge amount of science and never talk about evolution. Evolution is not part of science. It's a pollution in the science textbooks. Should be taken out. If you want to believe it, great. You want to teach it to somebody, go pay to start your own school. But don't put it in science class. That's my objection. That's why the purpose of this whole debate series that Donnie did, where's the evidence for evolution? I would suspect you believe pine trees and humans have a common ancestor. Where's the evidence of that? The textbooks certainly show humans and turtles and birds having a common ancestor. This is what they show. I object to this.
We're purple.
So help me get it out of the book. How about this one? Do you believe turtles and bobcats have a common ancestor?
Well, we call it a burble.
A verbal?
A burble. Sorry, it was a stupid joke. You threw that one. It was too easy. I had to go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, theoretically, they would have a common ancestor, but it would be very far back. And I know you're not a big fan of the time is the answer argument, but time can do ridiculous things.
Okay.
Time is a concept that's beyond what humans can even comprehend.
Well, see, this is where it's now no longer science because it has to live long ago and far away. It's an imagination world. This is SpongeBob stuff. Science is what we can observe. We observe turtles produce turtles. We don't observe anything else. So this chart shows turtles from a Holt biology textbook, turtles and bobcats having a common ancestor. Do you believe, Ken Rock, do you believe you are related to a turtle if you go back far enough in time?
I am related to something that would be related to a turtle.
Is there any scientific evidence for that? What's the evidence that makes you think you're related to some cousin of a turtle?
We look evidence for that. The best that I could give you right off the top of my head, and I have a whole list of arguments right now that I don't want to go through, but one of the ones that I like the most is the if you look through the fossil record, you can see the transitions between species that are generally there, and they're usually where you can find them. Okay, that would be my argument.
All right.
And you could also look genetically as well.
And genetics, okay. I would point out, if this was a court of law, Your Honor, there is no such thing as a fossil record. No such thing. There are bazillions of fossils. There's a lot of fossils in the ground. We got a huge collection of them here in our science center. But none of them talk, and none of them have a date on them. Here's a fossil clam. Doesn't talk. No date on it. I don't know that this thing had any children that lived. Might have. I don't know. There's no way to tell. So there's no such thing as a fossil record. It doesn't exist, except in your imagination. So to find a fossil in a rock layer, you're assuming then that the rock layers are different ages. I've asked atheists all over the world, simple question. You guys claim the layers are different ages, the top layer is younger. Where did it come from? Is it coming from outer space? How can the layers possibly be different ages? We flip this thing over here, it'll form 10 or 15 layers every time. They're all the same age. They're all in here at the same time. There is no such thing as a fossil record. There is no such thing as a geologic column. You have been lied to, Ken. You need to get a real science education and quit believing the dumb evolution theory.
Thank you for muting me, Donnie. I'm not always the best at knowing when to stop talking. So one of my biggest problems there was and I'm not going to make this an actual thing that we have to debate on, but if this was on trial, theoretically, evolution would be considered innocent, and you would have to disprove it if we were on trial. So I don't know if that's an argument you really want to stick to, but
what else did you say within no, because science is what we can observe. If somebody makes a claim that they're related to a turtle, that's a claim. Where's the evidence for that? There's no scientific evidence. Are you saying that because somebody's able to make a claim, I could claim we all came here on a speck of dust that came from the moon, okay, and everybody came here from the moon? I can make any claim I want, but science is what we can observe, study, test. We observe humans produce baby humans every time. Dogs produce baby dogs, no exceptions. But they put it in the textbooks to say the turtle and the bird have a common ancestor. I object. That's not science. That's all I'm saying. It's a religion, and you're welcome to it. I think it's dumb, but you're welcome to it. But it's not science.
Yeah, but again, I mean, there's a difference between just making a claim and it being on court, because they have two different standards of proving. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm just trying to point out that it's not the best way to go about trying to do that argument. You also keep saying that science is something that we observe. Again, there are other forms of science besides just observational. There's quantum science, there's theoretical science, so it's not just what we can see like directly in the state that you're trying to make it up to say. That's why I think genetics, you can look at the fossil record, and you keep saying there's no fossil record. Would you mind explaining to me why there is no fossil record?
There are trillions, quadrillions of dead creatures found buried in rock layers all over the world. I live in a gravel pit in Lenox, Alabama, where there are 7 layers of gravel. It's gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. The gravel layers from Lenox, Alabama go all the way to North Carolina. There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of gravel pits where they dig out this gravel. Many times, layers of rock contain dead things, fossils. No question. Why would we think they're different ages? Why would we put a date on them? They could have all formed in 1 year. These layers I just made in the last 4 or 5 minutes, probably about 20 of them in minutes. Shake up a jar of dirt and rock and water and sand and gravel. It'll make many layers in seconds in your hand. So you've been taught, and you believed it apparently, that the layers are different ages, which is simply not logical, and that the top layer is younger. Well, then my question is, where's it coming from? If you shuffle a deck of cards up, is the top card younger? No. They're all the same age, all of them. And all the layers of rock are the same age. And the fact that they contain dead fossils at all is an indication of rapid burial. Animals die all over the world by the millions. Millions of them died today. None of them turn to fossils. Fossilization is not occurring, as anybody can see. And yet we know how fossils form. Rapid burial. This one, a petrified clam that's closed, had to be buried alive, because when clams die, they open right away. The muscle relaxes and somebody eats it. We have, Damien, we got a couple hundred of these, don't we? Petrified clam. Ken, come on down, I'll give you one. Petrified closed clam. These are found on top of Mount Everest, tallest mountain in the world. There's a mountain in Peru, South America, where they found hundreds and hundreds of fossil oysters, all of them bigger than the world's record, closed, petrified. One of them was 11.5 feet. That's a big oyster. So there is no fossil record. There are lots of fossils. They formed rapidly. I think the flood of Noah is the only logical explanation for having fossils at all. And the flood of Noah would automatically sort them into layers just by the tidal change every 6 hours, 12.5 minutes. So I think it's wrong to teach the kids these layers are different ages. I think it's wrong to teach them that the fossils found in there are from millions of years ago. There's no way to know such a thing. Fossils aren't forming in any significant numbers anywhere today, but yet there's a bunch of fossils in the ground. It's much more logical to believe all happened in one big flood. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm not making everybody pay to teach that in school.
Yeah, so one of the ways, because if I'm correct on my studies, and if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me, they usually don't date the layers by how long they've existed, usually by when they formed and all that. And this could be from several ways. Volcanoes, when they erupt, they can help create layers. The Earth constantly moving, the Titanics and all that can be used to destroy layers, create new layers. So these things are going to happen. Why clams would end up on the top of Mount Everest? We know that Mount Everest used to be deeper into the water. So that could be it, because it had been in the water for a while.
Well, there are many different types of rock. You talk about volcanoes, that would be igneous rock from the word ignite. It's been ignited, it's been burned. That's not what they're using. They don't. There's sedimentary rock settles out, sedimentary. There's sedimentary, igneous, and metamorphic rock. If you take sedimentary rock and squeeze it under pressure, you can turn it to metamorphic rock. It's been changed, metamorphosis. So that would turn to like marble. Sandstone, which is obviously sand laid down, can be squeezed and turned to marble. It's still, it's sedimentary, igneous, and metamorphic are the 3 basic kinds of rocks. So the layers are nearly all sedimentary, and that would be explained by a flood, just the tidal change every 6 hours. Go ahead.
Well, I think realistically, because the top layer would actually be a lot more muddy, but that's kind of not really the point with that. But yes, my point of that was literally just to point out that layers and all that can be formed depending on the environment in which they are in. Just because they all hit under the one type of rock doesn't really change a whole lot there. Well, one of my biggest problems with this argument, at least going the one way which you're going, is you're arguing on probability. Do you know what the argument to possibility is?
I didn't understand all of that. The argument from probability?
Yeah.
That's where there's different levels of, any court of law will tell you this, there's different levels of evidence. If you have a video footage of somebody shooting the kids in the school, we got it on video, there's 20 witnesses, that's the highest level of evidence. If we find a bullet, the kids got shot in school, and we find, a bullet and we trace it back to a particular gun, that's pretty good evidence. But any detective will tell you some lines of evidence are real slim, and it takes a whole lot of them put together to make a case. There's no evidence of any animals today turning to fossils. Why do we have fossils in the ground at all? And why would we believe this was able to do something that no clam today can do? No clam today can produce anything but baby clams. That's all they ever do. But you guys want to believe clams are in the history somewhere and slowly over millions of years turn to a human. That's just not science, that's all. And I wish you'd keep that religion out of the schools. Help me get it out. Let's say clam. But
I know that I don't know if you have these slides still, but I know if you on your slide, you actually point out that you have evidence of fossils that have formed recently from current animals.
Yeah, I just said it's very rare. It would take special conditions for a fossil to form at all. Very special conditions. 361.
Yeah, no, you're not 100% wrong on that, but you're also not 100% right on what I'm talking about. So the problem, what I'm talking about is the argument of possibility. It's a logical fallacy where you're saying because there's another possibility that something could happen, that automatically makes the other option false.
Well, no, I suppose it's possible, but there's no evidence for it. It is possible that everybody got seeded here from the moon men came down. We can make up ideas all we want. It becomes science fiction. But real science is what we have observed, study, demonstrate, look it up in the dictionary. We don't observe any animal ever producing offspring that are other than what a 4-year-old would tell you is the same kind. You might get a big dog or a little dog, but you're going to get a dog every time. There isn't a dog on the planet that's ever had a baby and turned out to be anything other than a dog. No dogs had a...
But as we
What's that? I didn't hear you.
I'm going to mute myself for you. No, I'm going to mute myself for you so you can talk. Sorry, but I don't mean to interrupt you.
Well, the whole point of this debate series is to try to get some evolutionist to show us why should we believe we're related to a pine tree? Where's the evidence of any animal ever producing something other than its kind? It just doesn't happen. Let's see, forfeit. Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I brought up earlier with the coyote to the wolf to the dog. It's again, if a coyote and a dog aren't able to breed and they're not the same kind, but they did make the wolves, then we have that line right there. And again, the problem here is, because as you admitted, the point of this is to try and get you to believe in evolution. I'm just arguing that a lot of the arguments that you generally go with are from argument of possibility. So it's not really a counter to the argument. It's just saying, well, this could also be true. That doesn't necessarily cancel out the point without its own line of evidence.
Okay, is the fact that dogs and wolves and coyotes are different, and maybe even different kind, and maybe even can't interbreed, though I don't know. I think dogs and wolves can interbreed. I don't know if coyotes and wolves. Okay. Is that enough to make you believe that a fish and a butterfly have a common ancestor?
That within itself.
What now? I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I was going to say that within itself, not necessarily. But again, I'm not looking at it as just that one line of evidence. I'll mute myself for you so you can do your...
I'd like to see more evidence. Nobody's ever seen a fish or a butterfly produce anything other than a baby fish or baby butterfly. So where's the evidence? Why would they put a chart like this in a science book? Or this one, used in college textbooks? All animals, all plants, and all fungi have a common ancestor. You believe you're related to a mushroom?
Oh, sorry. Did you want an actual answer? Sorry, I muted myself. Yeah, I think we have a relative who's both related to us and a mushroom who existed at a point in time. But I think that one was so far back that it doesn't really matter.
Well, you keep saying so far back and back in time. First, we can't go back in time, obviously. Many times I've wished I could just go back a few seconds to undo the dumb thing I just did, but we can't go back in time. So it's imagination. Secondly, the rock layers are not different ages. That's imagination to say these layers are different ages. Thirdly, to say if we go down to this layer and find a fossil, we can tell that it had babies. You can't tell it had any babies. All you know from any fossil is it died. It died. You cannot prove it had any children. You certainly couldn't prove it had children that lived. And I know you couldn't prove it had children that lived that were different. The fact that two animals are stacked on top of each other does not prove any progression. If I get buried on top of a hamster, does that prove he's my grandpa? No, he died and got buried before I did. That's all. So the order of progression doesn't mean anything. It's not evidence of relationship. How you get, what layer you're buried in means nothing for relationship. But this is that's the Bible. That the geologic column, which does not exist, is the Bible to the evolutionist. You have to believe the layers are different ages. That's not science. Sorry.
You're fine. Yeah. So my problem with that is it's more than just what's on top of what. It's also we're looking at the bone structures, all that from what we have, looking at if there's any similarities and all that. If there's similarities, we try and figure out if it's coincidental, if it's not. I'm sure you understand that. We used mathematical models to try and predict where we would find these things. Those are usually accurate, and they're usually where we would expect them to find. So it's not just my hamster just happened to die before me.
Okay, again, you're counting on this geologic column being in existence. It doesn't exist anywhere, and counting on it meaning something. And evidence from homology, the fact that we have similar structures, is what many evolutionists use as one of their best evidence for evolution. Look how similar your forearm is to the whale flipper. That doesn't prove a relationship. That proves a common design that works. We have to turn our hand once in a while. The whale has to turn his flipper once in a while. It works. It works great. I think the whale likes it, but that's not proof of relationship. I think that's proof of a common designer, but I'm not asking for that to be taught. I think that's common sense. The whale had a designer, the bird had a designer, and having two bones, radius and ulna, able to rotate around each other is an amazing design. Really cool. Almost all the cars in America steer by turning the front wheels. Yeah, that proves something. That's a good design. It works. Rather than
it's actually interesting. That's actually interesting because me and Donnie were actually talking about that the other day. I don't necessarily believe that homologous things, structures are good evidence for evolution. That's why I didn't say homologous. I was talking about finding creatures that were in the past that have similar structures to what it is, because then that could actually be built up. See, like what you said, just because it has a similar structure now doesn't necessarily mean anything. It could just be something that just has a similar function, if that makes sense to you.
The fact that we have similar structures and similar functions, could that possibly prove a common designer? Why isn't that even a possibility? Why do you have to have?
I never said it was. I told Donnie the other day, I actually agree that it could be. That's why I wouldn't use it as an argument.
Right. Well, that's where I'd like to know. You said you believe you were related to a mushroom, I believe, or whatever the analogy was. Where's the evidence for that? Why would anybody think they're related to a turtle or a mushroom? You can't go back in time. You can't go back in the fossil record. There is no fossil record. There is no geologic column. It doesn't exist except in the imagination. It's true the Earth has layers. I'll agree with that. It's true. I've taught earth science for years. But the layers are not different ages. And the fact that they contain fossils at all indicates rapid burial, just like Noah's flood would do. But I'm just pointing out there's no evidence anybody's ever seen for evolution. This was proven wrong in 1874. Professor Dave still using it. Still thinks it's important. It's a lie. Evidence from vestigial structures? Hold it. Losing something is how we get everything? That's what a vestigial structure is, something you don't need anymore. That's not going to add new stuff. I'm just pointing out there's no evidence. God said in the beginning, God created it. I don't see a better answer than that one. Go ahead, Ken.
Let me jump in, Ken, before you talk. So, Ken, if you're saying that arguments like homology nested hierarchies, interesting mosaics, or agnostic to the debate, right? What would be then a differentiating line of evidence, Ken? I noticed you mentioned genetics earlier, and did you want to elaborate on that? Would you say then genetics is a way to differentiate the model's creation evolution?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Well, if homology and nested hierarchies are agnostic, right? Non-discriminatory lines of evidence that you've agreed with and have just pointed out to Kent, what would then be a differentiating line of evidence for your position? Because you're saying that mushrooms and humans are related through common ancestry. So is it genetics? Like, what is a good way to determine that, okay, common descent is true?
Yeah, like I've been saying, genetics is a good way to look at it as well, because if you look genetically, a lot of things are, I wouldn't say everything's super close to each other as far as genetics, but they're closer than you would expect as if everything was not related at all. Like, I think, if I remember correctly, it's like 60% of the human DNA can be found in a banana. That's ridiculous for things that aren't supposed to be related at all, if that makes sense. And for me, like I've been hitting at, it's not necessarily just this line of evidence by itself or the other one or any of that. It's the fact that they're all together that's convincing.
Okay, so you're saying the genetic similarities between forms of life, bananas and humans, humans and chimpanzees, is good line of evidence for evolution. Is that your position?
I think it's good lines of evidence when paired with the other evidence that's usually given. Yes.
Okay. Kent, go ahead if you wanted to address, I guess, the genetic evidence.
Well, the fact that there's genetic evidence is indication of this common designer. Microsoft PowerPoint has how many hundreds of thousands of lines of code? I don't know, a bunch, okay? I'd be willing to bet $5 that Microsoft PowerPoint and Microsoft Word, those two totally separate programs, have thousands of identical lines of code. I mean, identical lines of code. I bet when you click spell check in either one, it'll take you to the same dictionary. So the fact that there are identical lines of code does not prove the code's writing itself. If we have genetic similarities with the tomato, okay, the same guy wrote the code. And maybe the genetic similarities are put in there so that the brown cow can eat the green grass and give the white milk, and I eat it and get the blonde hair. Maybe we need these genetic similarities, otherwise we could only eat each other. Maybe there has to be some similarities in the DNA and similarities in the protein structures, because it's a web of life, all designed to be that way. The nuts are designed to fit on the bolt. It doesn't just happen by chance. You got to have the right diameter, the right thread pitch per inch, and it's just common sense that it would be common designer, not common ancestor. So I would rest my case with that and say the similarities do not prove common ancestry; they prove common designer.
Interesting. Real fast before we go any further, are you approaching this from the idea that I don't believe in a God, or
am I assuming you don't believe in a God? I don't know. I not only believe in God, I believe God, who created it, wrote a book and left it for us, an owner's manual, to tell us what he wants. I mean, anybody that's ever built anything, it would be common sense for them to build it for a reason and tell you why. What's this for? So I think God gave us a book to tell us who he is, what he wants, and I've got the book right here. I've been reading it for 53 years. God designed the world and left a book, and he designed and told us we're going to stand before him and be judged. Judged for what? Well, here's the laws, the 10 Commandments. He said, don't lie. You ever lied? He said, don't steal. You ever stolen? If you broke his laws, like I have, now what? That's where God himself said, look, you're all sinners. Forget it. You're all sinners. Nobody's any good. I'll come down and do this for you. And if you'll accept that free gift, you get to go to heaven. So praise God. Yeah. I accepted it. I'm going.
Well, the only reason why I ask this is because I do believe in a God. And the way I view evolution is a way of, you're probably not a gamer, an update to a system, fixing code or changing it in such a way that it can be used more efficiently. So when humans created ever long ago, it messed with our coding, and evolution's been a way to fix it.
I'm still not understanding all the English here, the microphone problem, but I think
probably
God
because I'm talking so fast too.
Yeah.
Let me try one more time.
Sure.
Well, yeah, I'll just reiterate real quick. So Ken is just saying that maybe God used the evolutionary process, mutations, natural selection, to take a single-celled like ancestor into a whale. Is that a possibility given the Bible, Dr. Hovind, and what it says about Genesis and origins?
Right. I would point out there's no evidence for that, so it's not science, and that would be a dumb God. Doesn't he know what he wants? I wouldn't worship a God like that. Just make it right first time. Make the whales, make the amoebas, make the chihuahuas. Or not, probably didn't make a chihuahua. God's probably laughing at the chihuahua too. Okay, make the
Chihuahuas are devils.
And so man has made the chihuahua, and I bet the chihuahua was even mad about that. But so God created each animal and plant to bring forth after its kind. There's no evidence of anything other than that. So I think that must be true. But again, I'm not demanding everybody teach, the Bible in their schools. Just demanding science, teach science. And evolution is not part of it.
Okay, let me jump in. Ken, we do have a ton of audience questions. So as we're moving towards the hour mark, that's where we want to at least wrap up the discussion. Is there any final lines of evidence that you want to put forth for Dr. Hovind to address and for you guys to engage pertaining to the topic of evolution in the sense that, dogs and mushrooms are related through common ancestry? Is there a final line of evidence you want to bring forth?
As of right now, I don't have any that I have a few which I would like to go into, but I myself am not as studied into those as I would like to be for me to be willing to bring them up at this moment. So, no.
Okay, well, let's do this then. Let's kind of wrap up our thoughts and points as we move into some audience questions. We got some good ones. Let's start with you, Ken. We're going to give you up to 5 minutes to kind of wrap up your thoughts, wrap up your points in the form of a concluding statement. We'll do the same for Kent, and then we'll do some audience questions. So, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah. And so I understand where Kent's trying to go from this, but my biggest problem with it is, and again, because I'm trying to learn more about this myself, is a lot of the arguments that have been brought up against what I've been saying has been arguments from probability. Just because something else is possible doesn't necessarily make what I'm saying wrong. You would still have to bring some form of evidence against it. And I know the thinking about that has been, evolution's been the thing on trial, and that's true, but both lines of evidence still need to at least bring something to the table for something to be said. Otherwise, you're not actually trying to prove your point. You're just trying to disprove a point, but you're not actually, again, bringing up any points to disprove anything. It's all just argument from probability. So realistically, that's something that I think needs to be to be addressed from this point on. Not to be rude to you, Kent. No, you've gone through this enough, so you're probably just tired of going through your lines of points. But yeah, that's it, Donnie.
Okay, thank you, Ken. We're now going to hand it over to Kent. Kent, you have up to 5 minutes for concluding words.
Okay. In Matthew, it's recorded that Jesus said, "Have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female?" He's talking about marriage and divorce. So Jesus claimed the creation of Adam and Eve was the beginning. Said it again in Mark chapter 10, verse 6, from the beginning of the creation. The book of Romans tells us by one man, sin came into the world, and death by sin. And the Bible is very clear that Adam was the first man, and Eve is the mother of all living. So this is what the book says. Now, whether it's true or not is different. So Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. The Bible says nothing died until Adam sinned. God made a perfect world. Man messed it up. The Bible says we all came from Adam and Eve. And Adam is 130 when Seth was born, Genesis 5. Seth is 105 when his son is born. He's 90 when his boy is born. You can graph it out, make a chart like this. Get the chart on our website, drdino.com. I made a graph of all the dates from Genesis chapter 5, which is before the flood came, and then Genesis chapter 11 after the flood came. If you add up the dates plus secular history, it comes to about 4000 BC. That's what it says. So the Bible dates would add up to, it's been 2,000 years since Christ. So the Bible dates would give an age of the earth of about 6,000 years. I believe dinosaurs lived with man. Reptiles never stopped growing even today. And in the pre-flood world, when things could live to be 900, reptiles would get really big. Those were the dinosaurs. They did not live millions of years ago. They're part of the normal creation. Noah took them on the ark, probably babies. Just be sure to get a pink one and a blue one. And then after the flood, Man killed most of them, which is where all the legends of dragons come from. So the biblical view, I think, is the only thing that makes common sense historically, biologically. There's just no biological evidence of any animal ever producing other than the same kind. So the evolution theory is clearly calling the Bible a lie, clearly calling Jesus a liar. It's putting death before sin. It's trusting conventional dating that the layers mean something, and they don't. So I believe man can take clay out of the ground and shape it into pottery. No question. I believe intelligent people can locate iron ore and take it out. We got iron ore on our property here. They can take the iron ore out, smelt it down, make steel, take the steel, roll it into sheets, and make all kinds of stuff out of steel and cars. I believe man can take iron ore out of the ground and make a car. I don't believe the car can make itself. I don't believe the pottery can make itself. I think God can take dirt and turn it into a human. That does not mean the dirt can make a human out of itself, by itself, which is what the evolutionists believe. We are very complicated. I don't have a problem giving God the glory. Thank you, God, for the amazing ear. God, the skin is 1 square inch of your skin is more complicated than everything man's ever built in the history of the world combined, including the internet. 1 square inch of skin, more complex than every building in the world combined. I don't have a problem giving God the glory for that. And I'm going to try to get Ken on our side, get him to start giving God the glory instead of this dumb evolution religion. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you for the discussion. Thank you for the concluding statements. Before we get into some of these audience questions, I do want to thank the audience for being so engaged in this series and sending in so many great questions for us to discuss. A couple big evolution debate challenge debates for June. So the fun continues. This one here on the screen, Dr. Dino, of course, and Nick from the Planner Walk channel. That I believe is on June 14th, but just make sure you're subscribed and check the event section for the exact date. And then at the end of the month, I believe it's the 22nd, Atheist Junior and Dr. Dino. So here's the graphic for that. They will be debating, and in 2 days we've got a new interlocutor, Rune Norderhog. So this should be fun. Again, Kent, you're a busy man, brother. So let's get right into the questions. And I'm going to start right at the beginning. Here we go. I'll put it up on screen. Question comes in from Redefine Living, and question is for you there, Ken. How much chemical matter does it take to get something not made of matter, like a concept or morality?
Sorry, I'm trying to understand the question. Do you know a way to phrase that in a better way, or like, are you asking like how much chemicals would it take to come up with morality, or?
Well, I guess if our brains are thinking, if we're just the result of, chemical processes over millions and billions of years, how do you get morality out of that? How do you get concept? How do you get love? How do you get purpose? Things like that is how I interpret it, at least. I'm not sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was getting that correct. So the way that you would get morality is because we are beings of more complex thought. That the way that we put morality is what we do and don't accept as a society. A lot of animals actually have this as well. They will decide what is and isn't okay depending on what does and doesn't benefit them as a group. I've actually recently learned that lions actually think it's good and funny to war just to scare people. So. Yeah, that's how morality is just what society would say is okay.
What society would say. Okay, thank you so much, Ken. Over to you, Ken, if you had a response there, brother.
Well, it's a great question, and I don't think chemicals have any morals. I don't think a bunch of hydrogen, helium, lithium, et cetera, getting together is going to have a moral code. Everybody's all up in arms because somebody shot a bunch of kids in school in Texas. And I agree, it's awful, it's evil, it's terrible. Well, if evolution is true, why is that terrible? Is anybody upset that the lion went in and killed all the baby zebras today out in the plains of Africa? Why don't they get upset about the lion killing all the baby zebras? Well, why is anything right or wrong? I've asked evolutionists all over the world, how do you tell right from wrong? Is it wrong for the lion to eat the baby zebra? The baby zebra probably don't like it. Mama zebra don't like it. Lion likes it. Is it wrong for that guy to shoot those kids in school? Yeah, but why is that wrong? In the evolution worldview, why would that be wrong? I don't think they have an answer to that.
Thank you, Kent. And Ken, question was for you if you wanted a quick final word.
Well, yeah, but again, we're not talking about the chemicals themselves. We're talking about how many chemicals would take to get those. We are not just one chemical, we're multiple chemicals. And I'm guessing you missed, I'm trying to remember. I'll send you the link when I find it again, but there's a story about a lion that was actually protecting a baby, I think it was a baby zebra, ironically enough, and it would stop other lions from hurting it, and it helped raise it.
Okay, here we go. Next question comes in here up on the screen. 10A Jameen. So question for Ken. You're in the hot seat. So the questioner asks, when you use strata as evidence for deep time, don't you already have to believe in the evolutionary model for it to be evidence? Fallacy of assuming the conclusion. Ken, go ahead.
Ooh, interesting. No. Why would you assume I would have to assume that evolution is true? Why can't I believe that evolution isn't true and that the layers themselves are still older than each other? Also, fallacy. Just because there's a fallacy that said doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong. You would have to explain why the fallacy in itself would be wrong as well. Good use, though.
Okay, over to you, Ken, if you had a response.
Well, no, it's an excellent question. And the strata are not different ages, maybe by a few weeks or months, but not millions of years. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting all these layers. Dead trees don't stand around more than 4 or 5 years, but we find fossils of petrified trees in the standing position. There's one in Yellowstone. They finally put a fence around it. People kept breaking pieces off to take home. A bunch of petrified trees standing up in Yellowstone National Park. The creationist has no problem explaining this. During the flood of Noah, the trees that got ripped out would be floating around, and generally they float root end down because that's the heavier end. And when they get buried in strata and sediment layers, they'd be running through multiple layers of sediment. So up in Alabama, North Alabama, there's hundreds of them, petrified trees coming through 2 seams of coal, 2 totally different seams of coal with layers in between. You got the Blue Creek Formation and the Mary Lee Formation of coal right there, and the petrified trees are connecting them. It's common sense 101 to say, look, these 2 coal seams had to form before the tree could rot. Well, that's going to be, 5-10 years, not millions of years. So petrified trees standing up indicate very clearly the geologic column all formed rapidly within 1 year. Bible answers that. 1 year flood made all the layers. So I think there is no such thing as a geologic column. There are layers to the earth, no question. It's evidence of a flood. Petrified trees in the standing position are clear evidence the layers are not different ages. Joggins, Nova Scotia has hundreds of them. Petrified trees standing up. Walk along the beach, you can see them all along the cliffside. Petrified trees running through all these layers. And of course, the signs up there say 300 million years ago. The Canadian government needs to get that changed. This is 4,400 years ago during Noah's flood. So I rest my case. There's no such thing as a geologic column. The layers are not different ages, maybe by a few weeks or months, but not millions of years.
Appreciate it, Dr. Dino. Ken, quick final word.
To be fair, if we assume the flood the way that you would describe it, most trees probably wouldn't survive. They'd either be ripped out of the roots, so they wouldn't be able to go that deep, or they'd be completely crushed under the pressure of the water. Trees are very good at withstanding force in one direction, but not the others, similar to like glass and steel.
Okay, here I'm just pulling up this one. This is not really a question for the debaters, more so I guess question for me. So Roger, appreciate it. Have you reached out to Aaron Raw or Matt Dillahunty to debate Kent? So yes, we've been doing this evolution debate challenge, right, Kent, for the last for 2022. We've put the challenge out to anybody who's willing to have a sophisticated civil discussion, one topic at a time. I think, Kent, we've done probably about 30 of these now in the last several months. So yes, that includes Aaron Raw, Matt Dillahunty. Get the word out. If they got evidence for evolution, bring it on. Go ahead, Kent.
I will be thrilled and honored to debate either one of those anytime on your channel, Donnie, because you keep it fair. If you just debate R and Ra, he calls himself R and Ra, the sun god, Larry Nelson or whatever his name is, Leo Nelson or something. He interrupts constantly, and he won't obey the debate rules, neither will Dillahunty. They constant interruptions. They want to make 30 points at a time. You don't have time to answer them. 1 point at a time, no interrupting, no cursing. Notice when Ken's turn to talk, I don't interrupt. When it's his turn to talk, he doesn't interrupt. This is a civil debate. You get Mr. Nelson, who calls himself the sun god, to do that, I'll take him on any day of the week, every day of the week. There is no evidence for evolution, none. Mr. Nelson has none, and Matt Dillahunty has no evidence for evolution. So bring him on your channel, keep calling him, and all you watchers, you people watching, call him. Say, Hovind just challenged, I'll take both on at the same time. I'll take 20 atheists on at the same time. I get half the time, no interrupting, one topic at a time. I want them to bring, I tell you what, Donnie, with those two particularly, they're only allowed to discuss one, what is the best evidence for evolution, best one. And then the next debate, we'll have the second best evidence. If they think it's vestigial structures, tell them, send in what they think is the single best evidence. We'll debate it for 2 hours. Go ahead.
Love it. Love it. Appreciate it. In the description box of these videos, guys, is we put out a trailer for the Evolution Debate Challenge, and those rules are listed there. We keep it respectful, one topic at a time, no cursing, okay, and we keep it professional. None of this talking over each other. So that's right, Kent. And one last thing we're also doing, guys, is we're reaching out to university professors and seeing if they're willing to debate Dr. Dino live in a formal, sophisticated debate. And those that refuse, we're going to make a list of. So if people are interested, yeah, go ahead again, Ken.
I'd like everybody to help on this. Ask every professor in the world, will you debate Kent Hovind on the Standing for Truth channel? When they say no, and they will say no, write their name down, say thank you very much, call Donnie, say, Donnie, Professor Smith at Boston University refused to debate Kent on this date, and you keep a list on your channel, Donnie. There will be thousands. They're willing to stand in front of their students where they have the obvious academic and psychological advantage and talk about how great evolution is. They can't fire me, they can't fool me, they can't fail me. I'll take them all on at the same time. So please, everybody help Donnie get his list of all the professors who refuse to debate, because they will refuse.
Amen. Amen. Perfectly said. Perfectly said. Okay, let's get right to the next question, which is for...
Oh, wait a minute, Ken.
Go ahead, Ken. Oh, that's why, Ken. Okay, you're off mute. Go ahead.
I was going to say before... we'll make this interesting. If you can get Aaron and the other guy on, I'll join Ken's side and help people out from the rudeness perspective, because I've argued a lot of people on that.
Well, once we get you converted there, Ken, we'll let you and Kent do a 2-verse-2. But you got to give up that evolutionary theory. Okay, so let's go to this question here. Appreciate that input there, Ken. Lucas, question for Kent, short and sweet, I guess. What is a kind?
Well, the Bible says if they can bring forth, they're the same kind. So I guess that would be the way to test it. Can they bring forth? Try to mate your hamster with your parakeet. I'd be willing to bet they will not bring forth. So they would be a different kind. Now, sometimes the lines are blurred a little bit. Exactly where is the kind? I don't know, and it's not my duty to prove that. But if they can bring forth, they're the same kind. And even now, animals change species, and sometimes even not kingdoms, but they, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Sometimes scientists, there's a whole branch of science, that's all they do. Let's move this one over here. This fits over here better, and over here. They change classification all the time. So it's the same problem with the kind. Can they bring forth? They're the same kind. If they can't bring forth viable offspring, they're not the same kind.
Appreciate it, Kent. Ken, anything you'd like to add to that? And just make sure you unmute. You're good.
Yeah. So my big problem with that, I was getting in earlier, you can't really define kind by what gives birth to what. Again, you openly admit that wolf, dogs, and coyotes would be in the same kind, but coyotes and dogs, from what I know, don't generally give birth. The definition of kind that I would go with are animals that are extremely similar to each other. And that doesn't actually break any of the rules that would generally be given.
Animals that are extremely similar to each other would be your definition of a kind, Ken?
Yeah. So, if you guess to go into more detail, creatures with certain traits that are like each other. So, hamsters and gerbils. They're of the same kind, or horse and zebra are the same kind, or cats and something else that's obnoxious.
Okay, appreciate it. I just wanted to, you're slightly cutting in and out, so, but you're good now. I just wanted to make sure that we got that clear. Kent, this was your question. We're going to give you the final word on this.
Yes, sir. Let's see. Bring forth after their kind. I've got slides on all this. I can't find it right now. But it's a whole branch of science to try to, where do we classify this? Where do we put this at? If a new animal is discovered, go to Africa in the jungle and find a brand new animal. How would they classify it? Well, does it have a placenta? Does it bear live young, or does it lay eggs? There's already rules in place for modern man to decide where they're going to put it. The animal doesn't care where you put it. Put me back home is what he wants to go. But so I think bringing forth seems to be the border between kind, and that's all anybody's ever observed. So science, what we can observe, study, test, demonstrate. They draw these charts, though, of a hamster connected to a tomato with a common ancestor. That's not science. That's religion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. Next question comes in from Cool Jesus, and it is a similar question to the kinds question. So I got it up on screen here. Cool Jesus asks, for Kent, hyenas and cats are in the same suborder, Feliforma. Can their similarities be evidence of a common designer and therefore in the same kind? And Cool Jesus says his kids thought that a hyena was a cat.
Again, I don't think the animals care where we classify them. The hyena, all he's looking for is another hyena. Now, would a hyena mate with a cat? I don't know. I never thought about it. But they're not looking at a pine tree to mate with. I know that. So I think that the hyena kind, I'll do some study on that. How many kinds of hyenas are there? And who gets to decide? Who makes that call? Most of the breeds of dogs have been created by man to have a lap dog or a hunting dog or a racing dog or whatever. And now the horse and the zebra can interbreed. You get a zorse. A horse and a donkey and a zebra can interbreed. They make zebras, zehaws, zorses, zonkies, zeonies. They crossbreed all kinds of ways. They're probably the same kind.
Thanks for the answer there, Ken. Ken, anything you quickly wanted to add?
Well, I've now learned that hyenas aren't in the cat family, I guess. I don't know. I've never studied hyenas. They're freaky. What was the question again? One more time. Put it back up real fast if you're able to.
It just had to do with hyenas, what kind they might be considered.
If I had to put them into class, I would say they're probably in the feline kind, but they might be dipping a little bit into the other kinds depending on how you want to look at it. I'll look into that myself. And again, as I keep saying, just because something's able to give birth to something, breed with something, doesn't necessarily mean they're the same kind. So again, that's kind of a problem here. You'd either have to explain that, or you'd either have to let it go and try and find another way to define kind.
Okay, before we start winding it down on the last couple questions, Kent, it was your question. If you want a final word, you can have it.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Appreciate it. So here we go. FDS. I appreciate the support. Question for Ken Hovind. Lab-grown diamonds take 10 weeks to make. Algae in the lab can be turned into oil in an hour. Why do evolutionists continue to state millions of years is needed?
Very simple. They've never been to my seminar. Tell them, watch my videos. I'll straighten them out. The oil in the ground. I lived in East Texas for 5 years. Many of my students had parents in the oil field. I toured the oil field. A lot of my friends worked there. We got stuff here in our science center about the oil field. All the oil layers formed because of Noah's flood. There's a lot of oil down in the ground, a whole lot of coal in the ground too. Noah's flood. Only logical explanation.
Appreciate it, Ken. Ken, anything you wanted to add?
the only thing I can really add is you're assuming that humans can only do stuff in nature. When was the last time you saw a robot in nature? When was the last time you've seen fake sugar in nature? Just because it can be made in a lab doesn't necessarily mean that's how it would reflect in nature. In fact, that's one of the biggest arguments against, if a scientist were to make life in the lab, that's one of the biggest arguments against it, because you could argue that just because it can be done by man doesn't necessarily mean it will naturally happen. Just because you can make oil within an hour doesn't mean that oil forms within an hour. It just means that we're able to force that process to happen much faster. We can do the same as well.
Kent, final word?
Well, making oil in the laboratory is an indication it doesn't take millions of years. It's a clear scientific explanation that under the right conditions, oil can form quickly. Okay. Well, under the right conditions, like on Noah's flood, a whole bunch of oil can form quickly. The whole world was drowned. So there'd be a whole lot of stuff to turn to oil. We know oil is from organic material. I don't think anybody argues about that. So why is there so much oil? And why is it costing $4.50 a gallon now when they can produce it for about 80 cents? That's a different story. We'll argue about that another time. Okay.
That's great. Perfect response. Okay, question for you there, Ken. Short and sweet one for you. Comes in from Slam RN. Appreciate the question. Ken, what are giraffes evolved from?
I don't have an actual answer. If I had to guess, probably a horse, or the ancestor of a horse. That would make sense. It would have been in an environment where it needed a longer neck and legs in order to get to the trees. And I know that's something Ken argues, because it can get to water. Just because it needs to be able to get to water because of its legs as well doesn't necessarily mean the other can't be true. So obviously they just have evolved from that point to get both. So I would argue horse. I don't know 100%. I'll look into that, and I'll type into the description of the chat below when I figure out.
Thank you, Ken. Kent, anything you'd like to add?
Giraffes didn't evolve at all. They were designed. They're amazing. They have a long neck so they can reach the ground to get a drink, not so they can reach the trees. Their legs are pretty long too. And the baby, when it's born, drops 6 feet, knocks the wind into it. Otherwise, no giraffes wouldn't survive. And I'd be willing to bet if you crossbreed giraffes, you're going to get a baby giraffe every time. Ask any zoo in the world. And go to. You guys are from Africa or no, South America? Africa. Yeah, I bet giraffes always make baby giraffes, don't they? Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Ken. Ken, is this, we got a super chat from Logical, Plausible, Probable. John Maddox is having an after show, and this might be pertaining to something discussed or maybe a comment you made, Ken. He says, so just Googled it, coyotes can breed with dogs. Is anything you wanted to respond to there, Ken?
That's news to me. No, I've said multiple times, I have no idea. Last I checked, they couldn't. But if that's true, then fine. But I know for a fact that there are kinds of animals that are related to others that can't give birth to other animals that would be within that kind. That was just the example which I could come up with. Again, if you want, I can do the research a little bit better. I'll type in the comments down below if anyone's interested. Or again, you still have my Discord, right? You still have my Discord, right? It's still...
No.
Really? I'll send that to you again, or I'll put that in the chat below. And anyone who wants to see it, I can also put that in my Discord and we can talk, because there are evidence of other kinds that don't necessarily give birth to what would be called the same kind. So that would be my response to that.
Okay, you can send me that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Kent, I see you got some slides up. Did you want to respond to, brother?
Well, yeah, the Bible says they bring forth after their kind, and a 5-year-old would look at a coyote, a 3-year-old, put a coyote in front of a 3 or 4-year-old and say, is a coyote and a dog and a wolf and a banana all the same kind? They say, oh, no, the banana doesn't belong. A 3-year-old will tell you that. So it's the same kind. The fact that they can interbreed is another indication they're the same kind, because the Bible says if they can bring forth, they bring forth after their kind. Now, Darwin tried to muddy the water by calling it the origin of species. Hold it. Coyote and wolf might be different species because we put them in a name category there. Doesn't mean they're not the same kind. So that's what muddied the water. Go ahead. I'm done.
Okay. Appreciate it. And okay, final question for the night. We're going to try and wrap this up right at the 1.5 hour mark. Oh, Ken, was there something you wanted to add? Go ahead.
Yeah, I looked into it, and yeah, they are able to breathe. However, they don't try to breathe with each other, so it still goes against the definition that was used a bit. I had to throw that out real fast.
Are you saying that they can breed, but they don't normally?
They never try to.
Okay, but they could.
They could, but they never tried to, which was on one of the criteria that was given for kind. It's wrong on my part, so I will correct it while I have a chance. But yeah, that is something to point out.
Okay, appreciate it. Here we go. Final question, and we are going to wrap it up. Redeemed energy question for The Rock. How many mutations does it take to convert the respiratory system of a cow to a whale?
If I had to guess, more than 2. I don't really know anything about the respiration of the cow or the whale. I know the whale generally can hold its breath for longer, but it has to come up I think it's like every 2 hours. And I'm not even going to bother right now. I know they can hold their breath a lot longer than most people. So if you wanted a number, I'd say good 20 or more. But I don't have an exact answer for that one. That's a oddly specific question.
Okay, thank you, Ken and Kent. Anything you'd like to add?
It would never happen with trillions of mutations. Every mutation observed has been harmful or fatal or neutral. It's no good. Nobody's seen one beneficial mutation, but they imagine there would be trillions of them. The whale's nose is on the back of his head. To go from the front to the back, it's got to go through the optic nerves. How did he see while his nasal passages is migrating back to the back of his head? The whale was designed to be a whale. The dog was designed to be a dog. The cows were designed to be cows. Man has created a bunch of different varieties of cows. Some give more milk, more beef, stand the heat better. But turn them loose in the wild, most wouldn't survive. The natural, original cow, whatever that was, that man decided to capitalize on something, some aspect of it. But no, it wouldn't take. No mutation is going to do it. It'll never happen. Didn't happen. It's SpongeBob imagination stuff.
Thank you, Kent. Ken, final word before we wrap it up. Your question.
Yeah, I just realized that question kind of has the assumption that whales came from cows directly. That's not necessarily how that would have worked. They both would have came from an animal that would have been similar to each other. So for all we know, it's not that the cow became more whale-like. It could be that it's not that the cow became more whale-like. It could be that the other way around, or where the necessary things to breathe were somewhere in between, and one just happened to go up towards the back, and one just happened to go more towards the nose. We know that if you look at a whale, the opening of it is double duct, if I remember correctly. So I don't know. There is an assumption in that question.
All right, thank you, Ken Rock, and that wraps up the debate. So that's an hour and a half. Ken and Kent, thank you for doing this. Thank you for giving us your time for this important debate. Let's get some quick final thoughts before we close her down. Ken, over to you. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate it. And some final thoughts.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to be on, and I'm sorry about the background noise. The last, I think it's been 40 minutes. I promise next time that I'm on to try and do it at a time where it's quieter and all that, and I plan on buying a microphone soon, so hopefully that issue gets taken care as well. I would like to thank Kent real fast for having this debate with me. I know you're busy and you're in a lot of debates, and sorry for the few hundred times I did interrupt you. I never mean to, so I'd like to thank everyone's time, and that's pretty much all I have to say.
Appreciate it, Ken. No worries. No worries. Thanks for doing this. Dr. Hovind, over to you, brother. Final words, final thoughts.
And thank you, Ken, for being a gentleman and for not interrupting. I try to do the same. And we invite everybody to come down visit Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. Let's see. We are in 70 miles north of Pensacola. Everything's free, 20 cabins, 20 motorhome hookups. We'll feed you and work you like a slave if you come down. Everybody gets to work around here, right, Chris? Yeah. So, except for Rich. Everybody else works. Okay, see you. That's all I needed. Thank you. Our website, drdino.com. My phone number, you can call me personally, 855-BIG-DINO. I'm extension 3. Take calls all day long. Thank you. Bye.
All right, Dr. Dino, thank you. And Ken, thank you as well. I'm going to let these gentlemen out of here. I'll be back for the audience sake. I'll go over some reminders in terms of upcoming debates. So we'll see you in a second. All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. My name is Donnie B., and I am your host and moderator for tonight's debate between Dr. Kent Hovind and Ken Rock. This is a continuation in the 2022 Evolution Debate Challenge series. As a matter of fact, this is debate number 44 in this prolific series. It's been a busy year, but a ton of fun. And we're always looking for new interlocutors to take this challenge. And for this debate, specifically, evolution is on trial. Ken Rock and Kent Hovind, thank you so much for being here. And before we get into opening arguments, let's do as we typically do and kind of break the ice a little bit, get to know you gentlemen a bit before we get started. Just real brief introductions. Ken Rock, why don't we start with you? Ken, how you been? A little bit about yourself and a little bit about your channel.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Kenneth Jonathan Rock. Obviously, I run the channel Ken Rock. You can find me here on YouTube. You can also find my Discord on my Discord link, obviously. I usually do power scaling, narrative arguments, and stuff like that within my YouTube channel. I'm getting into what ifs as well as of recently, so if you enjoy those things, go check it out. I just did a debunk on Rock Lee versus Sasuke. So yeah, that's me. I've been good.
All right, Ken, thank you so much for that introduction. Now over to Kent. Kent, how are you today? And a little bit about yourself, brother.
Well, thank you. I'm good. God's been really good. Some of God's kids drive me crazy, but God is good. We're in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola. We have visitors coming from all over the world to see this place. We have a YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official. If you want to go there, we have over 2,000 videos up and about 100 short videos on science and the Bible. We believe the Bible is true and God should get the glory for his creation. So if you look for Lenox on a map, good luck finding it. Zoom in real close. But we're straight north of Pensacola, right across the interstate. We have a science center, a museum, 140 acres, and it's just an amazing place here. And it's free. Come on down. Come see all the cool science experiments. We just want to teach the whole world. God made the world, and he wrote a book and told us about it. It's called the Bible, and it's exactly scientifically accurate. The earth is not billions of years old. We think evolution theory is dumb. We'll talk about that more tonight. Go ahead.
Okay, appreciate it. Dr. Hovind, thank you so much. And Ken and Kent, both of you, thank you for the introduction. So tonight we're going to be a little bit more free-flowing. So we'll have Ken Rock. He'll give up to 10 minutes for his opening arguments. We'll do the same for Kent. We'll just say equal time on both sides for openings. And then we're just going to get right into it. We're going to discuss each point and each topic one at a time. And while the discussion is going on, to the audience, we'll be taking your questions. I'll be saving them. Just make sure you're tagging me at Standing for Truth, and then that way I won't miss them. So with that being said, let's get into the fun. Ken Rock, we're going to give you the floor. And again, let's say up to 10 minutes, but take whatever you need in terms of that time limit. So here we go. Let's unmute you. And if you need to share a screen or anything like that as well, just let me know. Oh, Ken, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, I thought I heard you say you're going to mute me. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just messing around. Let me 1 second. Let me just pull up this quick as quick will be. Apparently quick isn't quick enough. Okay. I'll just try and pull up my screen, my things as they're asked for. But I think the first thing that we need to get into for this debate, obviously, is what is the definition of evolution? Nope, we tested this before, and now my stuff don't want to work. Okay. So the baseline of evolution, which we're arguing in this debate, will be that creatures and animals can change over a period of time, or they can change or adapt as time goes on. Two of the major points that I would look at as ways to prove that this is something that has happened and can happen is, one, the fossil record is definitely a good way to look at this. When you look at it, you can see that animals have certain qualities that they have that were clearly passed down and developed over time. A good example of this is, and I mean, I'm going to come back to this just because I feel like it's best for it to come full circle considering the three debates. The whale, when you look at its flippers and all that, you actually see that it has hand bones in it. This is important because hand bones themselves are actually pretty useless in the water because it allows water to get through, obviously, your fingers. The more area you have, the more water you can push. Obviously, the better you can push. Obviously, they got around this via developing flaps and then a full-on flipper. But when you look throughout the actual line of the whale, you see that they did come from creatures that had full-on hands and all that slowly developed in that way. If you look at animals that are also closely related to the whale, you also see that as well, like dolphins, narwhals. I think technically sharks have it, but I would have to get back to you on that one. Another way to look at it, if you don't like the flipper, all that, you can also see that dolphins, which again, as I've already proven, are actually related to whales, have the ability to, every once in a while, they'll develop a back flipper, and that's important because the back flipper, without any reason, would form similarly to the front flipper, which means they would have the same hand structure and all that, which would prove, even if you don't like the front flipper idea, that they would also now have the back legs as well, which would develop obviously similarly and then just slowly go away, since legs obviously would cause more drag than they really need. Another way to look at the whales to prove this is when you look at their nose, not their nose, their blowholes. You see that they have the obviously the ability to bring in air. They have to come up to get that. But when you look at the actual skeleton itself, it has two holes connecting to the one blowhole. Of course, my slides decided to work. No, but what else was I going to say?
Ken, I'm just going to stop the timer right there. I think when you clicked share screen,
I never clicked share screen. I just pulled up my things to try and get it to work. But why did it stop something?
Oh, so you didn't even get to the share screen part. You're just your PowerPoints wouldn't even open. You're saying
they opened, but I think because I'm trying to do this as well, I've finally got it open, but I think it just kind of lagged for a second. Why do I need to repeat something?
No, because I noticed whenever you're doing something on your computer, your mic starts to get a little staticky and choppy. It's good now, but whatever you were fiddling around with there made your audio go choppy, and the audience wanted me to say something. So, anyways, I'll start your timer, and we'll go from there. Go ahead.
I think I actually got it. So let's try this now. Let's see if this works. Oops. Okay, tell me if this works, Donnie. I think I finally fixed my problem. Oh. And it all closed. Never mind, ignore that. We'll ignore this for now. Just ignore that.
Maybe a few more beneficial mutations to your system there, Ken, will evolve.
Maybe. I thought we had this figured out.
Get your PowerPoint slides working. Okay, Ken, I had your timer paused again, but we'll get it going.
No, it's fine. I'll ignore that. I'll just continue my points without it. I thought we had this fixed out because it worked that one time, but I guess not. Another good line of evidence Actually, I think all my points right now are on the whale. So just go over to Kent for now, and I'll come back to me when I got my thoughts all back together. And I think I broke StreamYard.
All right. Kent, over to you. Looks like we've got 1 point on the table, which works out fine. Ken, no worries. Kent, we'll hand it over to you, brother.
I was playing around with something different and not quite ready. Give me 10 seconds here.
No rush.
72. Okay, there we go. Alt DV, moving to enter. Okay. Well, thank you. It's good to be here. I believe the Bible is true. Textbooks will say something like Ken said, about the whales are evidence for evolution. There are 90 species of whales so far. Of course, who's making up these? Who decides what's a new species? It's humans. I don't think the whales are deciding this at all. They don't care. They figure out which one they want to mate with, and they ignore the rest of the world. Okay, the whales seem to show no interest whatsoever in the seals, other than maybe to eat them. Okay, so people say, "What's a kind?" The Bible says they're always going to bring forth after their kind. Well, the animals know what the same kind is. Our dogs don't show any interest at all in mating with the pine trees or the squirrels. They want another dog. Okay, the cows make baby cows, and the goats make baby goats. There's no exceptions. So, but man has decided to try to classify all these things, and we've divided whales up into 90 different species. Each has distinctive features. The killer whale genome, the genes that make the code to make the new baby for the next generation, has 2.2 billion nucleotide bases. If you think 2.2 billion bits of information got together by chance over billions of years, you're insane, certifiably insane. They need to get you a long sleeve coat that ties in the back and put you in a rubber room, okay? No, the whale was designed by God. God created the whales. It specifically mentions them in the Bible several times. So there are 90 different kinds of whales. Biggest one can weigh up to 400,000 pounds. And if you believe all the whales in the world came from a dot smaller than a proton, you're really insane. Okay, that's what the evolution theory teaches. Everything in the universe, not just the whales, but the ocean that holds them, and the earth that holds the ocean, and all the suns, stars, moons, planets, the whole universe fit in a dot smaller than a proton, or the size of a proton. That's so insane. I can't imagine a grown man would believe such a thing, but they do. Okay, whales weigh as much as 33 elephants. Okay, the big whales. 98 feet long is the big one. Their heart weighs 400 pounds. There's nothing about the whale that's bad design. Evolutionists are always looking for something that looks like that's designed poorly, therefore it must have evolved, or therefore it doesn't need that. The whale uses everything it has. Let's see. Dwarf sperm whale is the smallest of whales, about 7 feet long. There are 126 species of pine trees. They might have had a common ancestor called a pine tree. And the pine pollen will not fertilize an oak tree or a goat or a cow. It only fertilizes other pine trees. There are small pine cones and big pine cones. Some really big ones. But they're still a pine tree. Pine tree is the longest genome ever sequenced. 23 billion base pairs for a pine tree. That's a lot of information. Now, Ken, do you or any of the atheists watching this channel, do you really believe the genome from a pine tree with 23 billion base pairs happened by chance? You don't think anybody wrote that code? That's like me saying the code for Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, for all the computer programs all the computer programs in the world happened by chance. That's insane. I got in Boy Scouts got the merit badge for signaling, and you had to use Morse code. I studied the Morse code, got pretty fast at it, and I had a ham radio thing for quite a while. That's a code with which you send a message through the air. Well, the whale is sending the code to the next generation of how that baby whale should grow, skeletal system, nervous system, reproductive system, integumentary system, the whole muscular system, digestive system. All that's in that code of 23 billion base pairs. That's to make a pine tree. And it sends that information on through a piece of pollen that looks like a speck of dust on your windshield. That really happened? It happened by chance? You can't be serious. All conifers have 12 chromosomes, but they're extremely large. Wow. Chromosome number for plants, 24 for a pine tree, 44 for a killer whale, 446 for a butterfly. Humans only have 46. So let's see. The butterfly is 10 times more complicated than a human. There's a lot of different kinds of pine trees in the world. Nobody argues about that. But they might have come from a common ancestor. They might have diversified due to natural selection to be what we would consider a new species of pine tree. Again, I don't think the pine tree cares how we classify it. But sure, there are a lot of if you think all the pine trees, variations in the pine trees, or variations in the whales, and there certainly are 90 kinds of whales by our count, you think that is enough information to make you believe pine trees and whales are related. They put these charts in the textbooks for the kids to learn and say, yes, boys and girls, look at this tree of life. Everything came from an amoeba, slowly up to a whale and a pine tree. I don't have words to explain how dumb that is to believe these trees they put in the book. Do textbooks teach our students that pine tree and whale is related? Yes, they do. There's the whale, there's the pine tree coming from a common ancestor. Look at that. I think it sounds ridiculous because it is ridiculous. The whale does not have a common ancestor with anything other than whales. The Bible says they'll bring forth after their kind. But they show, oh no, the dragonfly and the whale have a common ancestor. And look at this, the humans and the birds and the sharks and the ladybugs and the pine trees, well, it's oak tree, and the worms all have a common ancestor. I think this theory of evolution is not only extremely stupid, it's completely unscientific, and it's dangerous. We're teaching the kid they're an animal, and then we're wondering, why do they act like animals? Duh. Evolution is based on nothing but pure SpongeBob imagination, that pine trees and humans have a common ancestor. Oh, and there's the whale, the fish. No, that's I believe that's a whale. It's hard to tell, my eyesight. So I would ask Ken, do you believe that these charts are true and that you share a common ancestor with a whale? Do you believe you're related to a whale? Simple question. I've got folks to admit they're related to a ladybug, they're related to a snail, they're related to a starfish. Ken, your turn. Do you believe you're related to a whale? Give you all the time you want, billions, trillions, quadrillions of years. Yes, just a yes or no. Are you related to a whale? Go ahead, your turn.
I believe that I have a common ancestor that connects my relations to that of a whale. I am not directly related to a whale. My brother is not a whale.
Your fourth, fifth, that would be far distant cousin, though, is a whale, right?
No, much further than that.
Much further than that. Okay. 10 billion generations.
Keep going.
Cousin. Keep going. Okay. All right.
Mind if I ask my question real fast? So you
actually,
said
let's do this, Ken. Actually, Ken, let's do this just because from what I had on the timer, you used about 4 minutes of your opening statement. If you wanted to take a couple minutes here to kind of lay out a couple more thoughts.
I do a lot better when I actually do it more free roam. I'm sure you've noticed, where I can throw out one idea that we can just build off that for a little bit.
Let's do it. I just wanted to make sure that you felt like.
No, you're fine. I just would rather not have the audience just sit here, see me looking like an idiot for a little bit while I know I can do better in a different style,
Okay, let's do it. So Ken, since Kent just ended with his opening statement, made up a few responses to the whale evolution argument, let's allow you to have the first question and pick the first topic. Here we go, gentlemen. Okay. Go ahead.
So first, you made a weird claim there, which I do want to ask about. So you said that evolution teaches singular theory. Is that what you said?
Donnie, I'm only getting about a third of his words. What evolution is a theory? I don't call it a theory. It's a religion.
No, I'm saying, did you make the claim that evolution teaches Big Bang theory?
I didn't hear one of the words. Teaches a what theory?
Big Bang theory. Did you say, Ken?
Oh, well, the evolution theory requires a beginning. Where did times? They don't like this at all, and I'm sure you don't either. But
Well, no,
the
because
theory-
let me stop you right there. I've already admitted multiple times that I believe there's a God.
Well, yes, the Big Bang Theory is an essential part of the evolution theory, but they don't like me to say that. And I know you won't like that either. But you have to start with matter, time, and space. You
Why?
guys want to start with living things and then explain evolution. You don't want to skip these first 4 stages of evolution, and I know why. Because they're not common sense, they're not science. So if you would like to just start with, let's assume time, space, matter just existed. We don't know where from. And all the elements existed. Gold, silver, platinum, all came from hydrogen. You want to skip that part. I think it's a serious step you can't explain. But okay, I'll let you skip it. Then how?
Well, no, let's because let me address real fast. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's a big thing there because that'd be like saying I need to know how to completely grow a garden in order to make a salad.
Well, if you're going to teach that it's scientifically accurate, that you know the whales and humans are related, and that I have a right to say, I don't think that is scientific, I think that's your religion. Because there's no scientific evidence of a whale ever producing other than a baby whale. Science is what we can observe, study, and test. We never observe whales produce anything other than baby whales. We never observe humans produce anything other than baby humans. You believe, capital B, believe, that the whale and the human are related. That's why I simply object to you calling it science. It's nonsense. It's a religious belief. You're welcome to keep your religion, but you're not welcome to put it in our public schools and make everybody pay to have it taught. Evolution is nothing but a religion. You believe humans and whales are related. That's fine. Believe what you want. But my point stands. I think the family trees they show in the textbooks are pure religion. Nobody's ever seen a bird produce a non-bird, a reptile produce a non-reptile, a ladybug produce a non-ladybug. Nobody's ever observed this. They can't even make it happen in the laboratory. Try to make a ladybug do anything other than make another baby ladybug. They say it came from an amoeba. And the guys argue about the law of monophyly. It's always going to stay in its phylum, or in its same kind. Well, yeah. Well, how did the amoeba get out of its, how did it violate the law of monophyly? How did that amoeba become a whale?
Sorry, repeat that last part.
How
did what?
The evolutionists always say, well, of course, cows produce cows. That's the law of monophyly. Okay. Why didn't the amoeba follow that law? How did the amoeba eventually, over millions of generations, produce a whale and a ladybug?
By slight changes to what it is until it was not necessarily it, but it was slightly something else over and 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 over again.
So
you did make a fun claim there, though. You said that whales only give birth to whales?
Has anybody ever observed a whale produce a non-whale baby?
Are dolphins whales?
No.
Dolphins and whales can mate.
Dolphins what?
Dolphins and whales can make babies.
Dolphins and I'd have to see evidence for that. So if a dolphin and a whale can mate and produce a viable offspring, that also can produce babies. Is it a dead end? Is it a sterile offspring? I don't know. I've never write that down, Randy. Search for that.
I don't think they can, but you said that they can only mate that because one of your definitions for it is that they can only mate with their kind, and if they can make a baby, then they can technically mate.
Yeah, again, I don't think they care where we classify them, okay? But I would guarantee you can go to the ocean and the dolphins show no interest whatsoever in mating with the crabs or the seagulls. Can they mate with a killer whale, a false killer whale? That's a good question. I'll do some research on that. I don't know if they're the same kind or not, but I think a dolphin and a pine tree are not the same kind. Now that I'd bet you $5 on.
And if I remember correctly, sharks and whales can also do the same thing.
Okay. Dolphin and whale. I will bet that. A whalpin. You're right. A dolphin. So, yeah, okay. Does that, in your mind, is that enough evidence for you to believe that the dolphin and the human had a common ancestor because of that example you just gave? Is that enough evidence to convince you?
It gives me the proof that that whales at some point would have been able to. It's a step closer to proving that whales would have been on land, which would have proven that animals can go from one area of living to another without any problems.
Okay, so you're claiming that whales used to live on land?
No, it's one of these steps to get it closer to proving that they could have, and that they were able to migrate, which they would only be able to do if they could evolve.
So dolphins and whales can mate and produce a whelping. Okay, let's assume that's true, and it may be true. I think I remember seeing something about that. I might have some slide on that somewhere out of my 50,000 slides. But so that's enough evidence to demonstrate that it goes beyond that to whales coming eventually over billions of years from an amoeba. Is that correct?
No, but again, what I'm trying to prove right now is that animals can adapt and change and live in different environments from what they were able to before. So basically showing that they are able to adapt. It's a small step in proving.
Yeah. Animals
real
can
fast,
adapt.
I just want to make sure. Can you guys hear any of that in the background?
I didn't hear.
No,
a word
you're
of that.
good, Ken.
Okay.
Okay. I agree, animals can adapt to their environment, but the adaptations have limits.
What are the limits and why?
Well, I think science deals with what we can observe and study and test and demonstrate. Let's try raising any creature you want. They've done tons of experiments with mice. Is there a limit to how big they can get?
I don't think
You think will you ever get a mouse as big as an elephant?
it's not impossible. I don't see why.
You don't see why? Okay, I think it's impossible. I think
Why?
there's a genetic limit. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Well, would you ever get a mouse as big as Texas?
Under the right circumstances, I'm sure that's not impossible.
You sure it is possible?
Under the right circumstances.
Under the right circumstances, you could get a mouse as big as Texas. Okay. They've been trying. Let's take dogs. Everybody's more familiar with that. They have big dogs and little dogs. They purposely try to breed them to get smaller or bigger or whatever. And after all kinds of experimentation and human intervention, they've now developed 300 and some species of dogs. Okay, they try to get bigger dogs or smaller dogs. My wife has a pug, completely useless and dumb as a box of rocks, but she likes it. Okay, so do you think that's pretty small? They have a toy Chihuahua. Do you think they'll ever get a dog as small as a flea?
Sorry about that. Yeah, maybe under the right circumstances, and if the pressures allowed it, yeah, I see no reason why it wouldn't. Are you saying they can't? Is that a claim you're making?
I'm saying if you wish to believe that, that's fine, but that would be a belief that's not scientifically observable.
Well, here's the problem, Kent. You're making a claim, and claims have to be backed up. So if you're claiming that there is a limit, you'd have to prove it.
I claim that all the experiments with dogs over the human history, all of human history, all the dogs have produced babies that were dogs. All of them. I'll make a claim. Every dog ever in history has produced baby dogs. Man has selected smaller ones and bigger ones. I claim that all through history demonstrates there seems to be a limit. They now have the Great Dane, pretty good sized dog. I predict they will never get a dog as big as an elephant, let alone as big as Texas. Now you can believe that if you wish, but that's not science. Science, what we can observe, study, test. There's a limit. Cows can jump. There's a rodeo in Texas where they ride cows and jump them. I got a video of a cow jumping over a 6-foot fence. Okay? Does that mean the cow could someday jump over the moon if we gave it enough vitamins? Is there a limit to cow jumping at all? Or is 6 foot, that's the current record? Why not over the moon? Why not 2,223 miles, 223,000 miles, whatever it is, depends on apogee or perigee.
So one of the things you could do to help out with this problem, so let's say you took a cow. What is the biggest planet currently? Saturn, I think. If you take a cow and put it on Saturn, and it somehow manages to survive up there, its muscles and all that will become massively stronger, and it would become a bit shorter. But when you brought it here, it would be able to jump easily, let's say 20 times higher than what the cow now could.
So you think if a cow lived on Saturn where it had stronger gravity and had to work out more, well, we could put weights on its back and do the same thing right here, a lot cheaper than taking it up to Saturn. But if we put weights on the cow, take him to the gym, make him work out, and give him lots of vitamins, so someday the cow could jump 20 times higher?
No, because you wouldn't be able to get to the same level of force on Saturn.
Right. Well, my point is, and I've never had an evolutionist even understand this, let alone admit it. Yes, we see varieties, but they're limited. There are 4,000 varieties of potatoes now. They're still a potato. Man has developed potatoes that grow in sandy soil, wet soil, damp soil, hot climate, cold climate. They never got it. It's always a potato. They've got 335 or 39 breeds of dogs in America, Kennel Association, plus all the half breeds in between. They're still dog. There seems to be a limit. God said 20 sometimes in the first few chapters of the Bible, they will always bring forth after their kind. Do you know of any examples I can go look at where any animal brought forth a baby that was anybody would consider a different kind? Has any dog ever produced a non-dog?
You've admitted that that dolphins are different than whales, so the fact that they're able to mate and bring forth a baby would be a different kind.
Dolphin and whale might already start off as the same kind. They, swim through the water, horizontal fluke, vertical fin on the back, air breathing nostril in the back of the head. Maybe they are the same kind in biblical classification. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think the animals care where we classify them. But the fact that man has decided to make a separate category for dolphins and whales, again, I don't think that impresses the animals. But if they can interbreed, maybe they are the same kind. However, that is not evidence that whales and pine trees are the same kind. Your charts in the textbooks that you think we should teach to the kids show the whale related to the ladybug and the pine tree. And you yourself said you have a far distant relationship to a whale, common ancestor. I'm saying this isn't science. This is your religion. Ken, you should just simply admit, I believe in evolution. Don't call it science. It's not science. You guys are polluting good science with your dumb religion and wasting a lot of classroom time doing so.
I'm going to say this real fast while I'm thinking about it. I am sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you a few times there. So first off, sorry about that. What was I going to say?
Ken, I don't know if it's my old age hearing or your lack of enunciation, but I'm not understanding all you're saying. Please talk clearly and slowly and loudly for this old man, okay?
No, yeah. I just said I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you those few times about that.
That's okay.
Usually
Go ahead.
Better at that. What was I? Shoot, I completely forgot what I was going to say.
That's okay. You have a good point. I will check and see if dolphins and whales can mate and produce a offspring that can also go on and produce another offspring. Can whalpins mate? Somebody Google that. Can whalpins mate and produce babies? That's a good question. The lions and tigers.
I just remembered. So
actually, Ken, just for clarification purposes, did you say earlier that whales and sharks can interbreed?
If I remember correctly, but don't quote me on that. I said if I remember correctly.
I'd definitely like to see that one.
I'll send you what I can find directly. I don't want to start messing around with anything because I don't want to ruin this setup, obviously, because apparently it's still in development with me. So I am apologize for that as well to the audience. I thought I could make this better, but apparently.
Okay, Ken, if you want to make your next argument for evolution tonight, evolution is on trial, and then we'll engage that.
Before that, I wanted to tackle one last thing that was said there a second ago. So you said the animals don't care what we classify them as, correctly?
The animals don't care how we classify them. They select their own kind. We have on our north pasture zebus, miniature cows, llamas, alpacas, sheep, and donkeys. The llamas show no interest whatsoever in the sheep as far as mating with them. None. They pick out another llama. Llamas, they look for them. They seem to know what kind they are better than we do. So yes, I don't think there's any examples in history, recorded history, scientific observation of any animal producing a baby other than the same kind. Would a whalpin be considered the same kind? I don't know. Good question. I will do research on that. And thank you for bringing that up. I'll be ready next time.
To be fair, and this is one that I think I brought up to Donnie as well, but I could be wrong. So the big problem with that argument is you are, and I know you are aware of this, but God gave humans the right to name and classify the animals.
Correct.
So it wouldn't matter if they care because we have that right.
Right, but as far as claiming that they're all related, that becomes a whole different story. God, the same God also said in the same book of Genesis that they will always bring forth after their kind. My observation is we got 400 breeds of cows now. They're still cow.
Okay.
Has anybody ever seen a cow produce a non-cow? They've selected them to give more milk, the dairy breeds, the beef breeds, no question. They're still a cow. But you guys want to put them on a chart with a family tree where the cow and a ladybug have a common ancestor. I just wish you guys would just admit, you're right, Ken, this isn't science. This is what I believe. You cannot demonstrate this happening. You make a chart, the kids are going to believe it in kindergarten. That's where you start brainwashing them. It's indoctrination, is all it is. It's not science.
Is everything good? Donnie, move?
Yeah, go ahead if you want to make your next.
No, I mean,
argument.
everything froze up for a second, but I couldn't tell if that was on me or not.
No, everything's good, Ken. Go ahead.
It's Kent okay?
Yeah.
I'm fine. You want to go another question, Donnie? Or
Well, no,
Yeah.
I'm just concerned because your screen keeps completely freezing on my end. So I don't know if that's on me or if it's just like right now he's not moving and I hear it's like he's become a robot kind of.
Well,
So I'm just
his
trying to
screen,
make sure.
yeah, his screen does get intermittently laggy. But Kent, if you want to say something, brother, and let's just make sure your audio is coming through, then we can continue.
Okay. Sorry.
okay, next question, Donnie.
Oh, okay. Let's Ken, let's have you bring up the next argument, and then we'll keep our fingers crossed that Kent's audio comes through good. But
Well, I would do that, but I don't want to take the risk that he can't hear us. I mean, I can if you think it's fine.
Yeah.
but-
What's your next evidence why you believe in evolution?
Okay, never mind. You can hear me. Oh, so I noticed that while going through that thing, you had nothing against the idea that whales have the backbone and all, not backbone, the back legs and the feet and all that. So you're okay with that line of evidence, right?
Cannot reproduce with whales.
Okay. Okay, well, let me just read that to you. Ken, while we're waiting, one of my guys found from Wikipedia, however much you trust Wikipedia, a whalpin. The whalpin, cross between a whale and a dolphin, is an extremely rare cetacean hybrid born from a whale and a dolphin. One of them, give a big, long Alaskan name, proved fertile when she gave birth at a very young age. Can a whalpin reproduce? This is believed to be the first hybrid between these two species, although a number of whalpins have been born in captivity. Few have gone on to thrive and reproduce themselves. So whale and dolphin, I'll put together a whole bunch more research on that. Great, excellent question. I think you need a whole lot more than that, though, to convince me that a ladybug and a whale are related.
No, but thank you for that. I actually didn't know that stuff myself, but so I actually had asked the question. So you had nothing against my proof that whales would have came from land mammals, would you? Did you? Because I didn't hear anything on that.
Well, if you believe whales came from something on land, the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate that. All we've ever seen is whales live in the water. There are no whales living on land. There are no whales going, or no animals going from land to water and becoming whales. So again, it's a belief. It's a religious belief. It's not science. You can believe all that stuff that you want. I'm just saying, great, but keep it in your private school or your home. It's not observable science. Whales, you can claim whales came from something on land. Where's the evidence for that? Nobody sees it happening today. They seem to be doing fine in the water.
Well, okay. So I'll go over my reasoning for why they came from land animals and all that. So when you look at creatures that are on land and all that, you see obviously the basic wrist, hand, finger bone structures.
Okay.
I don't need to tell you why this is useful for stuff on land and all that, even with stuff like cows and all that. You have it. I'm sorry.
The reason they have similar structure with the carpals, metacarpals, phalanges, and radius, ulna, humor, etc., humerus, is because they have the same designer.
Well,
I agree they have similar structures. I agree with that. I think it's a great design that works. The whale has to be able to maneuver and manipulate his flipper as he swims to push more one way or the other. That's how he steers and swims and goes up and down. And they use their flippers like hands, but they also can swim through the water amazingly fast. I think they're designed to do exactly what they do, swim in the water. And so you can believe that the similarity proves a relationship, but that would not be science. I could demonstrate. I could say the similarity proves the common designer. You can claim it proves a common ancestor. We can both make claims. All we've ever seen is
that's fair. Let's circle back to the common designer, because I actually do have an argument for that. But so basically, what I'm trying to say is, like I said earlier at the intro, there is no reason for them to have fingers and all that, because they're practically useless. It would be more useful for them to have one big bone in that to get more water out of their way.
Well, that's your belief. I think if you ask the whales, they'd say they like it just like they are. I think the whales do have to flex their fins, their flipper, and curve it more, straighten it out more. There's just like aerodynamics, the curve of the wing, there's a hydrodynamics as they swim. I think you're dreaming if you think the whale would be better off with one big bone as a stiff paddle. I think you're greatly limiting. You're assuming something that you cannot possibly prove. The whale does have lots of bones in his flippers, and they're very similar to our hand bones. Same God designed them, and they have to do similar things. Ask a whale expert, do the whale's flippers ever bend or curve or twist or contort as they swim? I think they'd all say, yeah, they do. They have to. It's actually more efficient, the design way it is.
So you think, and I'm not trying to straw man you here. So are you saying that the individual fingers instead of one big bone is better for moving water out of the way? Because we do know that the one paddle would be able to move more water and would theoretically then be able to move it further because it'd be moving more water.
No, the amount of water they move would not change at all if they have the whole thing surrounded by the flipper, whether it's one single bone in there or 20 bones. It wouldn't matter as far as the amount of water they're moving. That's a simple surface area of the flipper compared to the speed at which they move it. Actually, probably being able to curve it slightly would make them move more water. They'd get less loss around the edges. I'm sure some hydrodynamic specialists can do a research on that and say, oh yeah, it's really better if they curve it, 2% or what. I don't know. I don't care. But you're assuming that they would be better off if it was differently. You're going back to the argument that it's poorly designed. Therefore, it didn't evolve. Or therefore, I'm sorry, poor design. This was Charles Darwin's argument. He thought the eyeball was poorly designed because the blood vessels are in front of the retina. So the light coming in blocks some of the red blood vessels block some of the light. He said the octopus had a much better eye. One guy debated an atheist. He said, oh, the octopus has a much better eye. His blood vessels are behind the retina. Well, he's assuming that he knows why God designed it that way. The truth of the matter is, the guy's name was Ed Buckner, an atheist in New York, I think, if I recall. But his argument was, because it's poorly designed, therefore it must have evolved. I said, well, Ed, the octopus eyes have the blood vessels behind the retina because they live in the water. Water blocks UV light. We live in the air. Air doesn't block much UV light. So our blood vessels in front of the retina block the UV light so that your eyes don't receive all that UV. But if you put your blood vessels behind, you'd go blind. The UV light would destroy you. If you want to swap eyes with an octopus, go ahead, but that's not, you're going to be blind in a few days. So the octopus is designed for living underwater. The humans are designed for seeing with eyes above water.
Well,
so again, the whole argument of poor design.
I never said that the hand was poorly designed. I just said it could be better designed. There's a difference between the two arguments.
You think it could be better designed. I don't think the whale cares what you think, but the
why do I care
seems
what the
to
whale
do fine
thinks
with it. Well, what if a whale was born with fewer bones in his flipper and more solid paddle and took over the population of all the whales because he was better designed? That's what evolution claims. Something comes along a little better than the rest of them die off, and this one takes over the population. It hasn't happened. The whales still have all them bones.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine what it would take for a bone to magically just fuse every finger together? It sounds awful.
I'm not talking about magic.
I didn't say magic.
I'm just pointing out.
Hold on, I didn't say magic.
Even you said magically fused together.
No,
even
I said
design,
how painful it would be to fuse all the bones together. Sorry, is it a problem on my end? Can you hear me okay?
A Pomeranian. I didn't hear what he said. What now?
Donnie, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine, Ken. If you want to reiterate your last point, and then we'll let Kent respond. Go ahead, Ken.
Again, I'm not trying to be rude, Kent. I just want you to make sure you're getting my best point. And I'm not saying they're magically fused together. I'm saying, could you imagine how painful it would be for them to be fused together?
Well, that's pure imagination. We're not talking fairy tales here. We're talking real science. Whales make baby whales every time. But the textbooks teach whales used to walk around on land.
Except when they make
and the
whale
evidence
fins.
they use, they're talking about these bones right here. Los Angeles Museum of Natural History has a big whale skeleton hanging from the ceiling, and they have a sign about these bones right there and say, these bones right here are proof the whale used to walk on land. Well, they don't understand what they're for, apparently. They certainly shouldn't be talking about whale anatomy. Those bones are special muscles attached to those bones that allow the whales to reproduce. They got to make babies underwater in the dark with no arms, and they can't talk and say, scoot over, honey. This has everything to do with maneuvering their 15-foot penis to get into place to make a baby whale, okay? So if anybody says this is evidence for a whale walking on land because it has these bones in the pelvis, then they are completely ignorant of their whale anatomy. It's not a vestigial pelvis like this textbook calls it. As far as the whales, as far as anybody knows, the whales we find skeletons of that we know that are whales are the same as today. You can find a bone in the dirt and claim it's an ancestor, but you don't know that. But there's a lie, one of the lies in the textbooks. They teach that these bones are part of the whale's, it's losing them, it's a vestigial structure. All the textbooks that I know, biology textbooks teach this, that the whale came from a land animal to swimming in the water, like you said. And this is imagination. This is not science. I got a whole section on that in my video number 4, Lies in the Textbooks, if you want to get the whole video series. So anyway, but again, going from a bunch of bones in the flipper to a solid bone in the flipper is your evidence that you're related to a whale yourself and that we all came from an amoeba. You're supposed to be providing tonight scientific evidence for evolution. Is that your best evidence? The whale flipper ought to be solid?
It would prove that creatures can have drastic changes to them, which would be a step towards proving evolution. Proving everything is related would be its own separate, different branch of evolution, to which I guess at some point you and I could go into separately by ourselves. But yeah, it definitely does help to prove evolution if something like that were to happen.
Well, Ken, let's say this. Okay, by evolution, if you mean universal common ancestry, what would be 1 or 2 lines of evidence that you would point to if somebody who was on the fence, who was skeptic, neither creation or evolution, asked you, Ken, what is a good line of evidence to show that? Let's go back to the original question that kicked off this debate that Kent asked. You and a whale are related through common ancestry. What would be a line of evidence you'd point to? Present that, and then we'll have Kent engage it.
So the best line of evidence I would use to try and prove that we're all related to specifically pine trees, or can I go with something else?
How about all life related?
See, again, that would be something I would need to have to prove, because you would have to prove each thing individually. There's no way to sit there and say everything's related because of this one thing. If I were to get that question, I would have to sit down and actually talk to them for periods at a time. Does that make sense? That'd be like asking me, how can let's think, the color yellow become the color blue, the color pink, the color red, and all that.
Okay, well, Ken, I'm just trying to get an argument from you. So let's just say all mammals then, you and dogs. What would be a line of evidence? Present that, and then we'll have Dr. Hovind engage it. Go ahead.
Okay, so the way I would prove for whales to dogs would be, once again, to prove that they can be on land. Point out the similarities that they have, such as they're both warm-blooded, they both give live birth, they both give milk. Basically, that would be my line of evidence.
Okay, thank you, Ken. And Dr. Hovind, over to you.
I would agree. All mammals, as maybe 1 or 2 exceptions, all mammals give milk and give live birth, and they're mammals. That's why we have decided to classify them in a category, a box we call mammals. Again, I don't think they care what we classify them as, but we decided to develop a system called the classification system: kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, made up by Carolus Linnaeus. Okay. Again, the animals don't care. So it's true that dogs and whales both give milk, and both give live birth, and both have hair, both breathe oxygen or breathe air through they have a lung system. There are lots of similarities. So then now that brings us to a fork in the road. We look at the similarities. What does that mean? Does that mean they're related, or does that mean they have the same designer? I bet the Chevy pickup and the Cadillac probably have some similarities. They both have round wheels, both have a brake system, an air conditioning system. Wow. Therefore, they have a common designer. Same engineers are designing all the stuff that Chevy builds. That's not evidence that they evolved from each other. So you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, Ken. You're seeing the similarities and coming to the wrong conclusion. This happens quite often in a court of law. The evidence is brought in, the jury looks at the evidence, and you got several conclusions. Did he do it or didn't he do it? Is he guilty or innocent? So you're seeing the evidence that I'm seeing, and I'm saying, wow, God, you're an amazing designer. The whale not only gives milk, it gives 2,000 pounds of milk every day to the baby, and it has to be able to squirt it out. It squirts it into the calf's, they call the baby whale a calf, squirts it into the calf's mouth. Well, how did that evolve? No other animals can do that I'm aware of. You have to suck it out of the mammary gland. So the whale squirts it out. So yes, there are similarities. Dogs have 4 legs with paws on the end. Whales don't have that. Whales swim up with their back moving up and down, and muscular motion to go. Plus, their nostril is on the back of their head. Dogs is on the front. You want to point out the differences between dogs and whales? There are millions of differences. So you're looking at the similarities and coming to the wrong conclusion. And if you're willing to face God and say, I believed in evolution because the whale and the dog both breathe air and both give milk, I think you're going to look awful silly. The textbooks teach, like I've got up on screen, all the forms of life today are descended from a common ancestor found in a population of primitive unicellular organisms. That my objection is the textbooks teach the kids they're related to a whale and a frog, and they came from a bacteria. Then it says no traces of those events remain. Well, if there's no traces, teacher, why do we put them on this tree like this? This one is connecting the whale and the human back to a bacteria. That's not science. So you're supposed to give evidence for evolution. Your evidence was the whale and the dog have similarities because they both give live birth and they both give milk. I'm saying, Your Honor, that's just as much evidence, actually more, for a common designer, because they're both amazingly designed. Just to be able to produce milk right on time. When the baby's born, the mother starts lactating. How did that happen? What if they lactated year-round? They wait, and the first milk they produce, the colostrum, is essential for certain things in the baby's immune system. How did that evolve? How does the mother know what kind of milk she's making, whether it's the first milk or the long-term milk? How does the mother control that? So for millions of years, they all died because they didn't produce the colostrum? How did the females even get the mammary glands? For millions of years, none of them had them, so they all died. Your theory is simply a religion, and I wish you could see it, Ken. I'd like to see you give your heart to the Lord and get saved and come to heaven and come down to Dinosaur Adventureland and take the tour. But you're determined to believe that this all happened by chance, and you think it's fair to teach that to all the kids. I don't. I think that's criminal to teach that lie to kids and call it science. Okay. Slam the button and like and subscribe. Oh.
There you go. It's that good of a debate. We want you to not just click it, we want you to slam it. Ken,
okay.
Dr. Hovind, appreciate the thorough response. Ken, did you have any rebuttals or anything like to challenge in terms of that response? Go ahead.
I have 2 that I think will be important here for that particularly. So you are pointing out that there are similarities, but you're pointing out that there's differences within that similarity. I don't know why that would be a problem. If evolution were to be true, you expect stuff to be evolved in the same way, but then go on to form other ways of doing it better to what they are. You also seem to keep saying, well, this is also proof for a common designer. But funnily enough, just because there's a common designer doesn't mean an intelligent designer and a common designer doesn't necessarily mean it cannot evolve. I'm going to slow down. Did you get all that?
I got about a third of that. Because there's a common designer doesn't mean it's canonical.
Okay. So one of the arguments I keep hearing you say is because there's a common designer / intelligent designer that it cannot evolve. But just because those things are there doesn't mean that they can't. Proof is stuff like cell phones, cars and all that. You look at how they originally were back in the day, and you can see how they changed to become better to what they are now.
I would agree. Cell phones is a great example. They've gone from a huge old phone, you take 2 hands to hold it against your ear, down to something, probably putting your fingernail now. I don't know how small they get, but that's all because of very smart people designing things to make it work that way.
Yeah.
I think for God to make a whale that can produce sperm, and each sperm cell is so small you can't see it without a microscope, but it contains the entire code, well, half the code, to make a baby whale. And the code to make a whale is phenomenal. And it's all in that tiny sperm you can't even see without a microscope. That, I think, you talk about micro-sizing stuff, look at the sperm and the egg and their size, containing all the code to make a whale. I think that's the designer. You ought to say, wow, what a smart designer. I think people should call whoever made the phone and say, man, you guys are smart. You did it. That's a great design. Thank you.
But what I'm saying, and I'm sorry, I'm just because I see the 3-minute warning, is just because it has an intelligent designer doesn't mean it couldn't have evolved. Because we've seen that we went to the 2-handed cell phone that you've seen, all the way to the cell phone, and they used the models that they had at that time to get to this point. So they did get better over time, and it was because of an intelligent designer. So intelligent designer does not mean no evolution.
Right. The cell phone did not become smaller and more compact and more useful by itself. Somebody did it to it, right? And now, as far as I think everything we see in living organisms and even in the planetary systems and non-living things is evidence of a designer. Now, does that prove it's the designer of the Bible? No, of course not. I believe it is, but I'm not asking my religion to be taught. You guys believe it's not the result of an intelligent designer. It's the result of blind chance.
No, I believe there is a designer, an intelligent designer, and I believe he did make the evolution happen. That's what I'm saying.
Well, why would I want to accuse God of being so dumb to have to use a process like that? We don't see evolution happening. We don't see any animal produce anything other than its kind. I think the designer was smart enough to say, these animals are going to be able to produce babies that can live in a variety of offsprings. If I was going to send kids off on a trip, I might send them with a sleeping bag to keep warm and an air conditioner in the car to keep cool. Wow, they do the opposite thing. Well, I don't know if they're going to hot climate or cold climate, but they can survive either place. So God gave his creatures the ability to produce babies that can have long hair, like the wolf, and survive in Alaska, or real short hair, like the dingo, and survive in Australia, long legs like the dingo, short legs. God designed, they're still a dog, but God designed the code to give some flexibility. There are now 400 species of cows because of that flexibility. Man has decided, oh, wow, that one gives more milk. Let's breed those and get a dairy breed. Oh, no, I want more beef. Okay, let's breed all the beefy ones. But they're still cow. So it was already gene code. They simply selected. They want to get faster horses to win the Kentucky Derby. Okay, well, why don't they put wings on their horse? What we see, Ken, is sure, wild variations happen, but they're limited. That's what you guys don't get. I agree, lots of variations happen. Cows produce cows, but they're still limited. They're limited how high they can jump. Let's see, everything we see in nature, not just the cows, breeds of cows, corn, 6 different types of corn, 200 varieties of wheat, okay, 4,000 varieties of potatoes. Lions and leopards can crossbreed. Interesting. Maybe there's still a cat. Maybe that's the same kind. I don't know if they had a common ancestor. Maybe God made 5 different kinds of cats originally. I don't know. But they can certainly crossbreed. They get tigons and ligers crossing them. Buffalo and bison can be crossbred to get a beefalo. Oh, maybe they're the same kind. But you guys want to take stuff like this, the sheep and the goat that were crossbred and got a geep. Therefore, we came from an amoeba and related to a pine tree. Here's the Walpin. Oh, yeah, I knew I had something on that. Maybe the killer whale, the false killer whale, and the bottlenose dolphin are the same kind. Could be. Camel and the llama can crossbreed. They don't normally, but they can make a cama. Okay. Jaguar can crossbreed with a lion. Wow, they're still a cat. I don't think that's violating what God said would happen. They bring forth after their kind. But you guys want to take stuff like this the crossbreeds and like the Walpin and say, oh, everything's related to a pine tree and to amoeba. This is where you're just going wildly off of science into a religion. You believe these family trees, you don't see them happening. They show the kids the bacteria, amoeba, turned into all these creatures. We don't see that. They claim all the forms of life are related. That's a claim. It's not science. Science is what we observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Ken, you have a religion. You defend it, and that's fine, and you should. Everybody defends their religion. But I wish you guys would just admit evolution is not part of science. It's not observable. These trees they're fiction. Even if it was true, even if this family tree is true, it's never been observed. So it can't be part of science. Go ahead.
No, I think we've covered pretty much everything, especially since it looked like a while ago Donnie's wanted to go to questions, if I saw that banner correctly.
Sure.
Well, so if Donnie wants to stop, then we can go to conclusions.
I just wanted to make sure, because this was your round 3 endgame debate in terms of taking this challenge this year. So I wanted to make sure that you've presented all of the arguments or lines of evidence for evolution, and it looks like you have. So we can move into, let's do this, gentlemen. We're right at the hour mark. This leaves us with a solid, 25 minutes of questions. Then we'll wrap it up at the 90-minute mark. Let's do 3 to 5 minute closing statements. We're going to start with you, Ken. Wrap up your thoughts, wrap up your points. We'll do the same for Kent, roughly, up to 5 minutes, roughly. And go ahead, Ken, whenever you're ready.
Okay. So to wrap up my summary of this, I think one of the biggest things that would help, since we're arguing the definition of evolution, not necessarily if everything is related. So technically, those are two different debates. Kent did agree that whales and dolphins are able to mate, and by his own confession that they are two different animals. So we do know different animals are able to make other animals. I also do think I adequately proved that whales have the structures that would be seen within land animals, and that they wouldn't be something you would find in swimming creatures specifically. I also think one of the biggest things that I was able to prove was just because something has an intelligent designer doesn't necessarily mean that it can't evolve. If you look at your phone, you can see that there's definitely more evolved and more complex than, let's say, like phones that we would have seen 50 years ago. Same with like cars and stuff like that. I think one of the biggest problems that definitely needs to be disproven for that is the idea that what species and all that are, which I don't think was we didn't get a chance to really hit in here, but it doesn't seem like he was able to say that, well, just because animals are different, again, just like with the whale and all that they wouldn't be able to mate with other species to make new species, which again would be something that evolution would claim, is that new species can arise, which definitely proven with that, with minor changes and all that, with the human's God-given right to declare what an animal is. We can also now declare if an animal is different enough in a new species. That is my closure.
All right. Thank you very much there, Ken Rock, for your closing statement. Let me just wait till Kent gets back, since there's a couple more minutes for your 5-minute closing statement. So I'll give a couple shout outs. Tomorrow we'll be back here with the debate we've all been waiting for, been scheduled for 3 or 4 months. Currently, 2 powerhouses in the world of Protestantism and Catholicism. So Steve Christie from the Born Again RN channel will be taking on Dr. Robertson Jenis. And he's a very well-known Catholic apologist, been here a couple times before, debated Bob Wilkin and Kelly Powers. Tomorrow they debate the Marian Dogmas debate. So same time, kicks off at 8 o'clock. And all right, here we go. Thanks again, Ken Rock. And Kent, you've got 5 minutes, brother. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. The mind cannot absorb more than the bladder can endure. Okay, let's see. Let me find 263. Okay, Alt-DV. There. The word evolution is a slippery word, and I think they've taken over our school system by default by claiming, by showing microevolution, which variations within the kind. That happens. And then claiming it goes beyond that. And so far, nobody's ever seen this. That's my point is it's a religious belief that people really strongly believe in, and they think everybody should be forced to teach their religion. And it's nothing but a religious belief. I'll stick by that till I die. I want to find one thing. I was going to get a hyperlink in here and didn't get time. 109. Okay. What they're doing is peer-reviewed is how they've taken over with this phrase, peer-reviewed. What is peer-reviewed? Peer-reviewed process subjects an author's scholarly work or ideas to the scrutiny of others who are experts in the same field, his peers. It's considered necessary to ensure academic scientific quality. Peer review, designed to assess the validity, quality. Its ultimate purpose is to maintain integrity of science. I think I strongly disagree. I think it's to maintain the evolution religion. It's a protection of the evolution religion. I'll show you. What's an example of peer review? American Nurse Today peer reviews their articles. Iraqi books hit the international market for the first time since the war. They started publishing books in Iraq. Look at that. Publishing industry was damaged. So they sell the books on the street like this. Iraq. There you go. You can Google that yourself. Here they are selling books in Iraq. The unexplained fire burned down the store in 1999. Let's see. So relaunching the distribution of, some guy released a new catalog, 600 recent Iraqi titles published in the last 2 years. In Iraq, 600 books were published in 2 years. 300 books a year published in Iraq. In America, 600,000 to 1 million books published every year. Okay? European Union said individuals considered to have committed blasphemy or apostasy. This is from Iraq. They're concerned about this. They should be. Persons considered to have spoken sacrilegiously about God or Islam. What would happen if a person in Iraq today published a book that said, I don't think Muhammad was a prophet, I don't think Islam is the right religion? They would probably be killed. Okay? These articles that go in the Iraqi textbooks are peer-reviewed. You got to support Islam or it does not get published. Matter of fact, if you reject, here we go, affirms the right of non-Muslims to convert to Islam. You can convert to Islam, but you can't go the other way. It's against the law. People who convert from Islam to Christianity may be at risk of being killed. The convert will be disowned, receive death threats, or be killed. So this is peer-reviewed in Iraq, and all the Iraqis think this is fine to kill somebody who goes the other way and converts away from Islam. That's because their peers say it's fine. That's what happens in Iraq. What about North Korea? You got the guy with the funny haircut, okay? Reading is a popular pastime in North Korea. Let's see, as long as it passes the propaganda test, as long as it's peer-reviewed and doesn't make fun of the king over there. Let's see. North Korea's subsequent literature tradition is shaped and controlled by the state. I'm going to make a claim that the American textbooks used in American schools are peer-reviewed to preserve them from anything that goes against evolution. Evolution is a carefully protected state religion, nothing more. It's a religion. It's necessary for the plans toward those who would like a one-world government. That's why it's important. Watch my video number 5 for more on that. And that's why they put me in prison. When they came in and raided our place in Pensacola, they said, get every DVD number 5 you can find. They did not get the master. Still in our series. Watch that, okay? So the idea of peer-reviewed or all scientists believe in evolution is insane to begin with, and it wouldn't matter if they did. They have religious restrictions and political imperatives found in their way into literature, and this is in North Korea. Wow. He accompanied this by denouncing all things foreign in literature. So in his speech, he said, we have to get rid of anything that's against North Korean communism. Okay. It's called Juche, however you pronounce that. Ideological work. North Korea literature would have a nationalist, in other words, you cannot get it published if it doesn't promote the president of North Korea. They execute people in North Korea who go against their plans, okay? Now in America, teachers get fired for teaching creation in the schools, in public schools. They get fired for just having a Bible on their desk. Let's see. It's okay to have a Bible kept inside the teacher's desk for personal reading outside of school hours. Okay, wait a minute. Would it be okay for the public school teacher to have a model of the non-existent geologic column on their desk, or have some skulls of Lucy on their desk? Would that be okay? Is it okay if they teach the evolution religion in public schools? Of course it is. But you let them teach the Bible, they're going to get fired. Creationist teacher in Ohio to be fired. Went all the way to the court. Oregon biology teacher fired because he referred to the Bible. Wow. Supreme Court rules justifying the teacher being fired for advocating religion in science classroom. Well, at least they're not shooting them yet. But there is a prejudice against creation in American schools because of guys like Ken and the other atheists and evolutionists that believe in evolution. They are protecting their state religion. I will make the claim tonight, evolution is a religion. It is a state-protected religion, nothing more. There is no scientific evidence for any animal ever producing anything other than its kind. And just like in Iraq, you will not get a peer-reviewed journal to publish an article about going against Islam. It's not going to happen. And in North Korea, you won't get one published in a peer-reviewed journal against the communism. And in American universities, you won't get a peer-reviewed university journal to publish an article denouncing evolution or advancing creation. No different than communism or Islam. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hovind. Kent, they never got mine either, brother. Right here in front of the camera. They tried, but they just couldn't get it. Your DVD, what DVD is it? Number five.
Call 855 Big Dino. 855 Big Dino, extension 1. You want to order a set, $50, or go to drdino.com. Get my advertisement in there.
Awesome.
I would, but I'm poor.
What's that, Ken?
Honestly, I would, but I'm poor. So
send an address. We'll send you a set for free if you'll watch them. If you'll promise just simply to watch them, I'll send you one for free.
I'll make you that deal.
There we go. You can't go wrong with that. That's your prize, Ken, for taking the Evolution Debate Challenge 3 times. Okay, great exchange, gentlemen. And we've got a ton of fantastic audience questions. So as I promised the audience today, we will do, we're going to get some good amount of questions in here. So I am going to go all the way back to the beginning with the first questions that came in. Kent, one of your best buddies here in the chat, Creationist Crybaby, coming at you. And CC asks, Kent, even you admitted to a limited natural selection. So why do you maintain that scientists say that evolution occurs by chance when it doesn't?
Well, natural selection is exactly what it says. Nature will select certain ones to survive. If I turned all the dogs in the world loose in Alaska, where it gets cold in the winter, many of those dogs we turn loose would not survive. The cold weather would select those designed for cold weather. The husky, the wolf with thick fur, long hair, they would survive. If I turned all the dogs in the world loose in the Sahara Desert, nature would select a certain slice of the dog population to survive, probably something more like a dingo, long legs, thin body, short hair, get rid of the heat quickly. So they didn't create a dog, it didn't create anything, it selected. Natural selection only selects. That's all it does. It's not a creative process. So I agree, natural selection works great, but it doesn't create anything. It just simply selects, okay? Why do you maintain scientists say evolution occurs by chance? Well, evolution doesn't occur at all. We don't see it at all. But you believe by chance the amoeba turned to a whale over trillions of chances. It's just not science, that's all. So keep crying, crybaby. You are wrong, okay? There's no evidence for evolution at all. Nobody's ever seen an amoeba produce a non-amoeba. It's pure fantasy. SpongeBob, believe what you want, but quit calling it science.
All right, appreciate it there, Kent. And Ken, over to you for your response.
I mean, to be fair, I'll give you that we haven't ever seen an amoeba create a non-amoeba, but according to what we've just went through, you have admitted that we've seen a whale create a non-whale. Anyway, continue on.
Okay, Kent, was there any final words you wanted before we move on, brother?
Well, if that's enough evidence that the false killer whale and the dolphin created a baby, and that would make you think that an amoeba, that makes you believe these charts, let's say that an amoeba turned to a biology teacher, then I think you have taken a tiny bit of evidence that maybe you think might support your theory and really stretched it.
All right, thank you.
If I take vitamins and can learn to run the quarter mile 1 second faster, eventually I could run it in 1 second period. No, there's a limit how fast I can run, and it ain't that fast anymore. Okay.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, next question comes in from Born Again RN. This one is now for you, Ken. If evolution takes millions of years, how scientific is one asexual being evolving male sexual organs and another female sexual organ simultaneously to produce sexually reproducing organisms?
I'm going to ask you this, Donnie, just so I can make sure I'm understanding the question. So is the question asking me how would both those organs appear at the same time?
I believe so. How would both appear at the same time in order for there to be sexual reproduction, basically?
Well,
you'll need a male and a female with the appropriate structures and organs. That's my interpretation of it, at least.
No, I just wanted to make sure. I don't want to straw man the question, so I just figured I'd get the second opinion. Realistically, you could say that, and the way that I could see this happening is you had a creature that had both originally from the asexual, and then you had a set of them where the male became more stronger and the set where the female became more stronger. And while that became a thing, the males didn't need the females and the female didn't need the male parts. So they'd weaken off and then leave the gene pool. And that's how that would work.
All right, appreciate the answer, Ken. And over to you, Kent, if you had a response.
Well, all the charts do show everything coming from a single-celled creature. And there are 20,000 different species of single-celled creatures, whether it be bacteria, amoeba, paramecium, etc. Okay? Most of them produce asexually, I believe. They simply split in half and make a new one. Some produce sexually, some can do both. So that is interesting. I think it's amazing design. But in the evolution religion, you have to, at some point, get them diversified into male and female. That's a great question. If the male evolved first, and the female didn't evolve till 10,000 years later, 500 miles away, I think we'd have a problem. I think they would have a problem, okay? They have to imagine that the male and female evolved at the same time in the same place and found an interest in each other. Just the attraction, where did that come from? And I'm doing a whole series on making babies, how different animals get stimulated. That's a whole other problem. The giraffe gets stimulated when he tastes her pee. He tastes her pee and says, whoa, that woman turns me on. I'm glad I'm not a giraffe, okay? So they all get stimulated different ways. This is such a giant problem for the atheist and evolutionist. I don't think they understand it. They just imagine that it happened. It must have happened because we're here. Each of the organs, the whole system to provide sexual reproduction is incredibly complicated with every life form that uses that method. So the single-celled amoeba, one cell, 670 trillion genomes in its base pairs in its genome. You think that happened by chance? I'm baffled. A lily, 90 trillion base pairs in its genome. That's the code to make a lily. So I think the question is legitimate. If this is a born-again RN, thank you for the question. I think the answer is it didn't evolve. It's impossible to evolve. Ken's question, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ken. Ken, that's right. Question was originally for you. You can have the last word.
Okay. So to be fair, if we're saying that what I said and all that was just part of my imagination, then we'd also have to say, if we're being fair, that the scenario that you put up would also technically be a part of your imagination as well. We don't have to say that they had evolved 5,000 years apart and 100 miles away. And there's no reason to just naturally just assume that. I think the way that I described it is perfectly valid. There's no reason to say that it couldn't have happened like that. And it even makes sense as well. So, go on.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question comes in from Taylor K. And also Taylor and her dad have sent in a super chat and a donation. Thank you so much for the support. God bless you. And question is for Ken. Ken, if all plants and animals share a common ancestor, does that mean that something from the animal kingdom gave birth to a plant or vice versa?
Neither. They would have evolved from something that would have been neither plant nor animal that had the properties and the capability of becoming both at a point in time.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken. And over to you, Dr. Hovind.
Well, there's no question the textbooks do teach plants and animals have a common ancestor, and insects and single-celled creatures. They teach they have a common ancestor. All the forms of life have a common ancestor. This is a religious belief. This has never been observed. That's my point all along. I've been preaching it for 20-some years. I'll keep going. 30 years now. It's just something they believe in. And I say, I don't care. You keep your religion, but quit making it mandatory for all the schools. This is no different than North Korea or Iraq or Soviet Union. It's a restriction of opposing ideas. Why don't you can either teach both or just ignore the topic of origins. You can learn all the biology and all the anatomy without having any reference to evolution at all. A kid can go to biology and here's how the reproductive system works. Here's how the bones and the muscles work. You got the deltoid and the biceps and the triceps, flexors, extenders, radius, ulna. You could learn all the anatomy and never refer to evolution at all. It's a completely useless theory and it's a waste of time. Nothing to do with biology or science at all. So keep it at home. Keep your religion at home. That's my point. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ken. Ken, you get the final word.
I would just move on.
Okay, thank you very much. Next one comes in from Whether or Not. $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Question is for Ken. If ape/human, I'm guessing, evolution occurred, did thousands of differences occur at the same time or one at a time? With so many outside variables/pressures, could multiple things evolve simultaneously with such precision?
Oh, sorry. Did they? Okay, let's tackle this part by part real fast, though. So, did they occur at the same time or different times? Technically, both could be true, and there's no reason to say not. Some mutations could have evolved at the same time, with others being later. With so many variables / pressures, could multiple things evolve simultaneously? That's kind of the same question, but if you're asking, would that make different animals? Yes, we see that with gorillas, chimpanzees, orangutans. So, yes. Am I misunderstanding the question, Donnie, or did I get that correctly? Again, just getting the second opinion.
Well, if you feel comfortable with that response, that's fine. He may be saying if there's, let's say, a couple 100 million differences between humans and the so-called, closest cousin, the chimpanzee, how did all those differences basically accumulate in, even according to evolutionary time, a short amount of time. But if you're comfortable, we'll move on and we can allow Kent, if you had a response at all. Kent, go ahead, brother.
Well, again, I would point out the textbooks do clearly teach you are a primate and we are related to the gibbons and the gorillas and the chimpanzees, etc. Someone's welcome to believe that, but that's not scientifically demonstrable. It's not science. There are many thousands of differences between these creatures. If they wish to believe that, we talked about the sexual organs. Well, the gorillas is 2 inches long. Maybe that explains why some of these guys want to try to claim they're a woman instead. That's another story. But there's thousands of differences. So I agree. It didn't evolve. It just didn't happen. Any similarities indicate same guy designed them. That's all. I don't have a problem worshiping God. Say, God, you're amazing. Thank God I'm not a gorilla. Praise God. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Ken. Ken, if you want a last word, go ahead.
No, I'm good. Let's go to the next question so we get as many as possible.
Okay, so next one comes in from Zach, short and sweet. Zach, thanks so much for the question. So question for Kent. I guess this has to do with the so-called vestigial pelvis that you gentlemen were discussing earlier and how it's utilized in reproduction. So Zach asks, why do baleen whales need the pelvis, but killer whales don't?
Well, I don't think I've ever said the baleen whales. I don't think any whales have a pelvis. They have bones right there that muscles attached to them. It's a free-floating bone. You have a similar thing with your kneecap. It's free-floating. It's attached to be able to move around. The hyoid bone in your throat, free-floating, attached to by tendons and stuff like that. So I've never said it had a pelvis. Textbooks call it the whale's pelvis, but that's imagination. Modern whale, let's see. So my point is that they don't understand. They're stupid about their whale anatomy, or they're lying. But those bones are not a vestigial pelvis. They're muscular muscles attached to them that allow the whales to reproduce. That's all there is to it. So I don't think the whales, I don't know if killer whales have the same bones or not. Good question. I'll see if I can find out. Do killer whales have these bones? Or do they require assistance by extra muscles and bones for reproduction? That's a good question. I'll check on that. Killer whales. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Kent. Kent, anything you'd like to add to it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kent, but they actually are pelvises. If you look at them, you actually see that certain whales, if you look at that bone specifically, have a ball and socket joint. The one that you have doesn't clearly, but you can find some that do. And if you look at that lower part, it would be what would be the shin bone. And just because it's used for the use of its penis right now doesn't mean that that's always what it was used for. In fact, I guarantee you, if you move your own hips, your penis will also wiggle. So next, give it to Kent.
Okay. And Kent, if you had a final word on that one, feel free to take it. Is your question?
These debates go everywhere. Okay. We have one of the bones. I should have brought it in from the whales right here. One of these reproductive organ bones in our museum here, Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. So it has. You're saying it has a ball and socket. Therefore, it's a pelvis. Now, wait. If two bones are connected, but the whole system, both of them together, are still free-floating, I don't think that qualifies as a pelvis. The whale cannot walk on land. The textbooks say, just imagine the whales walking on land. It's true. This is a book kids use in school. No, it's not true, teacher. The whale did not walk on land. This is imagination. We've never seen a whale produce a non-baby whale. It's not science. That's all. Keep your religion at home. I'll keep preaching that till I die, and then my videos go on forever after that. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Keeping it engaging and fun at the same time. So Ashley Myers, question for Kent Hovind. Because of genetic entropy or genetic degeneration, question from Ashley Myers, by the way. Thank you, Ashley. How many years would it take to create enough mistakes to have the biodiversity found on the earth today would rapid, it looks like some of it might have been cut off. It almost kind of seems like it's a question for Ken Rock, though. Would rapid speciation be a better explanation? If you had any thoughts, it does say it's for you, Ken. So
okay.
if there was anything you wanted to say to that.
Well, yeah, I think the question has a built-in assumption. They're assuming that the biodiversity we see today is a result of genetic entropy. I think, no. The biodiversity we have on Earth today is a result of intelligent design. I think the creator designed the dogs to produce a variety of offspring. If a dog has a litter of puppies today, aren't there varieties in the puppies? I mean, aren't some bigger than others and smaller, different colors, different, et cetera? Some take after the mom, some after the dad. So the biodiversity found in just about all life forms is an amazing design. To be sure, it'll survive in a different climate. I think a lot of car manufacturers put both a heater and an air conditioner in their car. Why would they do that? Well, they don't know if you're going to drive it in cold weather or warm weather. They want you to be able to have either one. Okay, so that's an example of thinking ahead. So I don't think the results of the biodiversity on Earth today is a result of, I don't think that biodiversity today is a result of mistakes. I think there have been plenty of mistakes in the gene code, no question. And many of the mistakes would have been weeded out were it not for human intervention. A lot of diseases that would have crippled or killed people, man intervenes with hospitals and nursing homes and stuff and keeps them alive, and I'm for that. But it does, sometimes defective genes are not weeded out. But none of them are improvements. They're all degenerative. So I don't think I think the question has a built-in false assumption, but I think the rapid speciation, I think after Noah's flood, the animals got off the ark, and began producing babies. And some of the babies preferred the colder weather. They like that. Some people like living up north. I don't. I like Alabama. So some people prefer the hot weather. Some people prefer the variations could have happened very quickly. I'd say within a few hundred years of animals getting off the ark, they would have choose the place where you're comfortable and live there.
All right, thank you, Kent, for that response. I prefer the hot weather, but I'm stuck here with cold weather, unfortunately. Ken, I'm going to move out there one of these days, Ken. Ken Rock, over to you if you had a response or if you wanted to move on, up to you.
I'm going to guess the answer is at least 7.
At least 7.
At least 7.
What?
I didn't have a real answer, so I figured I'd give a silly one to at least entertain people.
That's okay. Let's move on. We got C Science Film Labs. Question for both. Ken, we'll allow you to start with this one because Kent started with the previous one. So, question for both. If beneficial mutations are less common than mutations that cause genetic disorders, then how could mutation and time ever be an explanation for functional anatomy or evolutionary novelty? Ken, go ahead. We'll start with you.
I'm going to do the fun thing. I'm going to take a page out of Kent's last response. That assumes something. That assumes that mutations that are harmful in one scenario can't be helpful in another. I, for one, have a different way of looking at things. It's part of the way I was born, technically, and it makes it so I see stuff more creatively, which could be more beneficial in certain scenarios, but also less beneficial in others. So, yeah, that's my response.
Thank you, Ken. And Kent, over to you.
Well, to the question on the screen, I'd like to see a beneficial mutation. Plenty of mutations have been observed. What would one consider beneficial? Show me one. We have ducks here in our pond. 2 of them are mutant ducks. They have the feathers growing out one side of their head because the bones didn't grow together right in their skull. Okay, it's a mutation. It didn't help them any. It probably would be harmful, actually, another handle for an enemy to grab them by if they were going to get in a fight and carry them off or something. But I don't think anybody's ever demonstrated a beneficial mutation. Show me one.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for your responses. And looks like we got a question here from Atheist Jr. for Dr. Dino.
Did I not get a last response to that one?
Well, it looked like it was a question for the both of you. So we both.
Oh no, that's fine. You gave me the question, so I was just confused. It's fine. We can move on. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. So Atheist Jr. here asks, question for Ken. You that science is what we can observe. So I'm guessing you said that science is what we can observe. Since we did not observe the creation of the universe or earth, shouldn't you remove the word science from creation science evangelism?
Well, science is what we observe and study and test and demonstrate. And what we've observed is design demands a designer. Everybody would agree. Nobody would think the ink pen came by chance. All we've ever observed is complex things, or even simple things, had a designer like this. So as far as the name of our organization, Creation Science Evangelism, I hope that bothers you deeply, Atheist Jr. Hope you lose sleep over it. I even have a cup. Dr. Dino. Dr. Kent, the science gent. That bothers them that I call myself doctor because I earned 3 doctor's degrees and have one in, but it's from non-accredited university. It wasn't peer reviewed. I don't care at all. Not at all what you think. Okay? Not at all. So hope it bothers you. Anyway, so yes, I'm not going to remove the word science from creation science. I think we should remove science from the word involving evolution. Nobody's ever seen anything that demonstrates evolution as scientific. It's a religion. Why don't you help me, Atheist Jr., if you really like science? Get the textbooks back to teaching science. Hey, kids, dogs produce dogs. And get these stupid family trees out of the textbooks. That's imagination. You're the one, including religion, in with science. That don't belong together at all. I'll debate you again anytime, Atheist Jr., anytime.
All right. Appreciate it there, Kent. Ken Rock, anything you'd like to add?
It's definitely an interesting question, especially when you consider that there are people who believe that technically you can't prove anything is even real. So if we go by the definition of science you went by, then technically nothing is science. But more to the point, I guess technically that was the point, so we'll move on for the sake of time's sake.
Any final words on that one, Kent?
Well, the definition of science. Science is knowledge gained from using observations, experimentations to describe, explain the world around us. Okay. All we've ever seen is cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs. Nobody's ever seen evolution. We don't see these family trees or any part of it. It's a religious belief. They're welcome to it. But they should start admitting they have a religion of evolution and quit claiming it as part of science. Go ahead.
All right, guys, thanks so much. We'll get 2 more questions, one for each of you. So this one will be yours, Ken. This one comes in from Anthony, 1701. Ken, how do you determine who is correct between an evolutionist or creationist scientist when both have the same credentials?
How do I determine who's right? It depends on the subject. If you're talking about specifically on the concept of evolution, on evolution itself, I look at what is presented, what is logical, how many fallacies are being used within the arguments that are being used. It's basically the same way I would judge a debate. So, as far as this, that would be it. Also, technically, again, as I've been saying multiple times, I both believe in creation and evolution. So realistically, they're both in some way right.
Yeah, let's say you had a biologist who held to creation or separate ancestry, which says not all life is related. Then you had an evolutionary biologist, same credentials, but he believed everything's related, whales and pine trees. So I think
I get it. Again, I would look at what was being said, what was being argued, and the evidence that's being given.
Okay. All right, I
I
appreciate
guess
it.
I could have said that better. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. You did good. Kent, anything you'd like to add?
Oh, it's a great question. I think there are many examples where scientists do have all the same credentials from accredited universities, but it goes back to the peer-reviewed thing I covered. What exactly does that mean? In America, the stuff just does not get published in journals and textbooks if it doesn't defend the religion of evolution. Just like in Iraq, you won't get a book published that goes against Islam. And in North Korea, you won't get a book published that goes against the Kim Jong-il, what's his name? So it's just not going to happen. And in America, they're claiming because, the Muslims in Iraq can claim Islam has to be true because nobody publishes books against it. That's their claim. Yeah, because you shoot them if they do. Okay. In America, they only fire them. So I think there are many cases where there have been debates where a completely qualified creationist and the same credentials from an evolutionist have a debate. Which one are you going to believe? Well, I think all the evidence points toward design demands a designer. Cows produce cows. I think I'm going to believe the Bible. It says they're going to bring forth after their kind. I think that's science. Now, am I demanding that be taught at everybody's expense? No. But I think that's where all the evidence leads. There's a designer.
Okay, thank you very much, Kent. Ken, you can have a quick final word if you'd like.
Yeah, no offense, Kent, but what you just said was kind of circular. You're saying if they have the same credentials, you're instantly going to believe the one that you already believe. So realistically, their credentials wouldn't matter because you already believe them.
Okay, real quick before I get to Kent's final question, this one did just come in. It's more of a comment for you, Ken, but it is a super chat. So to honor it, I'll put it up on screen and you can respond if you'd like to. It's from Living Proof. And he says the false killer whale is a species of dolphin. Any thoughts on that specifically, Ken?
Oh, me? Oh, sorry. For some reason, I thought you were saying Kent. No, from what I remember looking into, it is a species of whale. I would have to see. This is one of those things where I'd have to see where you're getting that information from. And again, shameless plug, I do have a Discord, so if you have that evidence and are willing to share it with me, just go to my YouTube channel, you'll find it there. Or if Donnie is willing to, I'll send him the link for it, and it'll be in the description.
Okay, thank you very much. And all right, here we go. We are just over the hour-and-a-half mark a little bit. We got a lot of questions in here. That's awesome. Lots of fun during this audience Q&A. And so we'll wrap it up with this final question, which will be for you, Kent. And so we had a nice mix of questions for Ken and Kent. This one comes in from Michael Diaz. Question for Kent. Has any evolutionist ever given an example of a mechanism that would produce new or different information or a new code for DNA?
I am unaware of anybody giving scientific demonstration of that happening. They've tried and tried to change things. They do a lot of crossbreeding, trying to get varieties of dogs or cows or potatoes or anything. I don't think anybody's ever demonstrated new genetic information. It's always degrading what we have or selecting a slice of what's already there, but I'm not aware of anything creating new information. If there is, I'd like to see it. And how many times would that have to happen to change an amoeba to a whale? How many bits of new information would have to be added? How many times would this have to go on? I mean, like, unbelievable that they believe such a thing. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ken.
I'm good. I don't have any comment on it.
Okay, well then I'll just sneak in this one then, since you don't have a comment. Since echoing erudite sounded a little disappointed we didn't get the question in, so let's get it in real quick as the final one. Bonus question. Thank you so much. Question for Ken. So he's coming at you, Ken. He says, can evolution be explained without using our imagination or referring to the unobserved?
Yes.
And did you want to expand?
Oh, did I have to?
You don't have.
Well, you'd look at what I've given here. I try my best to not use stuff from the imagination. So everything that I've said, for the most part, has been either factual or agreed upon by the person who I am talking to here. And those are evidence of evolution. It doesn't prove that all species are related, which realistically, I probably should have assumed that the debate probably would have been more on. So that's more an apology on my problem, on my fault, and I'm sorry for that. But yeah, it can be, and I've done it.
Okay, thank you, Ken. And for this final question before we wrap it up, Kent, anything you want to add, brother?
No.
Evolution to get SpongeBob in there.
Evolution is complete imagination, nothing more.
Kent, you gotta tell me where you got that thing.
I didn't hear that. Got a what?
Where'd you get that?
People send me SpongeBob stuff all the time because I teach evolution is SpongeBob, imagination. I got probably 10 of them now. Never watched a SpongeBob program in my life. I don't even know what it's about. But I like the idea it's imagination. And that's all it is.
I'm only asking because I actually really like the way that one looks. So,
this one on a spring base, like, I don't know. People send it to me. And they even sewed on the pocket, Professor Dave. Yeah. I didn't do it, okay, but I believe it's true. Okay.
Now, the rumor is, Kent, Professor Dave's related to a strawberry. Is that true? Can you confirm that?
He claimed, I said, are you related to a strawberry? He said, yes. So Ken is related to a whale, far distant, but he is related. And who's the other guy related to? A starfish and a snail? Look at the charts. That's what they teach. They believe they're related to everything. I don't see how they can eat a plant or an animal. I mean, that's their cousin. You should stop eating altogether. Just stop.
I think PZ Myers says he's still a fish. He's not only related to a fish, he's still a fish.
He said we are still fish. Yep. PZ Myers. Yeah. We need to get together a clip of all the different atheists claiming this thing, because I asked them the question, simple. You believe you're related to a fish? Yep. And put them all together in a short. I'll have Matt do that when he gets time. We're busy around here. We got a small staff, large burden to carry. So come on down. Get you out of Canada, Donnie. You can come down and join our tech team and help us produce more videos.
Yes, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Maybe we'll do on our side. We'll get a little montage like that for you, since you guys are busy. Ken, and Ken, you won't mind if we get you in there too?
I'll go for it. It's all in good fun.
Be world famous. Yep.
I know you guys aren't actually mocking me. I know it's all in good fun, so it's fun.
We're just having fun. All right, guys. Well, that's it. We're going to wrap up this debate. Lots of fun, engaging, lots of points discussed. Any quick final words, final thoughts from the both of you before we officially shut this down? Ken, we'll start with you. Final words?
I don't have any final words. Sorry. I should, considering that this technically would be our last debate, unless at some point in the future Kent's willing to do one on another topic, but unfortunately I don't have anything.
Okay. Thank you, Ken, though. I appreciate you doing this. And Kent, over to you. Final words.
And Ken, I also do appreciate you doing this. And please really stop and think. Do you really want to face God with what you're believing? I would like to see you get ready. Bible says the fool said in his heart, there's no God. I think you're a fool to be an atheist like this guy claims he is. God doesn't believe in atheists. So if you died today, where would you go? This is why our ministry exists. We want everybody to come to heaven. That's all. This argument is all going to disappear. We're both going to die and turn to dust one day. Then what? Where are you going when you die? God made this world. He owns it, and he can make the rules, like the 10 Commandments. And we're all guilty of breaking his rules. No question. We're guilty. We broke the rules. Don't lie. Don't steal. You can read the rules for yourself. And God's going to punish the wicked. We're going to be punished, or you need to find a substitute. And Jesus is willing and able. So my final words would be, you better get Jesus Christ into your heart, get your sins forgiven, and get ready to face God, because we're all going to face him, I think, real soon. We'll see. Thank you for having me on, Donnie.
All right, thank you. Great final words. Ken, thank you. To the audience, thank you for tuning in. As always, thank you for the 100 questions. It's always a fun audience Q&A. So with that, Standing for Truth is out. God bless all. All right, there we go. I am going to just go over briefly a few reminders and announcements for everybody. That debate was a ton of fun, laid back, easy going. We had some good laughs, but there were also, enough serious moments and points brought up for some sophisticated engagement. So this was fun. This was Ken Rock's third debate with Kent. Ken Rock also debated Professor David McQueen last week. That one got a lot of good feedback. And in that specific debate, we had quite a bit of audience Q&A as well. So this was fun. It's good to have a laid back debate now and again. Makes my job easy. And Tom Walden, amen, agreed. Doki Doki Bible Club, my brother. Amen. Good to see you. So Ruth, appreciate it. And Sumu. So there's always going to be people, unfortunately, whose questions don't get asked because we get so many questions. I mean, typically 30 to 50. And so once we hit the 90-minute mark, it's kind of time to start winding it down for these evolution debates. But nobody puts on more evolution debates than us. So if you don't get your question asked, I do apologize, of course, but just be here for the next debate. This was, as a matter of fact, number 43 just this year in terms of evolution debates. So overall, if you're not yet subscribed, you love debates, we've scheduled, or we've hosted, and I've moderated over 230. So if you go to the debates playlist section, okay, you can find debates on all sorts of topics: creation, evolution, ancestry, hyper-specific debates such as endogenous retroviruses. I've debated that many times. Typically for the evolution debate challenge that we've been doing, when I get requests for ERVs, I'll be the one to take up that challenge. If you haven't yet picked up the Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook yet, please do pick it up. It's nearly basically 200 pages, the most comprehensive book you're going to find out there, or even response on the topic of endogenous retroviruses. So it should be linked in the description box. It is currently at an all-time low price, and this is the limited edition. So you can see there. Behind me, there's a full color version, which is the blue one. And then the black one is the original version, which is not currently for sale because it's the limited edition for a little bit longer. I've kept it as a limited edition for a bit longer because, again, I buy them in bulk, hand them around, and people really like that cover. So the other one just released, Special Creation. This one's about 300 pages, and it touches on, I make sure to touch on basically all of your best points of contention, you could say. Chromosome 2 fusion, ERVs. Xavier Ortiz, yes, the ERV book is on Kindle, so you can pick that one up on Kindle, I believe. This one's not on Kindle yet, So hopefully we'll get that on Kindle. I'm in the final stages. I've been working about 8 hours a day on my end times theology book, Dawn of the Antichrist. This is months and months in the making, ever since we started doing the series. And then also we had an open mic debate, me and Kent, as the post-tribulation, pre-wrath rapturous, engaged for over a couple hours in an open mic. And so this is months in the making. I'm really excited for it to be released. I've read a lot of books on eschatology. So obviously I could be wrong because I haven't read every book on it, but I've read enough. I've studied this extensively. And I believe this book comprises some of the most thorough and up-to-date responses to preterism, whether that be partial preterism, full preterism, amillennialism, post-millennialism. They're all very similar in many ways. But the section on Daniel's 70 weeks and preterism in general, dual and triple prophecy fulfillment. There's tons in here about Alexander the Great, Antiochus Epiphanes. I've done a ton of research for this. So it's in its final stages, and then it'll be a few weeks probably of proofreading, editing. And then, when I get the heads up that it can go into publishing, we're planning on releasing it the very first of November. So I'll keep everybody posted there. But real quick reminder, shout out to Steve Christie, always with fantastic questions. He's going to be here tomorrow. He's had many big debates on this topic. He's debated Trent Horn, and now he's debating Robert Sungenis. So this one takes place tomorrow at 8 o'clock. This is going to be a big one, guys. So if you're moderators and you can be here, that's going to be great. We're going to field questions. I'm going to be really busy just making sure the format is and everything's going smoothly in this debate. We're going to have some solid cross exam. These are two seasoned debaters, guys. These are two heavyweights. These are two powerhouses in the debate world. So it's going to be big. The last debate we had similar to this was months ago with Doctors Bob Wilkin and Robert Sungenis. That was an epic debate as well. That one was heavy on cross-exam. I've rewatched that many times. So Jerome M. So since we sell them through Amazon distributes them. We'd love to have our own center where we can distribute our material and books. We're not big enough yet for that. Unfortunately, but with your help, with your support, with your donations, we can certainly, hope in the foreseeable future to be able to do that. So every month, with more support that comes in, we're able to implement new things. We've got a podcast going now with about 50 episodes so far. Our books are, I would say, better formatted. When we first started the ministry and we were publishing books, we've published now 16 books. And when we were smaller, it was Matt and myself basically, writing them, publishing them, reviewing them, proofreading them, editing. We were doing them all. But now we can implement outside work. So that's awesome. So when it comes to autograph copies, yes, what I do, and I have done this, is I order the copy to my house. I autograph it, and then I got to ship it out. So people who really want an autograph copy, I'm definitely happy to do that. But unfortunately, that's the best way so far. Okay, let me just see the chat real quick. And Unique, appreciate that. Thank you for the compliments. That's awesome. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. So anyways, this one tomorrow, 8 o'clock, the Marian Dogmas debate. I am pumped for this. You guys are not going to want to miss this. Again, we have hosted over 230 debates on all sorts of topics, many of the biggest debates out there. But we've never actually had just an all-out Protestant versus Catholic debate of this type, of this kind. So Marian Dogmas debate really shows me how quickly time goes by, because we scheduled this 3 or 4 months ago, and bam, here we are. Then we've got so this week's big for debates, because we had tonight, obviously, Ken Rock versus Hovind. Tomorrow, Sungenis versus Steve Christie. Then Saturday, a lot of hype for this one, a lot of excitement for this one. This one's been scheduled for months as well. Eli Haytov and J.D. Martin. So free grace or lordship, what is true biblical salvation? I'm pumped for this. For those who love the soteriology debates, we got another one this month. Both of these gentlemen, I know firsthand, have been prepping a lot. And this is going to be a very well-informed debate. Two very educated individuals on this specific topic. AK, John, always sophisticated, both of these gentlemen. Free grace versus lordship. So I'm pumped for this one coming up. And this one's going to be interesting. This one's coming up this month as well. Jamie from Studio 15 Official, he did a presentation on Ken Hovind Official recently on Cladamonas. So him and Taylor, this is going to be a specific debate, much like we do with the ERV debate. So it's one topic, and we are just going to dig deep. We're really going to dig deep on the details on this one. So single cell to multi-cell evolution. This specific topic is brought up frequently in debate. So we thought, you know what? Why not get two individuals, one on each side, who have studied it extensively, and let's have them duke it out. Then at the end of the month, we've also got Turretin Fan and Kelly Powers, the Great Calvinism Debate, all within the same week. The Great Calvinism Debate, the Great Trinity Debate, Jake the Muslim Metaphysician versus Matt Slick, and then the Great Evolution Debate. Clash of the Titans, this one, I tell you. So Mark Reed versus Dr. Dino. All three of these debates are at the end of the month. And we've got a couple King James only debates coming up for you. We've got a round 2 between Will Kinney and CJ Cox. And then we've also got Eddie Kroom and Will Kinney coming up as well. Eddie has, at least the last time I spoke to him, said that he's still doing it. So that one should be on. And I think that's pretty much it right now for reminders, guys. Let me check the chat real quick. Awesome. Appreciate that, Jerome. Always a pleasure. Tom Walden, good to see you, brother. Jamie and Snake will be a great debate. Amen. Amen. I am pumped for that one. That's going to be a lot of fun. Okay. You know, I'm always open to receiving emails, and also, so let me see here. Appreciate you being here. Life with Yellow. If you're new to this channel, but you love the eschatology topic, I have an end times theology series that I've put out. That's at 10 episodes. I've put it on halt a little bit just because the book is like the series on steroids. So it touches on everything. Plus, once the book's released, then I'm going to basically, you could consider it season 2 of this series, where I'll have another dozen episodes for you on all types of topics. So check that out if you love eschatology. And I just did a debate, 3.5 hours with J.D. Morin. This was comprehensive. And I'll tell you why. J.D. Morin, he put out a challenge for me. He challenged me to a debate a couple months at least before we actually did the debate. And so he had a lot of time to prep. I had my series out there for him to basically review and bring his best. So, you know, I like to leave it up to the audience in terms of the debate outcome itself. But if you're looking for a really comprehensive debate on the rapture, there's not really all that many out there. We've hosted several here on this channel. I'd love to get more, but this one is it. The Great Rapture Debate. I think it's at a couple thousand views right now. So check it out if you haven't yet seen that one. That one is very thorough and is perfect for all of the eschatology lovers out there. So I think that's pretty much it. That's all that comes to mind. Karen Weiss, appreciate that. Karen, you'll definitely love the book then, because it goes into even more detail, especially on preterism. I've noticed, you know, preterism is now popping up more and more these days, and I just haven't really seen some real comprehensive responses. Now they are out there, but as being, you know, moderator and host of so many debates, I've seen basically what that side has to offer. So this book specifically deals with preterism in really, really good detail. So, okay. Well, thank you everybody for joining. Thank you, Doki Doki, brother. And thank you for the super sticker. Again, I want to thank, I saved it here. I want to thank everybody who gave their support. And also especially, there we go, Taylor K. That's from my dad. He says, keep up the good work, spreading the gospel and combating misinformation. God, I appreciate that. Hey, we can win arguments all day, but it's about winning what? It's about winning souls. It's about planting seeds. It's about watering those seeds and bringing people to Christ. Faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. And that's why we focus so heavily here on basically preaching the word of God, upholding the truth, standing for truth. And we also believe, with so many positions and views and opinions out there, we strongly believe in critical thinking. So we don't ever want to just be, an echo chamber, basically. We want to host these debates, these open mics. We've had some serious open mic debate panel discussions. And so, yeah, if you're not yet subscribed, please do so. And I saw that one question. It should be released. The goal is first week of November. So, and it looks like we're on track, basically, for that being the case. Maybe even a little bit sooner. We'll see. We'll see, as long as I don't get burnt out. So, and Doki Doki, awesome. Thank you. Karen, yeah, it's not really the most orthodox of positions. That's why it's typically the in-house debate, right? Is basically the timing of the rapture, and the futurist position, right? There's futurism, historicism, and then preterism, but preterism comes in all kinds of flavors. So I've basically studied them all, and this book is going to comprehensively deal with them. But in the past, especially, going to church, going to Baptist churches all my, since I've been saved, it's basically the in-house debate. The in-house futurist debate is the rapture, post-trib, pre-wrath, pre-trib. So a lot of people, and I wasn't really all that familiar with preterism either, because when you first hear about it, it as a futurist, it seems like an odd position. Like it's all happened already. Like it just doesn't really jive too well, but this is going to be a comprehensive response to it. So with that being said, I don't want to keep you guys forever. God bless. We're going to be back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock, and hope you enjoyed the debate tonight as much as I did. Fun, laid back, easy going, and God bless everybody.